The Red Book, by Carl Gustav Jung. An intimate journey into the hidden layers of the Red Book, where Carl Jung confronts the depths of his own psyche and discovers the timeless symbols of transformation. This exploration unveils the inner architecture of Jung's visions, revealing the bridge between madness, meaning, and the birth of analytical psychology. This is not an explanation, nor an interpretation, but a contemplative descent into the psychic landscape that emerged during Jung's confrontation with the unconscious. Through symbolic language, silence, and slow unfolding reflections, this in-depth analysis through dramatic reading follows the movement of images, voices, and tensions that shape the Red Book. It recreates the atmosphere of Jung's inner journey, allowing the listener to encounter similar questions, disorientation, and moments of revelation within their own psyche. Here, madness and meaning are not opposites, but neighboring states. This in-depth analysis through dramatic reading invites you to remain with the images, to listen and investigate, and to allow the symbolic process to unfold in its own time. What Jung recorded as a private descent becomes here a shared inner passage.
Hell. On the second night after the creation of my God, a vision made known to me that I had reached the underworld. I find myself in a gloomy vault, whose floor consists of damp stone slabs. In the middle there is a column from which ropes and axes hang. At the foot of the column there lies an awful serpent-like tangle of human bodies. At first I catch sight of the figure of a young maiden with wonderful red gold hair. A man of devilish appearance is lying half under her. His head is bent backward. A thin streak of blood runs down his forehead. Two similar daimons have thrown themselves over the maiden's feet and body. Their faces bear an inhuman expression, the living evil. Their muscles are taut and hard, and their bodies sleek like serpents. They lie motionless. The maiden holds her hand over one eye of the man lying beneath her, who is the most powerful of the three. Her hand firmly clasps a small silver fishing rod that she has driven into the eye of the devil. I break out in a profuse cold sweat. They wanted to torture the maiden to death, but she defended herself with the force of the most extreme despair, and succeeded in piercing the eye of the evil one with the little hook. If he moves, she will tear out his eye with a final jerk. The horror paralyzes me. What will happen? A voice speaks. The evil one cannot make a sacrifice. He cannot sacrifice his eye. Victory is with the one who can sacrifice. The vision vanished. I saw that my soul had fallen into the power of abysmal evil. The power of evil is unquestionable, and we rightfully fear it. Here no prayers, no pious words, no magical sayings help. Once raw power comes after you, there is no help. Once evil seizes you without pity, no father, no mother, no right, no wall and tower, no armor and protective power come to your aid. You fall powerless and forlorn into the hand of the superior power of evil. In this battle you are all alone. Because I wanted to give birth to my God, I also wanted evil. He who wants to create an eternal fullness will also create eternal emptiness. You cannot undertake one without the other. But if you want to escape evil, you will create no God. Everything that you do is tepid and gray. I wanted my God for the sake of grace and disgrace. Hence I also want my evil. If my God were not overpowering, neither would be my evil. But I want my God to be powerful and beyond all measure happy and lustrous. Only in this way do I love my God. And the luster of his beauty will also have me taste the very bottom of hell. My God rose in the eastern sky, brighter than the heavenly host, and brought about a new day for all the peoples. This is why I want to go to hell. Would a mother not want to give up her life for her child? How much easier would it be to give up my life if only my God could overcome the torment of the last hour of the night and victoriously break through the red mist of the morning? I do not doubt. I also want evil for the sake of my God. I enter the unequal battle, since it is always unequal and without doubt a lost cause. How terrible and despairing would this battle be otherwise? But precisely this is how it should and will be. Nothing is more valuable to the evil one than his eye, since only through his eye can emptiness seize gleaming fullness. Because the emptiness lacks fullness, it craves fullness and its shining power. And it drinks it in by means of its eye, which is able to grasp the beauty and unsullied radiance of fullness. The emptiness is poor, and if it lacked its eye it would be hopeless. It sees the most beautiful and wants to devour it in order to spoil it. The devil knows what is beautiful, and hence he is the shadow of beauty and follows it everywhere, awaiting the moment when the beautiful, writhing great with child, seeks to give life to the god. If your beauty grows, the dreadful worm will also creep up you, waiting for its prey. Nothing is sacred to him except his eye, with which he sees the most beautiful. He will never give up his eye. He is invulnerable, but nothing protects his eye. It is delicate and clear, adept at drinking in the eternal light. It wants you, the bright red light of your life. I recognize the fearful devilishness of human nature. I cover my eyes before it. I put out my hand to fend it of, if anyone wants to approach me for fear that my shadow could fall on him, or his shadow could fall on me, since I also see the devilish in him, who is the harmless companion of his shadow. No one touches me, death and crime lie in wait for you and me. You smile innocently, my friend? Don't you see that a gentle flickering of your eye betrays the frightfulness whose unsuspecting messenger you are? Your bloodthirsty tiger growls softly, your poisonous serpent hisses secretly, while you, conscious only of your goodness, offer your human hand to me in greeting. I know your shadow and mine, that follows and comes with us, and only waits for the hour of twilight when he will strangle you and me with all the daimons of the night. What abyss of blood-dripping history separates you from me? I grasped your hand and looked at you. I lay my head in your lap and felt the living warmth of your body on mine as if it were my own body, and suddenly I felt a smooth cord around my neck, which choked me mercilessly, and a cruel hammer blow struck a nail into my temple. I was dragged by my feet along the pavement, and wild hounds gnawed my body in the lonely night. No one should be astonished that men are so far removed from one another that they cannot understand one another, that they wage war and kill one another. One should be much more surprised that men believe they are close, understand one another, and love one another. Two things are yet to be discovered. The first is the infinite gulf that separates us from one another. The second is the bridge that could connect us. Have you considered how much unsuspected animality human company makes possible? When my soul fell into the hands of evil, it was defenseless except for the weak fishing rod which it could use, again with its power, to pull the fish from the sea of emptiness. The eye of the evil one sucked in all the force of my soul. Only its will remained, which is just that small fish hook. I wanted evil, since I realized that I was not able to elude it. And because I wanted evil, my soul held the precious hook in its hand, that was supposed to strike the vulnerable place of the evil one. He who does not want evil will have no chance to save his soul from hell. So long as he remains in the light of the upper world, he will become a shadow of himself. But his soul will languish in the dungeons of the daimons. This will act as a counterbalance that will forever constrain him. The higher circles of the inner world will remain unattainable for him. He remains where he was. Indeed, he falls back. You know these people, and you know how extravagantly nature strews human life and force on barren deserts. You should not lament this, otherwise you will become a prophet, and will seek to redeem what cannot be redeemed. Do you not know that nature also dungs its fields with men? Take in the seeker, but do not go out seeking those who err. What do you know about their error? Perhaps it is sacred. You should not disturb the sacred. Do not look back and regret nothing. You see many near you fall? You feel compassion? But you should live your life, since then at least 1 in 1,000 will remain. You cannot halt dying. But why did my soul not tear out the eye of the evil one? The evil one has many eyes, and losing one amounts to losing none. But if she had done it, she would have come completely under the spell of the evil one. The evil one can only fail to make sacrifice. You should not harm him, above all not his eye, since the most beautiful would not exist if the evil one did not see it and long for it. The evil one is holy. There is nothing the emptiness can sacrifice, since it always suffers lack. Only fullness can sacrifice, since it has fullness. Emptiness cannot sacrifice its hunger for fullness, since it cannot deny its own essence. Therefore we also need evil. But I can sacrifice my will to evil, because I previously received fullness. All strength flows back to me again, since the evil one has destroyed the image I had of the formation of the God. But the image of the God's formation in me was not yet destroyed. I dread this destruction, since it is terrible, an unprecedented desecration of temples. Everything in me strives against this abysmal abomination, for I still did not know what it means to give birth to a God. The sacrificial murder. But this was the vision that I did not want to see, the horror that I did not want to live. A sickening feeling of nausea sneaks up on me, and abominable, perfidious serpents wind their way slowly and cracklingly through parched undergrowth. They hang down lazily and disgustingly lethargic from the branches, looped in dreadful knots. I am reluctant to enter this dreary and unsightly valley, where the bushes stand in arid stony defile. The valley looks so normal, its air smells of crime, of foul, cowardly deeds. I am seized by disgust and horror. I walk hesitantly over the boulders, avoiding every dark place for fear of treading on a serpent. The sun shines weakly out of a gray and distant sky, and all the leaves are shriveled. A marionette with a broken head lies before me amidst the stones. A few steps further, a small apron, and then behind the bush, the body of a small girl covered with terrible wounds, smeared with blood. One foot is clad with a stocking and shoe, the other is naked and gorily crushed. The head, where is the head? The head is a mash of blood with hair and whitish pieces of bone, surrounded by stones smeared with brain and blood. My gaze is captivated by this awful sight. A shrouded figure, like that of a woman, is standing calmly next to the child. Her face is covered by an impenetrable veil. She asks me,
"What then do you say?"
What should I say? This is beyond words.
Do you understand this?
I refuse to understand such things. I can't speak about them without becoming enraged.
Why become enraged? You might as well rage every day of your life, for these and similar things occur every day.
But most of the time we don't see them.
So knowing that they happen is not enough to enrage you?
If I merely have knowledge of something, it's easier and simpler. The horror is less real if all I have is knowledge.
Step nearer, and you will see that the body of the child has been cut open. Take out the liver.
I will not touch this corpse. If someone witnessed this, they would think that I'm the murderer.
You are cowardly. Take out the liver.
Why should I do this? This is absurd.
I want you to remove the liver. You must do it.
Who are you to give me such an order?
I am the soul of this child. You must do this for my sake.
I don't understand, but I'll believe you and do this horrific and absurd deed. I reach into the child's visceral cavity. It is still warm. The liver is still firmly attached. I take my knife and cut it free of the ligaments. Then I take it out and hold it with bloody hands toward the figure.
I thank you.
What should I do?
You know what the liver means, and you ought to perform the healing act with it.
What is to be done?
Take a piece of the liver in place of the whole and eat it.
What are you demanding? This is absolute madness. This is desecration, necrophilia. You make me a guilty party to this most hideous of all crimes.
You have devised the most horrible torment for the murderer, which could atone for his act. There is only one atonement. Abase yourself and eat.
I cannot, I refuse. I cannot participate in this horrible guilt.
You share in this guilt.
I share in this guilt?
You are a man, and a man has committed this deed.
Yes, I am a man. I curse whoever did this for being a man, and I curse myself for being a man.
So, take part in his act, abase yourself, and eat. I need atonement.
So shall it be for your sake, as you are the soul of this child. I kneel down on the stone, cut off a piece of the liver, and put it in my mouth. My gorge rises, tears burst from my eyes, cold sweat covers my brow, a dull sweet taste of blood. I swallow with desperate efforts. It is impossible, once again and once again. I almost faint. It is done. The horror has been accomplished.
I thank you.
She throws her veil back, a beautiful maiden with ginger hair.
Do you recognize me?
How strangely familiar you are. Who are you?
I am your soul.
The sacrifice has been accomplished. The divine child, the image of the God's formation, is slain, and I have eaten from the sacrificial flesh. The child, that is, the image of the God's formation, not only bore my human craving, but also enclosed all the primordial and elemental powers that the sons of the sun possess as an inalienable inheritance. The God needs all this for his genesis. But when he has been created and hastens away into unending space, we need the gold of the sun. We must regenerate ourselves. But as the creation of a God is a creative act of highest love, the restoration of our human life signifies an act of the below. This is a great and dark mystery. Man cannot accomplish this act solely by himself, but is assisted by evil, which does it instead of man. But man must recognize his complicity in the act of evil. He must bear witness to this recognition by eating from the bloody sacrificial flesh. Through this act he testifies that he is a man, that he recognizes good as well as evil, and that he destroys the image of the God's formation through withdrawing his life force, with which he also dissociates himself from the God. This occurs for the salvation of the soul, which is the true mother of the divine child. When it bore and gave birth to the God, my soul was of human nature throughout. It possessed the primordial powers since time immemorial, but only in a dormant condition. They flowed into forming the God without my help. But through the sacrificial murder, I redeemed the primordial powers and added them to my soul. Since they became part of a living pattern, they are no longer dormant, but awake and active and irradiate my soul with their divine working. Through this it receives a divine attribute. Hence the eating of the sacrificial flesh aided its healing. The ancients have also indicated this to us, in that they taught us to drink the blood and eat the flesh of the Savior. The ancients believed that this brought healing to the soul. There are not many truths, there are only a few. Their meaning is too deep to grasp other than in symbols. A God who is no stronger than man, what is he? You still should taste holy dread. How would you be worthy of enjoying the wine and the bread if you have not touched the black bottom of human nature? Hence you are lukewarm and pale shadows, proud of your shallow coastlines and broad country roads. But the floodgates will be opened. There are inexorable things from which only God can save you. The primordial force is the radiance of the sun, which the sons of the sun have carried in themselves for eons and pass on to their children. But if the soul dips into radiance, she becomes as remorseless as the God himself, since the life of the divine child, which you have eaten, will feel like glowing coals in you. It will burn inside you like a terrible, inextinguishable fire. But despite all the torment, you cannot let it be, since it will not let you be. From this you will understand that your God is alive and that your soul has begun wandering on remorseless paths. You feel that the fire of the sun has erupted in you. Something new has been added to you, a holy affliction. Sometimes you no longer recognize yourself. You want to overcome it, but it overcomes you. You want to set limits, but it compels you to keep going. You want to elude it, but it comes with you. You want to employ it, but you are its tool. You want to think about it, but your thoughts obey it. Finally, the fear of the inescapable seizes you, for it comes after you slowly and invincibly. There is no escape. So it is that you come to know what a real God is. Now you'll think up clever truisms, preventive measures, secret escape routes, excuses, potions capable of inducing forgetfulness, but it's all useless. The fire burns right through you. That which guides forces you onto the way. But the way is my own self, my own life, founded upon myself. The God wants my life. He wants to go with me, sit at the table with me, work with me. Above all, he wants to be ever present. But I'm ashamed of my God. I don't want to be divine but reasonable. The divine appears to me as irrational craziness. I hate it as an absurd disturbance of my meaningful human activity. It seems an unbecoming sickness which has stolen into the regular course of my life. Yes, I even find the divine superfluous. Divine Folly. I am standing in a high hall. Before me I see a green curtain between two columns. The curtain parts easily. I see into a small deep room with bare walls. There is a small window with bluish glass above. I set foot on the stair leading up to this room between the pillars and enter. In the rear wall, I see a door right and left. It's as if I must choose between right and left. I choose the right. The door is open, I enter. I'm in the reading room of a large library. In the background sits a small thin man of pale complexion, apparently he librarian. The atmosphere is troubling, scholarly ambitions, scholarly conceit, wounded scholarly vanity. Apart from the librarian, I see no one. I step toward him. He looks up from his book and says,
"What do you want?"
I'm somewhat embarrassed, since I don't know what I really want. Thomas à Kempis crosses my mind. I'd like to have Thomas à Kempis's The Imitation of Christ. He looks at me somewhat astonished, as if he didn't credit me with such an interest. He gives me an order form to fill out. I too think that it's astonishing to ask for Thomas à Kempis. Are you surprised that I'm requesting Thomas's work?
Well, yes, the book is seldom asked for, and I wouldn't have expected this interest from you.
I must confess that I'm also somewhat surprised by this inspiration, but recently I came across a passage from Thomas that made a particular impression on me. Why, I can't really say. If I remember correctly, it dealt with the problem of the imitation of Christ.
Do you have particular theological or philosophical interests, sir?
Do you mean whether I want to read it for the purpose of prayer?
Well, hardly.
If I read Thomas à Kempis, I do so for the sake of prayer, or something similar, rather than out of scholarly interest.
Are you that religious? I had no idea.
You know that I value science extraordinarily highly. But there are actually moments in life where science also leaves us empty and sick. In such moments a book like Thomas's means very much to me, since it is written from the soul.
But somewhat old-fashioned. We can no longer get involved in Christian dogmatics these days, surely.
We haven't come to an end with Christianity by simply putting it aside. It seems to me that there's more to it than we see.
What is there about it? It's just a religion.
For what reasons and moreover at what age do men set it aside? Presumably, most do so during their student days or perhaps even earlier. Would you call that a particularly discriminating age? And have you ever examined more closely the grounds on which people put aside positive religion? The grounds are mostly dubious, such as that the contents of belief clash with natural science or philosophy.
In my view, such an objection should not necessarily be rejected out of hand, despite the fact that there are better reasons. For example, I consider the lack of a true and proper sense of actuality in religion a disadvantage. Incidentally, a host of substitutes now exists for the loss of opportunity for prayer caused by the collapse of religion. Nietzsche, for example, has written a more than veritable book of prayer, not to mention Faust.
I suppose that's correct in a certain sense, but especially Nietzsche's truth strikes me as too agitated and provocative. It's good for those who are yet to be set free. For that reason his truth is good only for them. I believe that I've recently discovered that we also need a truth for those who are forced into a corner. It's possible that instead they need a depressive truth, which makes man smaller and more inward.
Forgive me, but Nietzsche interiorizes man exceptionally well.
Perhaps from your standpoint you're right, but I can't help feeling that Nietzsche speaks to those who need more freedom, not to those who clash strongly with life, who bleed from wounds, and who hold fast to actualities.
But Nietzsche confers a precious feeling of superiority upon such people.
I can't dispute that, but I know men who need inferiority, not superiority.
You express yourself very paradoxically. I don't understand you. Inferiority can hardly be a desideratum.
Perhaps you'll understand me better if instead of inferiority, I say resignation, a word that one used to hear a lot of but seldom anymore.
It also sounds very Christian.
As I said, there seem to be all sorts of things in Christianity that maybe one would do well to keep. Nietzsche is too oppositional. Like everything healthy and long-lasting, truth unfortunately adheres more to the middle way, which we unjustly abhor.
I really had no idea that you take such a mediating position.
Neither did I. My position is not entirely clear to me. If I mediate, I certainly mediate in a very peculiar manner. At this moment the servant brought the book, and I took my leave from the librarian. The divine wants to live with me. My resistance is in vain. I asked my thinking, and it said, "Take as your model one that shows you how to live the divine." Our natural model is Christ. We have stood under his law since antiquity. First outwardly, and then inwardly. At first we knew this, and then knew it no longer. We fought against Christ, we deposed him, and we seemed to be conquerors. But he remained in us and mastered us. It is better to be thrown into visible chains than into invisible ones. You can certainly leave Christianity, but it does not leave you. Your liberation from it is delusion. Christ is the way. You can certainly run away, but then you are no longer on the way. The way of Christ ends on the cross. Hence we are crucified with him in ourselves. With him, we wait until we die for our resurrection. With Christ the living experience no resurrection, unless it occurs after death. If I imitate Christ, he is always ahead of me and I can never reach the goal, unless I reach it in him. But thus I move beyond myself and beyond time, in and through which I am as I am. I thus blunder into Christ and his time, which created him thus and not otherwise. And so I am outside my time, despite the fact that my life is in this time and I am split between the life of Christ and my life that still belongs to this present time. But if I am truly to understand Christ, I must realize how Christ actually lived only his own life, and imitated no one. He did not emulate any model. If I thus truly imitate Christ, I do not imitate anyone, I emulate no one, but go my own way, and I will also no longer call myself a Christian. Initially, I wanted to emulate and imitate Christ by living my life, while observing his precepts. A voice in me protested against this, and wanted to remind me that my time also had its prophets who struggle against the yoke with which the past burdens us. I did not succeed in uniting Christ with the prophets of this time. The one demands bearing, the other discarding. The one commands submission, the other the will. How should I think of this contradiction without doing injustice to either? What I could not conjoin in my mind probably lends itself to living one after the other. And so I decided to cross over into lower and everyday life, my life, and to begin down there where I stood. When thinking leads to the unthinkable, it is time to return to simple life. What thinking cannot solve, life solves, and what action never decides is reserved for thinking. If I ascend to the highest and most difficult on the one hand, and seek to eke out redemption that reaches even higher, then the true way does not lead upward, but toward the depths, since only my other leads me beyond myself. But acceptance of the other means a descent into the opposite, from seriousness into the laughable, from suffering into the cheerful, from the beautiful into the ugly, from the pure into the impure. Nox Secunda. On leaving the library, I stood in the anteroom again. This time I look across to the door on the left. I put the small book into my pocket and go to the door. It is also open and leads to a large kitchen with a large chimney over the stove. 2 long tables stand in the middle of the room, flanked by benches. Brass pots, copper pans, and other vessels stand on shelves along the walls. A large fat woman is standing at the stove, apparently the cook, wearing a checkered apron. I greet her, somewhat astonished. She too seems embarrassed. I ask her, "May I sit down for a while? It's cold outside and I must wait for something."
Please have a seat.
She wipes the table in front of me. Having nothing else to do, I take out my Thomas and begin to read. The cook is curious and looks at me furtively. Every once in a while she goes past me.
Excuse me, are you perhaps a clergyman?
No, why do you think so?
Oh, I just thought you might be because you are reading a small black book. My mother, may God rest her soul, left me such a book.
I see, and what book might that be?
It is called The Imitation of Christ. It's a very beautiful book. I often pray with it in the evenings.
You have guessed well. I too am reading The Imitation of Christ.
I don't believe that a man like you would read such a book unless he were a pastor.
Why shouldn't I read it? It also does me good to read a proper book.
My mother, God bless her, had it with her on her deathbed, and she gave it to me before she died.
I browse through the book absent-mindedly while she is speaking. My eyes fall on the following passage in the 19th chapter. The righteous base their intentions more on the mercy of God, which in whatever they undertake they trust more than their own wisdom. This is the intuitive method that Thomas recommends. It occurs to me. I turn to the cook. Your mother was a clever woman, and she did well to give you this book.
Yes, indeed. It has often comforted me in difficult hours, and it always provides good counsel.
I become immersed in my thoughts again. I believe one can also follow one's own nose. That would also be the intuitive method. But the beautiful way in which Christ does this must nevertheless be of special value. I would like to imitate Christ. An inner disquiet seizes me. What is supposed to happen? I hear an odd swishing and whirring, and suddenly a roaring sound fills the room like a horde of large birds, with a frenzied flapping of wings. I see many shadow-like human forms rush past, and I hear a manifold babble of voices utter the words.
Let us pray in the temple.
Where are you rushing off to? I call out. A bearded man with tousled hair and dark shining eyes stops and turns toward me.
We are wandering to Jerusalem to pray at the most holy sepulchre.
Take me with you.
You cannot join us. You have a body, but we are dead.
Who are you?
I am Ezekiel, and I am an Anabaptist.
Who are those wandering with you?
These are my fellow believers.
Why are you wandering?
We cannot stop, but must make a pilgrimage to all the holy places.
What drives you to this?
I don't know, but it seems that we still have no peace, although we died in true belief.
Why do you have no peace if you died in true belief?
It always seems to me as if we had not come to a proper end with life.
Remarkable. How so?
It seems to me that we forgot something important that should also have been lived.
And what was that?
Would you happen to know?
With these words he reaches out greedily and uncannily toward me, his eyes shining as if from inner heat. Let go, Daimon, you did not live your animal. The cook is standing in front of me with a horrified face. She has taken me by the arm and grips me firmly.
For God's sake. Help, what's wrong with you? Are you in a bad way?
I look at her astonished and wonder where I really am. But soon strange people burst in. Among them the librarian, infinitely astonished and dismayed at first, then laughing maliciously.
Oh, I might have known. Quick, the police.
Before I can collect myself, I am pushed through a crowd of people into a van. I am still clutching my copy of Thomas and ask myself, what would he say to this new situation? I open the booklet, and my eyes fall on the 13th chapter, where it says, "So long as we live here on earth, we cannot escape temptation. There is no man who is so perfect, and no saint so sacred, that he cannot be tempted on occasion." Yes, we can hardly be without temptation. Wise Thomas, you always come up with the right answer. That crazy Anabaptist certainly had no such knowledge, or he might have made a peaceful end. He also could have read it in Cicero. Satiety of all things causes satiety of life. One is satiated with life, and the time is ripe for death. This knowledge had evidently brought me into conflict with society. I was flanked by policemen left and right. Well, I said to them, you can let me go now.
Yes, we know all about this. Now just you hold your peace.
So, we are obviously heading for the madhouse. That is a high price to pay. But one can go this way too, it seems. It's not so strange, since thousands of our fellows take that path. We have arrived. A large gate, a hall, a friendly bustling superintendent, and now also 2 doctors. One of them is a small fat professor.
What's that book you've got there?
It's Thomas à Kempis, The Imitation of Christ.
So, a form of religious madness, perfectly clear, religious paranoia. You see, my dear, nowadays, the imitation of Christ leads to the madhouse.
That is hardly to be doubted, Professor.
The man has wit. He is obviously somewhat maniacally aroused. Do you hear voices?
You bet. Today it was a huge throng of Anabaptists that swarmed through the kitchen.
Now, there we have it. Are the voices following you?
Oh no, heaven forbid I summon them.
Ah, this is yet another case that clearly indicates that hallucinations directly call up voices. This belongs in the case history. Would you immediately make a note of that, Doctor?
With all due respect, Professor, may I say that it is absolutely not abnormal, but much rather the intuitive method.
Excellent. The fellow also uses neologisms. Well, I suppose we have an adequately clear diagnosis. Anyway, I wish you a good recovery, and make sure you stay quiet.
But Professor, I'm not at all sick. I feel perfectly well.
Look, my dear, you don't have any insight into your illness yet. The prognosis is naturally pretty bad, with at best limited recovery.
Professor, can the man keep the book?
Well, I suppose so, as it seems to be a harmless prayer book.
Now my clothes are inventoried, then the bath, and now I'm taken off to the ward. I enter a large sick room, where I'm told to get into bed. The person to my left is lying motionless with a transfixed gaze, while the one to the right appears to possess a brain whose girth and weight are shrinking. I enjoy perfect silence. The problem of madness is profound. Divine. Madness, a higher form of the irrationality of the life streaming through us. At any rate, a madness that cannot be integrated into present-day society. But how? What if the form of society were integrated into madness? At this point things grow dark, and there is no end in sight. The growing plant sprouts a sapling on its right-hand side, and when this is completely formed, the natural urge to grow will not develop beyond the final bud, but flows back into the stem, into the mother of the sprig, paving an uncertain way in the dark and through the stem, and finally finding the right position on the left where it sprouts a new sapling. But this new direction of growth is completely opposed to the previous one. And yet the plant nevertheless grows regularly in this way, without overstraining or disturbing its balance. On the right is my thinking, on the left is my feeling. I enter the space of my feeling which was previously unknown to me, and see with astonishment the difference between my two rooms. I cannot help laughing. Many laugh instead of crying. I have stepped from the right foot onto the left, and wince, struck by inner pain. The difference between hot and cold is too great. I leave the spirit of this world which has thought Christ through to the end, and step over into that other funny, frightful realm in which I can find Christ again. The imitation of Christ led me to the Master himself, and to his astonishing kingdom. I do not know what I want there. I can only follow the Master who governs this other realm in me. In this realm other laws are valid than the guidelines of my wisdom. Here the mercy of God, which I had never relied on for good practical reasons, is the highest law of action. The mercy of God signifies a particular state of the soul in which I entrust myself to all neighbors with trembling and hesitation, and with the mightiest outlay of hope that everything will work out well. I can no longer say that this or that goal should be reached, or that this or that reason should pply because it is good. Instead, I grope through mist and night. No line emerges, no law appears. Instead, everything is thoroughly and convincingly accidental. As a matter of fact, even terribly accidental. But one thing becomes dreadfully clear, namely that contrary to my earlier way and all its insights and intentions, henceforth all is error. It becomes ever more apparent that nothing leads, as my hope sought to persuade me, but that everything misleads. And suddenly, to your shivering horror, it becomes clear to you that you have fallen into the boundless, the abyss, the inanity of eternal chaos. It rushes toward you as if carried by the roaring wings of a storm, the hurtling waves of the sea. Every man has a quiet place in his soul, where everything is self-evident and easily explainable, a place to which he likes to retire from the confusing possibilities of life, because there everything is simple and clear, with a manifest and limited purpose. About nothing else in the world can a man say with the same conviction as he does of this place. You are nothing but. And indeed he has said it. And even this place is a smooth surface, an everyday wall, nothing more than a snugly sheltered and frequently polished crust over the mystery of chaos. If you break through this most everyday of walls, the overwhelming stream of chaos will flood in. Chaos is not single, but an unending multiplicity. It is not formless, otherwise it would be single, but it is filled with figures that have a confusing and overwhelming effect due to their fullness. These figures are the dead, not just your dead, that is, all the images of the shapes you took in the past, which your ongoing life has left behind, but also the thronging dead of human history, the ghostly procession of the past, which is an ocean compared to the drops of your own lifespan. I see behind you, behind the mirror of your eyes, the crush of dangerous shadows, the dead, who look greedily through the empty sockets of your eyes, who moan and hope to gather up through you all the loose ends of the ages, which sigh in them. Your cluelessness does not prove anything. Put your ear to that wall, and you will hear the rustling of their procession. Now you know why you lodge the simplest and most easily explained matters in just that spot, why you praise that peaceful seat as the most secure, so that no one, least of all yourself, would unearth the mystery there. For this is the place where day and night agonizingly merge. What you excluded from your life, what you renounced and damned, everything that was and could have gone wrong, awaits you behind that wall before which you sit quietly. If you read the books of history, you will find men who sought the strange and incredible, who ensnared themselves and who were held captive by others in wolves' lairs. Men who sought the highest and the lowest, and who were wiped by fate incomplete from the tablets of the living. Few of the living know of them, and these few appreciate nothing about them, but shake their heads at such delusion. While you mock them, one of them stands behind you, panting from rage and despair at the fact that your stupor does not attend to him. He besieges you in sleepless nights. Sometimes he takes hold of you in an illness. Sometimes he crosses your intentions. He makes you overbearing and greedy. He pricks your longing for everything, which avails you nothing. He devours your success in discord. He accompanies you as your evil spirit, to whom you can grant no release. Have you heard of those dark ones who roamed incognito alongside those who ruled the day, conspiratorially causing unrest? Who devised cunning things and did not shrink from any crime to honor their God? Beside them place Christ, who was the greatest among them. It was too little for him to break the world, so he broke himself. And therefore he was the greatest of them all, and the powers of this world did not reach him. But I speak of the dead who fell prey to power, broken by force and not by themselves. Their hordes people the land of the soul. If you accept them, they fill you with delusion and rebellion against what rules the world. From the deepest and from the highest they devised the most dangerous things. They were not of a common nature, but fine blades of the hardest steel. They would have nothing to do with the small lives of men. They lived on the heights and accomplished the lowest. They forgot only one thing. They did not live their animal. The animal does not rebel against its own kind. Consider animals. How just they are, how well behaved, how they keep to the time honored, how loyal they are to the land that bears them, how they hold to their accustomed routes, how they care for their young, how they go together to pasture, and how they draw one another to the spring. There is not one that conceals its overabundance of prey and lets its brother starve as a result. There is not one that tries to enforce its will on those of its own kind. Not a one mistakenly imagines that it is an elephant when it is a mosquito. The animal lives fittingly and true to the life of its species, neither exceeding nor falling short of it. He who never lives his animal must treat his brother like an animal. Abase yourself and live your animal so that you will be able to treat your brother correctly. You will thus redeem all those roaming dead who strive to feed on the living. And do not turn anything you do into a law, since that is the hubris of power. When the time has come and you open the door to the dead, your horrors will also afflict your brother, for your countenance proclaims the disaster. Hence withdraw and enter solitude, since no one can give you counsel if you wrestle with the dead. Do not cry for help if the dead surround you. Otherwise the living will take flight, and they are your only bridge to the day. Live the life of the day, and do not speak of mysteries, but dedicate the night to bringing about the salvation of the dead. For whoever well-meaningly tears you away from the dead has rendered you the worst service, since he has torn your life branch from the tree of divinity. He also sins against restoring what was created and later subjugated and lost. For the earnest expectation of the creature waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of God. For the creature was made subject to vanity, not willingly, but by reason of him who hath subjected the same in hope, because the creature itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation groaneth and travelleth in pain together until now. Every step upward will restore a step downward, so that the dead will be delivered into freedom. The creating of the new shrinks from the day, since its essence is secret. It prepares the destruction of precisely this day in the hope of leading it over into a new creation. Something evil is attached to the creation of the new, which you cannot proclaim loudly. The animal that looks for new hunting grounds cowers slinking and sniffing on dark paths, and does not want to be surprised. Please consider that it is the suffering of the creative that they carry something evil in them, leprosy of the soul that separates them from its danger. They could praise their leprosy as a virtue, and could indeed do so out of virtuousness. But this would be doing what Christ does, and would therefore be his imitation. For only one was Christ, and only one could violate the laws as he did. It is impossible to commit higher infringements on his path. Fulfill that which comes to you. Break the Christ in yourself, so that you may arrive at yourself, and ultimately at your animal, which is well behaved in its herd and unwilling to infringe its laws. May it suffice in terms of transgression that you do not imitate Christ, since thereby you take a step back from Christianity and a step beyond it. Christ brought salvation through adeptness, and ineptitude will save you. Have you counted the dead whom the Master of Sacrifice honored? Have you asked them for whose sake they believe they have suffered death? Have you entered the beauty of their thoughts and the purity of their intention? And they shall go forth, and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me. For their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched. Thus do penance, consider what fell victim to death for the sake of Christianity, lay it before you and force yourself to accept it. For the dead need salvation. The number of the unredeemed dead has become greater than the number of living Christians. Therefore it is time that we accept the dead. Do not throw yourself against what has become, enraged or bent in destruction. What will you put in its place? Do you not know that if you are successful in destroying what has become, you will then turn the will of destruction against yourself? But anyone who makes destruction their goal will perish through self-destruction. Much rather respect what has become, since reverence is a blessing. Then turn to the dead, listen to their lament, and accept them with love. Be not their blind spokesman. There are prophets who in the end have stoned themselves. But we seek salvation, and hence we need to revere what has become and to accept the dead, who have fluttered through the air and lived like bats under our roofs since time immemorial. The new will be built on the old, and the meaning of what has become will become manifold. Your poverty in what has become you will thus deliver into the wealth of the future. What seeks to distance you from Christianity and its holy rule of love are the dead, who could find no peace in the Lord since their uncompleted work has followed them. A new salvation is always a restoring of the previously lost. Did not Christ himself restore bloody human sacrifice, which better customs had expelled from sacred practice since days of old? Did he not himself reinstate the sacred practice of the eating of human sacrifice? In your sacred practice, that which earlier laws condemned will once again be included. However, just as Christ brought back human sacrifice and the eating of the sacrificed, all this happened to him and not to his brother, since Christ placed above it the highest law of love, so that no brother would come to harm as a result, but so that all could rejoice in the restoration. The same thing happened as in ancient times, but now under the law of love. So if you have no reverence for what has become, you will destroy the law of love. And what will become of you then? You will be forced to restore what was before, namely violent deeds, murder, wrongdoing, and contempt of your brother. And one will be alien to the other, and confusion will rule. Therefore you should have reverence for what has become, so that the law of love may become redemption through the restoration of the lower and of the past, not perdition through the boundless mastery of the dead. But the spirits of those who die before their time will live, for the sake of our present incompleteness, in dark hordes in the rafters of our houses and besiege our ears with urgent laments, until we grant them redemption through restoring what has existed since ancient times under the rule of love. What we call temptation is the demand of the dead who passed away prematurely and incomplete through the guilt of the good and of the law. For no good is so complete that it could not do injustice and break what should not be broken. We are a blinded race. We live only on the surface, only in the present, and think only of tomorrow. We deal roughly with the past in that we do not accept the dead. We want to work only with visible success. Above all, we want to be paid. We would consider it insane to do hidden work that does not visibly serve men. There is no doubt that the necessity of life forced us to prefer only those fruits one can taste. But who suffers more from the tempting and misleading influence of the dead than those who have gone wholly missing on the surface of the world? There is one necessary but hidden and strange work, a major work, which you must do in secret, for the sake of the dead. He who cannot attain his own visible field and vineyard is held fast by the dead, who demand the work of atonement from him. And until he has fulfilled his, he cannot get to his outer work, since the dead do not let him. He shall have to search his soul and act in stillness at their behest and complete the mystery, so that the dead will not let him. Do not look forward so much, but back and into yourself, so that you will not fail to hear the dead. It belongs to the way of Christ that he ascends with few of the living, but many of the dead. His work was the salvation of the despised and lost, for whose sake he was crucified between two criminals. I suffer my agony between two madmen. I enter the truth if I descend. Become accustomed to being alone with the dead. It is difficult, but this is precisely how you will discover the worth of your living companions. What the ancients did for their dead. You seem to believe that you can absolve yourself from the care of the dead, and from the work that they so greatly demand, since what is dead is past. You excuse yourself with your disbelief in the immortality of the soul. Do you think that the dead do not exist because you have devised the impossibility of immortality? You believe in your idols of words. The dead produce effects, that is sufficient. In the inner world there is no explaining away, as little as you can explain away the sea in the outer world. You must finally understand your purpose in explaining away, namely to seek protection. I accepted the chaos, and in the following night, my soul approached me. Nox Tertia. My soul spoke to me in a whisper, urgently and alarmingly.
Words, words, do not make too many words. Be silent and listen. Have you recognized your madness, and do you admit it? Have you noticed that all your foundations are completely mired in madness? Do you not want to recognize your madness and welcome it in a friendly manner? You wanted to accept everything. So accept madness too. Let the light of your madness shine, and it will suddenly dawn on you. Madness is not to be despised and not to be feared, but instead you should give it life.
Your words sound hard, and the task you set me is difficult.
If you want to find paths, you should also not spurn madness, since it makes up such a great part of your nature.
I didn't know that this is so.
Be glad that you can recognize it, for you will thus avoid becoming its victim. Madness is a special form of the spirit and clings to all teachings and philosophies, but even more to daily life, since life itself is full of craziness and at bottom utterly illogical. Man strives toward reason only so that he can make rules for himself. Life itself has no rules. That is its mystery and its unknown law. What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life.
That all sounds very desolate, but nevertheless it prompts me to disagree.
You have nothing to disagree with. You are in the madhouse.
There stands the fat little professor. Had he spoken this way? And had I taken him for my soul?
Yes, my dear, you are confused. Your speech is completely incoherent.
I too believe that I've completely lost myself. Am I really crazy? It's all terribly confusing. There stands the fat little professor. Had he spoken this way? And had I taken him for my soul?
Have patience, everything will work out. Anyway, sleep well.
Thank you, but I'm afraid. Everything inside me is in utter disarray. Matters are becoming serious, and chaos is approaching. Is this the ultimate bottom? Is chaos also a foundation? If only there weren't these terrible waves. Everything breaks asunder like black billows. Yes, I see and understand. It is the ocean, the almighty nocturnal tide. A ship moves there, a large steamer. I'm just about to enter the smoking parlor. Many people, beautiful clothes. They all look at me astonished. Someone comes up to me and says,
"What's the matter? You look just like a ghost. What happened?"
"Nothing. That is, I believe that I have gone crazy. The floor sways, everything moves."
"The sea is somewhat rough this evening. That's all. Have a hot toddy, you're seasick."
You're right. I am seasick, but in a special way. I'm really in a madhouse.
"Well now, you're joking again. Life is returning."
Do you call that wit? Just now the professor pronounced me truly and utterly mad. The fat little professor is actually sitting at a green-covered table playing cards. He turns toward me when he hears me speak and laughs.
Well, where did you get to? Come here. Would you like a drink too? You're quite a character, I must say. You've put all the ladies in quite a flurry this evening.
Professor, for me this is no longer a joke. Just now I was your patient. The parlor erupts in unbridled laughter.
I hope that I haven't upset you too much.
Well, to be committed is no small matter. The person to whom I had been speaking before suddenly comes up to me and looks me in the face. He is a man with a black beard, a tousled head of hair, and dark shining eyes. He speaks to me vehemently.
"Something worse happened to me. It's 5 years now that I've been here."
I realize that it is my neighbor, who has apparently awakened from his apathy and is now sitting on my bed. He goes on speaking fiercely and urgently.
"But I am Nietzsche, only rebaptized. I am also Christ the Savior and appointed to save the world, but they won't let me."
Who won't let you?
"The devil. We are in hell. But of course, you haven't noticed it yet. I didn't realize until the second year of my time here that the director is the devil."
You mean the professor? That sounds incredible.
"You're an ignoramus. I was supposed to marry the mother of God long ago, but the professor, that devil, has her in his power. Every evening when the sun goes down, he gets her with child. In the morning before sunrise, she gives birth to it. Then all the devils come together and kill the child in a gruesome manner. I distinctly hear his cries."
But what you have told me is pure mythology.
"You're crazy and understand nothing of it. You belong in the madhouse. My God, why does my family always shut me in with crazy people? I'm supposed to save the world. I'm the savior."
He lies down again and sinks back into his lassitude. I clutch the sides of my bed to protect myself against the terrible waves. I stare at the wall so that I can at least latch onto something with my eyes. A horizontal line runs along the wall, which is painted a darker color beneath. A radiator stands in front of it. It is a railing, and I can see the sea beyond it. The line is the horizon, and there the sun now rises in red glory, solitary and magnificent. In it is a cross from which a serpent hangs, or is it a bull slit open, as at the slaughterhouse, or is it an ass? I suppose it is really a ram with a crown of thorns, or is it the crucified one, myself? The sun of martyrdom has arisen, and is pouring bloody rays over the sea. This spectacle lasts a long time. The sun rises higher, its rays grow brighter and hotter, and the sun burns down white on a blue sea. The swell has subsided. A charitable and quiet summer dawn lies on the shimmering sea. The salty smell of water rises up. A faint wide surf breaks on the sand with a dull thunder, and returns incessantly 12 times, the strokes of the world clock. The 12th hour is complete, and now silence enters. No noise, no breeze. Everything is rigid and deathly still. I wait, secretly anxious. I see a tree arise from the sea. Its crown reaches to heaven, and its roots reach down into hell. I am completely alone and disheartened and gaze from afar. It is as if all life had flown from me and completely passed into the incomprehensible and fearful. I am utterly weak and incapable. Salvation, I whisper. A strange voice speaks.
There is no salvation here. You must remain calm, or you will disturb the others. It is night and the other people want to sleep.
I see, it's the attendant. The room is dimly lit by a weak lamp and sadness weighs on the room. I couldn't find the way.
You don't need to find a way now.
He speaks the truth. The way, or whatever it might be on which people go, is our way, the right way. There are no paved ways into the future. We say that it is this way, and it is. We build roads by going on. Our life is the truth that we seek. Only my life is the truth above all. We create the truth by living it. This is the night in which all the dams broke, where what was previously solid moved, where the stones turned into serpents and everything living froze. Is this a web of words? If it is a hellish web for those caught in it. There are hellish webs of words, only words, but what are words? Be tentative with words, value them well, take safe words, words without catches, do not spin them with one another so that no webs arise, for you are the first who is ensnared in them. For words have meanings. With words you pull up the underworld. Word, the paltriest and the mightiest. In words the emptiness and the fullness flow together. Hence the word is an image of God. The word is the greatest and the smallest that man created, just as what is created through man is the greatest and the smallest. So if I fall prey to the web of words, I fall prey to the greatest and the smallest. I am at the mercy of the sea, of the inchoate waves that are forever changing place. Their essence is movement and movement is their order. He who strives against waves is exposed to the arbitrary. The work of men is steady, but it swims upon chaos. The striving of men seems like lunacy to him who comes from the sea. But men consider him mad. He who comes from the sea is sick. He can hardly bear the gaze of men. For to him they all seem to be drunk and foolish from sleep-inducing poisons. They want to come to your rescue, and as for accepting help, for sure you would like less of that, rather than swindling your way into their company and being completely like one who has never seen the chaos but only talks about it. But for him who has seen the chaos, there is no more hiding, because he knows that the bottom sways and knows what this swaying means. He has seen the order and the disorder of the endless. He knows the unlawful laws. He knows the sea and can never forget it. The chaos is terrible, days full of lead, nights full of horror. But just as Christ knew that he was the way, the truth, and the life, in that the new torment and the renewed salvation came into the world through him. I know that chaos must come over men, and that the hands of those who unknowingly and unsuspectingly break through the thin walls that separate us from the sea are busy. For this is our way, our truth, and our life. Just as the disciples of Christ recognized that God had become flesh and lived among them as a man, we now recognize that the anointed of this time is a God who does not appear in the flesh. He is no man and yet is a son of man, but in spirit and not in flesh. Hence he can be born only through the spirit of men as the conceiving womb of the God. What is done to this God you do to the lowest in yourself under the law of love, according to which nothing is cast out. For how else should your lowest be saved from depravity? Who should accept the lowest in you if you do not? But he who does it not from love but from pride, selfishness, and greed is damned. None of the damnation is cast out either. If you accept the lowest in you, suffering is unavoidable, since you do the base thing and build up what lay in ruin. There are many graves and corpses in us, an evil stench of decomposition. Just as Christ through the torment of sanctification subjugated the flesh, so the God of this time through the torment of sanctification will subjugate the spirit. Just as Christ tormented the flesh through the spirit, the God of this time will torment the spirit through the flesh. For our spirit has become an impertinent whore, a slave to words created by men and no longer the divine word itself. The lowest in you is the source of mercy, We take this sickness upon ourselves, the inability to find peace, the baseness, and the contemptibility, so that the God can be healed and radiantly ascend, purged of the decomposition of death and the mud of the underworld. The despicable prisoner will ascend to his salvation shining and wholly healed. Is there a suffering that would be too great to want to undergo for our God? You only see the one, and do not notice the other. But when there is one, so there is also another, and that is the lowest in you. But the lowest in you is also the eye of the evil that stares at you and looks at you coldly and sucks your light down into the dark abyss. Bless the hand that keeps you up there, the smallest humanity, the lowest living thing. Quite a few would prefer death, since Christ imposed bloody sacrifice on humanity. The renewed God will also not spare bloodshed. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth at the wine-fat. I have trodden the winepress alone, and no one is with me. I have trodden myself down in my anger, and trampled upon myself in my fury. Hence my blood has spattered my clothes, and I have stained my robe. For I have afforded myself a day of vengeance, and the year to redeem myself has come. And I looked around, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was no one who stood by me. Therefore my own arm must save me, and my fury upheld me. And I trod myself down in my rage, and made myself drunk in my fury, and spilt my blood on the earth. For I took my misdeed upon myself, so that the God would be healed. Just as Christ said that he did not come to make peace, but brought the sword, so he in whom Christ becomes complete will not give himself peace, but a sword. He will rebel against himself, and one will be turned against the other in him. He will also hate that which he loves in himself. He will be castigated and himself mocked, and given over to the torment of crucifixion, and no one will aid him or soothe his torment. Just as Christ was crucified between the two thieves, our lowest lies on either side of our way. And just as one thief went to hell and the other rose up to heaven, the lowest in us will be sundered in two halves on the day of our judgment. The one is destined for damnation and death, and the other will rise up. But it will take a long time until you see what is destined for death and what is destined for life, since the lowest in you is still unseparated and one, and in a deep sleep. If I accept the lowest in me, I lower a seed into the ground of hell. The seed is invisibly small, but the tree of my life grows from it and conjoins the below with the above. At both ends there is fire and blazing embers. The above is fiery and the below is fiery. Between the unbearable fires grows your life. You hang between these two poles. In an immeasurably frightening movement, the stretched hanging welters up and down. We thus fear our lowest, since that which one does not possess is forever united with the chaos and takes part in its mysterious ebb and flow. Insofar as I accept the lowest in me, precisely that red glowing sun of the depths, and thus fall victim to the confusion of chaos, the upper shining sun also rises. Therefore he who strives for the highest finds the deepest. To deliver the men of his time from the stretched hanging, Christ effectively took this torment upon himself and taught them. Be crafty like serpents and guileless like doves. For craftiness counsels against chaos, and guilelessness veils its terrible aspect. Thus men could take the safe middle path, hedged both upward and downward. But the dead of the above and the below mounted, and their demands grew ever louder. And both the noble and the wicked rose up again, and, unaware, broke the law of the mediator. They flung open doors both above and below. They drew many after them to higher and lower madness, thereby sowing confusion and preparing the way of what is to come. But he who goes into the one and not also at the same time into the other by accepting what comes toward him, will simply teach and live the one and turn it into a reality. For he will be its victim. When you go into the one and hence consider the other approaching you as your enemy, you will fight against the other. You will do so because you fail to recognize that the other is also in you. On the contrary, you think that the other comes somehow from without, and you think that you also catch sight of it in the views and actions of your fellow men which clash with yours. You thus fight the other and are completely blinded. But he who accepts what approaches him because it is also in him, quarrels and wrangles no more, but looks into himself and keeps silent. He sees the tree of life, whose roots reach into hell and whose top touches heaven. He also no longer knows differences. Who is right? What is holy? What is genuine? What is good? What is correct? He knows only one difference, the difference between below and above. For he sees that the tree of life grows from below to above, and that it has its crown at the top, clearly differentiated from the roots. To him this is unquestionable. Hence he knows the way to salvation. To unlearn all distinctions save that concerning direction is part of your salvation. Hence you free yourself from the old curse of the knowledge of good and evil. Because you separated good from evil according to your best appraisal, and aspired only to the good, and denied the evil that you committed nevertheless, and failed to accept. Your roots no longer suckled the dark nourishment of the depths, and your tree became sick and withered. Therefore the ancients said that after Adam had eaten the apple, the tree of paradise withered. Your life needs the dark. But if you know that it is evil, you can no longer accept it, and you suffer anguish, and you do not know why. Nor can you accept it as evil, else your good will reject you. Nor can you deny it, since you know good and evil. Because of this the knowledge of good and evil was an insurmountable curse. But if you return to primal chaos, and if you feel and recognize that which hangs stretched between the two unbearable poles of fire, you will notice that you can no longer separate good and evil conclusively, neither through feeling nor through knowledge, but that you can discern the direction of growth only from below to above. You thus forget the distinction between good and evil, and you no longer know it as long as your tree grows from below to above. But as soon as growth stops, what was united in growth falls apart, and once more you recognize good and evil. You can never deny your knowledge of good and evil to yourself, so that you could betray your good in order to live evil. For as soon as you separate good and evil, you recognize them. They are united only in growth. But you grow if you stand still in the greatest doubt, and therefore steadfastness in great doubt is a veritable flower of life. He who cannot bear doubt does not bear himself. Such a one is doubtful. He does not grow, and hence he does not live. Doubt is the sign of the strongest and the weakest. The strong have doubt, but doubt has the weak. Therefore the weakest is close to the strongest, and if he can say to his doubt, I have you, then he is the strongest. But no one can say yes to his doubt, unless he endures wide-open chaos. Because there are so many among us who can talk about anything, pay heed to what they live. What someone says can be very much or very little. Thus examine his life. My speech is neither light nor dark, since it is the speech of someone who is growing. Nox Quarta. I hear the roaring of the morning wind, which comes over the mountains. The night is overcome, when all my life was subject to eternal confusion and stretched out between the poles of fire. My soul speaks to me in a bright voice.
The door should be lifted off its hinges to provide a free passage between here and there, between yes and no, between above and below, between left and right. Airy passages should be built between all opposed things. Light, smooth streets should lead from one pole to the other. Scales should be set up, whose pointer sways gently. A flame should burn that cannot be blown out by the wind. A stream should flow to its deepest goal. The herds of wild animals should move to their feeding grounds along their old game paths. Life should proceed from birth to death, from death to birth, unbroken like the path of the sun. Everything should proceed on this path.
Thus speaks my soul. But I toy casually and terribly with myself. Is it day or night? Am I asleep or awake? Am I alive, or have I already died? Blind darkness besieges me, a great wall, a gray worm of twilight crawls along it. It has a round face and laughs. The laughter is convulsive and actually relieving. I open my eyes. The fat cook is standing before me.
You're a sound sleeper, I must say. You've slept for more than an hour.
Really? Have I slept? I must have dreamed. What a dreadful play. Did I fall asleep in this kitchen? Is this really the realm of mothers?
Have a glass of water. You're still thoroughly drowsy.
Yes, this sleep can make one drunk. Where is my Thomas? There it lies, open at the 21st chapter. My soul, in everything and yet beyond everything, You must find your rest in the Lord, for he is the eternal rest of the saints. I read this sentence aloud. Is not every word followed by a question mark?
If you fell asleep with this sentence, you must really have had a beautiful dream.
I certainly dreamed, and I will think about the dream. Incidentally, can you tell me whose cook you are?
The librarian's. He loves good cooking, and I have been with him for many years. If you fell asleep with this sentence, you must really have had a beautiful dream.
Oh, I had no idea that the librarian had such a cook.
Yes, you must know that he's a gourmet.
Farewell, Madam Cook, and thank you for the accommodation.
You are most welcome, and the pleasure was entirely mine.
Now I am outside. So that was the librarian's cook. Does he really know what food is prepared inside? He has certainly never gone in there for a temple sleep. I think that I'll return the Thomas à Kempis to him. I enter the library.
Good evening. Here you are again.
Good evening, sir. I've come to return the Thomas. I sat down for a bit in your kitchen next door to read, without suspecting that it's your kitchen.
Please, there's no problem whatsoever. Hopefully my cook received you well.
I can't complain about the reception. I even had an afternoon sleep over Thomas.
That doesn't surprise me. These prayer books are terribly boring.
Yes, for people like us. But your cook finds the little book very edifying.
Well, yes, for the cook.
Allow me the indiscreet question. Have you ever had an incubation sleep in your kitchen?
No, I've never entertained such a strange idea.
Let me say that you'd learn a lot that way about the nature of your kitchen. Good night, sir. After this conversation, I left the library and went outside into the anteroom where I approached the green curtains. I pushed them aside, and what did I see? I saw a high-ceilinged hall before me, with a supposedly magnificent garden in the background, Klingsor's magical garden. It occurred to me at once. I had entered a theater. Those two over there are part of the play. Amfortas and Kundry, or rather, just what am I looking at? It is the librarian and his cook. He is ailing and pale, and has a bad stomach. She is disappointed and furious. Klingsor is standing to the left, holding the feather the librarian used to tuck behind his ear. How closely Klingsor resembles me. What a repulsive play. But look, Parsifal enters from the left. How strange, he also looks like me. Klingsor venomously throws the feather at Parsifal. But the latter catches it calmly. The scene changes. It appears that the audience, in this case me, joins in during the last act. One must kneel down as the Good Friday service begins. Parsifal enters slowly, his head covered with a black helmet. The lion skin of Hercules adorns his shoulders, and he holds the club in his hand. He is also wearing modern black trousers in honor of the church holiday. I bristle and stretch out my hand avertingly, but the play goes on. Parsifal takes off his helmet. Yet there is no Gurnmans to atone for and consecrate him. Kundry stands in the distance, covering her head and laughing. The audience is enraptured and recognizes itself in Parsifal. He is I. I take off my armor layered with history and my chimerical decoration, and go to the spring wearing a white penitent's shirt, where I wash my feet and hands without the help of a stranger. Then I also take off my penitent's shirt and put on my civilian clothes. I walk out of the scene and approach myself, I who am still kneeling down in prayer as the audience. I rise and become one with myself. What would mockery be, if it were not true mockery? What would doubt be, if it were not true doubt? What would opposition be, if it were not true opposition? He who wants to accept himself must also really accept his other. But in the yes not every no is true, and in the no every yes is a lie. But since I can be in the yes today and in the no tomorrow, yes and no are both true and untrue. Whereas yes and no cannot yield because they exist, our concepts of truth and error can. I presume you would like to have certainty with regard to truth and error? Certainty within one or the other is not only possible, but also necessary, although certainty in one is protection and resistance against the other. If you are in one, your certainty about the one excludes the other. But how can you then reach the other? And why can the one not be enough for us? One cannot be enough for us since the other is in us. And if we were content with one, the other would suffer great need and afflict us with its hunger. But we misunderstand this hunger and still believe that we are hungry for the one and strive for it even more adamantly. Through this we cause the other in us to assert its demands on us even more strongly. If we are then ready to recognize the claim of the other in us, we can cross over into the other to satisfy it. But we can thus reach across, since the other has become conscious to us. Yet if our blinding through the one is strong, we become even more distant from the other, and a disastrous chasm between the one and the other opens up in us. The one becomes surfeited and the other becomes too hungry. The satiated grows lazy, and the hungry grows weak. And so we suffocate in fat, consumed by lack. This is sickness, but you see a lot of this type. It must be so, but it need not be so. There are grounds and causes enough that it is so, but we also want it not to be so. For man is afforded the freedom to overcome the cause, for he is creative in and of himself. If you have reached that freedom through the suffering of your spirit to accept the other despite your highest belief in the one, since you are at two, then your growth begins. If others mock me, it is nevertheless them doing this, and I can attribute guilt to them for this, and forget to mock myself. But he who cannot mock himself will be mocked by others. So accept your self-mockery, so that everything divine and heroic falls from you, and you become completely human. What is divine and heroic in you is a mockery to the other in you. For the sake of the other in you, set off your admired role, which you previously performed for your own self, and become who you are. He who has the luck and misfortune of a particular talent falls prey to believing that he is this gift. Hence he is also often its fool. A special gift is something outside of me. I am not the same as it. The nature of the gift has nothing to do with the nature of the man who carries it. It often even lives at the expense of the bearer's character. His character is marked by the disadvantage of his gift, indeed even through its opposite. Consequently, he is never at the height of his gift but always beneath it. If he accepts his other, he becomes capable of bearing his gift without disadvantage. But if he only wants to live in his gift and consequently rejects his other, he oversteps the mark, since the essence of his gift is extra-human and a natural phenomenon, which he in reality is not. All the world sees his error, and he becomes the victim of its mockery. Then he says that others mock him, while it is only the disregard of his other that makes him ridiculous. When the God enters my life, I return to my poverty for the sake of the God. I accept the burden of poverty and bear all my ugliness and ridiculousness, and also everything reprehensible in me. I thus relieve the God of all the confusion and absurdity that would befall him if I did not accept it. With this I prepare the way for the God's doing. What should happen? Has the darkest abyss been emptied and exhausted? Or what stands and waits down there, impending and red-hot? Which fire has not been put out, and which embers are still ablaze? We sacrificed innumerable victims to the dark depths, and yet it still demands more. What is this crazy desire craving satisfaction? Whose mad cries are these? Who among the dead suffers thus? Come here and drink blood, so that you can speak. Why do you reject the blood? Would you like milk? Or the red juice of the vine? Perhaps you would rather have love? Love for the dead? Being in love with the dead? Are you perhaps demanding the seeds of life for the fated 1,000-year-old body of the underworld? An unchaste incestuous lust for the dead? Something that makes the blood run cold. Are you demanding a lusty commingling with corpses? I spoke of acceptance, but you demand to seize, embrace, copulate? Are you demanding the desecration of the dead? That prophet, you say, lay on the child and placed his mouth on the child's mouth, and his eyes on its eyes, and his hands on its hands, and he thus splays himself over the boy, so that the child's body became warm. But he rose again, and went here and there in the house before he mounted anew, and spread himself over him again. The boy snorted 7 times. Then the boy opened his eyes. So shall your acceptance be, so shall you accept, not cool, not superior, not thought out, not obsequious, not as a self-chastisement, but with pleasure, precisely with this ambiguous and pure pleasure, whose ambiguity enables it to unite with the higher, with that wholly evil pleasure of which you do not know whether it be virtue or vice, with that pleasure which is lusty repulsiveness, lecherous fear, sexual immaturity. One wakens the dead with this pleasure. Your lowest is in a sleep resembling death, and needs the warmth of life which contains good and evil inseparably and indistinguishably. That is the way of life. You can call it neither evil nor good, neither pure nor impure. Yet this is not the goal, but the way and the crossing. It is also sickness and the beginning of recovery. It is the mother of all abominable deeds and all salutary symbols. It is the most primordial form of creation, the very first dark urge that flows through all secret hiding places and dark passages, with the unintentional lawfulness of water, and from unexpected places in the loose soil, swelling from the finest cracks to fructify the dry soil. It is the very first secret teacher of nature, teaching plants and animals the most astonishing and supremely clever skills and tricks, which we hardly know how to fathom. It is the great sage who has superhuman knowledge, who has the greatest of all the sciences, who makes order out of confusion, and who prophesies the future clairvoyantly out of ungraspable fullness. It is the serpent-like, perishable and beneficial, the dreadfully and ridiculously daemonic. It is the arrow that always hits the weakest spot, the spring root which opens the sealed treasure chambers. You can call it neither clever nor stupid, neither good nor evil, since its nature is inhuman throughout. It is the son of the earth, the dark one whom you should awaken. It is man and woman at the same time an immature sex, rich in interpretation and misinterpretation, so poor in meaning and yet so rich. This is the dead that cried loudest, that stood right at the bottom and waited, that suffered worst. It desired neither blood nor milk nor wine for the sacrifice of the dead, but the willingness of our flesh. Its longing paid no heed to the torment of our spirit which struggled and tortured itself to devise what cannot be devised, that hence tore itself apart and sacrificed itself. Not until our spirit lay dismembered on the altar did I hear the voice of the Son of the earth, and only then did I see that he was the great suffering one, who needed salvation. He is the chosen one since he was the most rejected. It is bad to have to say this, but perhaps I hear badly, or perhaps I misunderstand what the depths say. It is miserable to say as much, and yet I must say it. The depths are silent. He has arisen and now beholds the light of the sun, and is among the living. Restlessness and discord rose up with him, doubt and the fullness of life. Amen, it is finished. What was unreal is real. What was real is unreal. However, I may not, I do not want to, I cannot. O human wretchedness! O unwillingness in us! O doubt and despair! This is really Good Friday, upon which the Lord died and descended into hell and completed the mysteries. This is the Good Friday, when we complete the Christ in us, and we descend to hell ourselves. This the Good Friday on which we moan and cry to will the completion of Christ, for after his completion we go to hell. Christ was so powerful that his realm covered all the world, and only hell lay outside it. Who succeeded in crossing the borders of this realm with good grounds, pure conscience, and obeying the law of love. Who among the living is Christ and journeys to hell in living flesh. Who is it that expands the realm of Christ with hell? Who is it that is full of drunkenness while sober? Who is it that descended from being one into being two? Who is it that tore apart his own heart to unite what has been separated? I am he, the nameless one, who does not know himself and whose name is concealed even from himself. I have no name, since I have not yet existed, but have only just become. To myself, I am an Anabaptist and a stranger. I who I am not it, but I, who will be I before me and after me, am it. In that I abased myself. I elevated myself as another. In that I accepted myself. I divided myself into two, and in that I united myself with myself, I became the smaller part of myself. I am this in my consciousness. However, I am thus in my consciousness as if I were also separated from it. I am not in my second and greater state, as if I were this second and greater one myself, but I am always in ordinary consciousness, yet so separate and distinct from it, as if I were in my second and greater state, but without the consciousness of really being it. I have even become smaller and poorer, but precisely because of my smallness I can be conscious of the nearness of the great. I have been baptized with impure water for rebirth. A flame from the fire of hell awaited me above the baptismal basin. I have bathed myself with impurity, and I have cleansed myself with dirt. I received him, I accepted him, the divine brother, the son of the earth, the two-sexed and impure, and overnight he has become a man. His two incisors have broken through and light down covers his chin. I captured him, I overcame him, I embraced him. He demanded much from me and yet brought everything with him. For he is rich, the earth belongs to him. But his black horse has parted from him. Truly, I have shot down a proud enemy. I have forced a greater and stronger one to be my friend. Nothing should separate me from him, the dark one. If I want to leave him, he follows me like my shadow. If I do not think of him, he is still uncannily near. He will turn into fear if I deny him. I must amply commemorate him. I must prepare a sacrificial meal for him. I fill a plate for him at my table. Much that I would have done earlier for men, I now must do for him. Hence they consider me selfish, for they do not know that I go with my friend, and that many days are consecrated to him. But unrest has moved in, a quiet underground earthquake, a distant great roaring. Ways have been opened to the primordial and to the future. Miracles and terrible mysteries are close at hand. I feel the things that were and that will be. Behind the ordinary the eternal abyss yawns. The earth gives me back what it hid. The Three Prophecies. Wondrous things came nearer. I called my soul and asked her to dive down into the floods, whose distant roaring I could hear. This happened on January 22nd of the year 1914, as recorded in my black book. And thus she plunged into the darkness like a shot, and from the depths she called out,
Will you accept what I bring?
I will accept what you give. I do not have the right to judge or to reject.
So listen. There is old armor and the rusty gear of our fathers down here, murderous leather trappings hanging from them, worm-eaten lance shafts, twisted spearheads, broken arrows, rotten shields, skulls, the bones of man and horse, old cannons, catapults, crumbling firebrands, smashed assault gear, stone spearheads, stone clubs, sharp bones, chipped arrowhead teeth. Everything the battles of yore have littered the earth with. Will you accept all this?
I accept it. You know better, my soul.
I find painted stones, carved bones with magical signs, talismanic sayings on hanks of leather and small plates of lead, dirty pouches filled with teeth, human hair and fingernails, timbers lashed together, black orbs, moldy animal skins. All the superstitions hatched by dark prehistory. Will you accept all this?
I accept it all. How should I dismiss anything?
But I find worse. Fratricide, cowardly mortal blows, torture, child sacrifice, the annihilation of whole peoples, arson, betrayal, war, rebellion. Will you also accept this?
Also this, if it must be. How can I judge?
I find epidemics, natural catastrophes, sunken ships, razed cities, frightful feral savagery, famines, human meanness, and fear, whole mountains of fear.
So shall it be, since you give it.
I find the treasures of all past cultures, magnificent images of gods, spacious temples, paintings, papyrus rolls, sheets of parchment with the characters of bygone languages, books full of lost wisdom, hymns and chants of ancient priests, stories told down the ages through thousands of generations.
That is an entire world, whose extent I cannot grasp. How can I accept it?
But you wanted to accept everything? You do not know your limits. Can you not limit yourself?
I must limit myself. Who could ever grasp such wealth?
Be content and cultivate your garden with modesty.
I will. I see that it is not worth conquering a larger piece of the immeasurable, but a smaller one instead. A well-tended small garden is better than an ill-tended large garden. Both gardens are equally small when faced with the immeasurable, but unequally cared for.
Take shears and prune your trees.
From the flooding darkness the sun of the earth had brought, my soul gave me ancient things that pointed to the future. She gave me 3 things. The misery of war, the darkness of magic, and the gift of religion. If you are clever, you will understand that these three things belong together. These three mean the unleashing of chaos and its power, just as they also mean the binding of chaos. War is obvious and everybody sees it. Magic is dark and no one sees it. Religion is still to come, but it will become evident. Did you think that the horrors of such atrocious warfare would come over us? Did you think that magic existed? Did you think about a new religion? I sat up for long nights and looked ahead at what was to come, and I shuddered. Do you believe me? I am not too concerned. What should I believe? What should I disbelieve? I saw and I shuddered, but my spirit could not grasp the monstrous, and could not conceive the extent of what was to come. The force of my longing languished, and powerless sank the harvesting hands. I felt the burden of the most terrible work of the times ahead. I saw where and how, but no word can grasp it, no will can conquer it. I could not do otherwise. I let it sink again into the depths. I cannot give it to you, and I can speak only of the way of what is to come. Little good will come to you from outside. What will come to you lies within yourself. But what lies there? I would like to avert my eyes, close my ears, and deny all my senses. I would like to be someone among you, who knows nothing and who never saw anything. It is too much and too unexpected. But I saw it, and my memory will not leave me alone. Yet I curtail my longing, which would like to stretch out into the future, and I return to my small garden that presently blooms and whose extent I can measure. It shall be well tended. The future should be left to those of the future. I return to the small and the real, for this is the great way, the way of what is to come. I return to my simple reality, to my undeniable and most minuscule being. And I take a knife and hold court over everything that has grown without measure and goal. Forests have grown around me, winding plants have climbed up me, and I am completely covered by endless proliferation. The depths are inexhaustible, they give everything. Everything is as good as nothing. Keep a little and you have something. To recognize and know your ambition and your greed, to gather your craving, to cultivate it, grasp it, make it serviceable, influence it, master it, order it, to give it interpretations and meanings is extravagant. It is lunacy, like everything that transcends its boundaries. How can you hold that which you are not? Would you really like to force everything which you are not under the yoke of your wretched knowledge and understanding? Remember that you can know yourself, and with that you know enough. But you cannot know others and everything else. Beware of knowing what lies beyond yourself, or else your presumed knowledge will suffocate the life of those who know themselves. A knower may know himself. That is his limit. With a painful slice, I cut off what I pretended to know about what lies beyond me. I excise myself from the cunning interpretive loops that I gave to what lies beyond me. And my knife cuts even deeper and separates me from the meanings that I conferred upon myself. I cut down to the marrow, until everything meaningful falls from me, until I am no longer as I might seem to myself, until I know only that I am without knowing what I am. I want to be poor and bare, and I want to stand naked before the inexorable. I want to be my body and its poverty. I want to be from the earth and live its law. I want to be my human animal and accept all its frights and desires. I want to go through the wailing and the blessedness of the one who stood alone with a poor unarmed body on the sunlit earth, a prey of his drives and of the lurking wild animals, who was terrified by ghosts and dreaming of distant gods, who belonged to what was near and was enemy to the far off, who struck fire from stones, and whose herds were stolen by unknowable powers that also destroyed the crops of his fields, and who neither knew nor recognized, but who lived by what lay at hand and received by grace what lay far off. He was a child and unsure, yet full of certainty, weak and yet blessed with enormous strength. When his God did not help, he took another. And when this one did not help either, he castigated him. And behold, the gods helped one more time. Thus I discard everything that was laden with meaning, everything divine and devilish with which chaos burdened me. Truly, it is not up to me to prove the gods and the devils and the chaotic monsters, to feed them carefully, to warily drag them with me, to count and name them, and to protect them with belief against disbelief and doubt. A free man knows only free gods and devils that are self-contained and take effect on account of their own force. If they fail to have an effect, that is their own business, and I can remove this burden from myself. But if they are effective, they need neither my protection nor my care nor my belief. Thus you may wait quietly to see whether they work. But if they do, be clever, for the tiger is stronger than you. You should be able to cast everything from you. Otherwise you are a slave, even if you are the slave of a god. Life is free and chooses its way. It is limited enough. So do not pile up more limitation. Hence I cut away everything confining. I stood here, and there lay the riddlesome multifariousness of the world. And a horror crept over me. Am I not the tightly bound? Is the world there not the unlimited? And I became aware of my weakness. What would poverty, nakedness, and unpreparedness be without consciousness of weakness, and without horror at powerlessness? Thus I stood and was terrified. And then my soul whispered to me, the gift of magic.
Do you not hear something?
I'm not aware of anything. What should I hear?
A ringing.
A ringing? What? I hear nothing.
Listen harder.
Perhaps something in the left ear. What could it mean?
Misfortune.
I accept what you say. I want to have fortune and misfortune.
Well, then raise your hands and receive what comes to you.
What is it? A rod? A black serpent? A black rod, formed like a serpent, with 2 pearls as eyes, a gold bangle around its neck. Is it not like a magical rod?
It is a magical rod.
What should I do with magic? Is the magical rod a misfortune? Is magic a misfortune?
Yes, for those who possess it.
That sounds like the sayings of old. How strange you are, my soul. What should I do with magic?
Magic will do a lot for you.
I'm afraid that you're stirring up my desire and misunderstanding. You know that man never stops craving the black art and things that cost no effort.
Magic is not easy, and it demands sacrifice.
Does it demand the sacrifice of love? Of humanity? If it does, take the rod back.
Don't be rash. Magic doesn't demand that sacrifice. It demands another sacrifice.
What sacrifice is that?
The sacrifice that magic demands is solace.
Solace. Do I understand correctly? Understanding you is unspeakably difficult. Tell me, what does this mean?
Solace is to be sacrificed.
What do you mean? Should the solace that I give or the solace that I receive be sacrificed?
Both.
I'm confused. This is too dark.
You must sacrifice solace for the sake of the black rod, the solace you give and the solace you receive.
Are you saying that I shouldn't be allowed to receive the solace of those I love, and should give no solace to those I love? This means the loss of a piece of humanity, and what one calls severity toward oneself and others takes its place.
That is how it is.
Does the rod demand this sacrifice?
It demands this sacrifice.
Am I allowed to make this sacrifice for the sake of the rod? Must I accept the rod?
Do you want to or not?
I can't say. What do I know about the black rod? Who gives it to me?
The darkness that lies before you. It is the next thing that comes to you. Will you accept it and offer it your sacrifice?
It is hard to sacrifice to the dark, to the blind darkness. And what is sacrifice?
Nature. Does nature offer solace? Does it accept solace?
You venture a heavy word. What solitude are you asking of me?
This is your misfortune and the power of the black rod.
How gloomily and full of foreboding you speak. Are you sheathing me in the armor of icy severity? Are you clasping my heart with a bronze carapace? I'm happy with the warmth of life. Should I miss it? For the sake of magic? What is magic?
You don't know magic, so don't judge. What are you bristling at?
Magic. What should I do with magic? I don't believe in it. I can't believe in it. My heart sinks, and I'm supposed to sacrifice a greater part of my humanity to magic?
I advise you, don't struggle against this. And above all, don't act so enlightened, as if deep down you did not believe in magic.
You're inexorable. But I can't believe in magic, or maybe I have a completely false idea of it.
Yes, I gather that from what you're saying. Cast aside your blind judgment and critical gesture, otherwise you'll never understand. Do you still mean to waste years waiting?
Be patient. My science has not yet been overcome.
High time that you overcame it.
You ask a great deal, almost too much. After all, is science essential to life? Is science life? There are people who live without science. But to overcome science for the sake of magic? That's uncanny and menacing.
Are you afraid? Don't you want to risk life? Isn't it life that presents you with this problem?
All this leaves me so dazed and confused. Won't you give me an enlightening word?
Oh, so it's solace you long for? Do you want the rod, or don't you?
You tear my heart to pieces. I want to submit to life. But how difficult this is. I want the black rod because it is the first thing the darkness grants me. I don't know what this rod means, nor what it gives. I only feel what it takes. I want to kneel down and receive this messenger of darkness. I have received the black rod, and now I hold it, the enigmatic one, in my hand. It is cold and heavy like iron. The pearl eyes of the serpent look at me blindly and dazzlingly. What do you want, mysterious gift? All the darkness of all former worlds crowds together in you, you hard, black piece of steel. Are you time and fate? The essence of nature, hard and eternally inconsolable, yet the sum of all mysterious creative force? Primordial magic words seem to emanate from you. Mysterious effects weave around you, and what powerful arts slumber in you. You pierce me with unbearable tension. What grimaces will you make? What terrible mystery will you create? Will you bring bad weather, storms, cold, thunder, and lightning, or will you make the fields fruitful and bless the bodies of pregnant women? What is the mark of your being? Or don't you need that, you son of the dark womb? Do you content yourself with the hazy darkness, whose concretion and crystal you are? Where in my soul do I shelter you? In my heart. Should my heart be your shrine, your holy of holies? So choose your place. I have accepted you. What crushing tension you bring with you. Isn't the bow of my nerves breaking? I've taken in the messenger of the night.
The most powerful magic lives in it.
I feel it, and yet can't put into words the nightmarish power granted to it. I wanted to laugh, because so much alters in laughter, and resolves itself only there. But laughter dies in me. The magic of this rod is as solid as iron, and as cold as death. Forgive me, my soul, I don't want to be impatient, but it seems to me that something has got to happen to break through this unbearable tension that came with the rod.
Wait, keep your eyes and ears open.
I'm shuddering, and I don't know why.
Sometimes one must shudder before the greatest.
I bow my soul before unknown forces. I'd like to consecrate an altar to each unknown god. I must submit. The black iron in my heart gives me secret power. It's like defiance and like contempt for men. O dark act, violation, murder. Abyss, give birth to the unredeemed. Who is our Redeemer? Who is our leader? Where are the ways through black wastes? God, do not abandon us. What are you summoning, God? Raise your hand up to the darkness above you, pray, despair, wring your hands, kneel, press your forehead into the dust, cry out, but do not name him, do not look at him. Leave him without name and form. What should form the formless? Name the nameless? Step onto the great way and grasp what is nearest. Do not look out, do not want, but lift up your hands. The gifts of darkness are full of riddles. The way is open to whomever can continue in spite of riddles. Submit to the riddles and the thoroughly incomprehensible. There are dizzying bridges over the eternally deep abyss. But follow the riddles. Endure them, the terrible ones. It is still dark, and the terrible goes on growing. Lost and swallowed by the streams of procreating life, we approach the overpowering, inhuman forces that are busily creating what is to come. How much future the depths carry. Are not the threads spun down there over millennia? Protect the riddles, bear them in your heart, warm them, be pregnant with them. Thus you carry the future. The tension of the future is unbearable in us. It must break through narrow cracks, it must force new ways. You want to cast off the burden, You want to escape the inescapable. Running away is deception and detour. Shut your eyes so that you do not see the manifold, the outwardly plural, the tearing away and the tempting. There is only one way, and that is your way. There is only one salvation, and that is your salvation. Why are you looking around for help? Do you believe that help will come from outside? What is to come is created in you and from you. Hence look into yourself. Do not compare, do not measure. No other way is like yours. All other ways deceive and tempt you. You must fulfill the way that is in you. Oh, that all men and all their ways become strange to you. Thus might you find them again within yourself and recognize their ways. But what weakness? What doubt? What fear? You will not bear going your way. You always want to have at least one foot on paths, not your own, to avoid the great solitude. So that maternal comfort is always with you. So that someone acknowledges you, recognizes you, bestows trust in you, comforts you, encourages you. So that someone pulls you over onto their path, where you stray from yourself and where it is easier for you to set yourself aside. As if you were not yourself, who should accomplish your deeds, who should carry your virtues and your vices. You do not come to an end with your life, and the dead will besiege you terribly to live your unlived life. Everything must be fulfilled. Time is of the essence, so why do you want to pile up the lived and let the unlived rot? Great is the power of the way. In it heaven and hell grow together, and in it the power of the below and the power of the above unite. The nature of the way is magical, as are supplication and invocation, malediction and deed are magical if they occur on the great way. Magic is the working of men on men, but your magic action does not affect your neighbor. It affects you first, and only if you withstand it does an invisible effect pass from you to your neighbor. There is more of it in the air than I ever thought. However, it cannot be grasped. Listen.
The above is powerful. The below is powerful. Twofold power is in the one. North come hither. West snuggle up. East flow upward. South spill over. The winds in between bind across. The poles are united by the intermediate poles in between. Steps lead from above to below. Boiling water bubbles in cauldrons. Red-hot ash envelopes the round floor. Night sinks blue and deep from above. Earth rises black from below.
A solitary is cooking up healing potions. He makes offering to the four winds. He greets the stars and touches the earth. He holds something luminous in his hand. Flowers sprout around him, and the bliss of a new spring kisses all his limbs. Birds fly around, and the shy animals of the forest gaze at him. He is far from men, and yet the threads of their fate pass through his hands. May your intercession be meant for him, so that his medicine grows ripe and strong, and brings healing to the deepest wounds. For your sake he is solitary and waits alone between heaven and earth, for the earth to rise up to him, and for heaven to come down to him. All peoples are still far off and stand behind the wall of darkness. But I hear his words, which reach me from afar. He has chosen a poor scribe, someone hard of hearing, who also stutters when he writes. I do not recognize him, the solitary. What is he saying? He says,
I suffer fear and distress for the sake of man.
I dug up old runes and magical sayings for words that never reach men. Words have become shadows. Therefore I took old magical apparatuses and prepared hot potions and mixed in secrets and ancient powers, things that even the cleverest would not guess at. I stewed the roots of all human thoughts and deeds. I watched over the cauldron through many starry nights. The brew ferments forever. I need your intercession, your kneeling, your desperation, and your patience. I need your ultimate and highest longing, your purest willing, your most humble subjugation. Solitary, who are you waiting for? Whose help do you require? There is none who can rush to your aid, since all look to you and wait for your healing art. We are all utterly incapable and need help more than you. Grant us help so that we can help you in return.
Will no one stand by me in this need? Should I leave my work to help you, so that you can help me again? But how should I help you, if my brew has not grown ripe and strong? It was supposed to help you. What do you hope from me?
Come to us. Why are you standing there cooking up marvels? What can your healing and magical potion do for us? Do you believe in healing potions? Look at life. Behold how much it needs you.
Fools, can you not keep watch with me for an hour, until the difficult and long-lasting achieves completion and the juice has ripened? Just a little longer, and fermentation will be complete. Why can't you wait? Why should your impatience destroy the highest opus?
What highest opus? We are not alive. Cold and numbness have seized us. Your opus, solitary one, will not be finished for eons, even if it advances day after day. The work of salvation is endless. Why do you want to wait for the end of this work? Even if your waiting turned you into stone for endless ages, you could not endure till the end. And if your salvation came to its end, you would have to be saved from your salvation again.
What smooth-tongued lamentation reaches my ears? What whining? What foolish doubters you are! Unruly children! Persevere, it will be accomplished after this night.
We will not wait a single night longer. We have persevered long enough. Are you a god, that 1,000 nights are as one night to you? For us, this one night would be like 1,000 nights. Abandon the work of salvation, and we will be saved. What stretch of ages are you saving us for?
You embarrassing human swarm! You foolish bastard of God and cattle! I'm still lacking a piece of your precious flesh for my mixture. Am I truly your most valuable piece of meat? Is it worth my while to come to the boil for you? One let himself be nailed to the cross for you. One is truly enough. He blocks my way. Therefore neither will I walk on his ways, nor make for you any healing brew or immortal blood potion. But rather I will abandon the potion and cauldron and occult work for your sake, since you can neither wait for nor endure the fulfillment. I throw down your intercession, your genuflection, your invocations. You can save yourselves from both your lack of salvation and your salvation. Your worth rose quite high enough because one died for you. Now prove your worth by each living for himself. My God, how difficult it is to leave a work unfinished for the sake of man. But for the sake of man, I abstain from being a savior. Lo, now my potion has completed its fermentation. I did not mix a piece of myself into the drink, but I did slice in a piece of humanity, and behold, it clarified the murky, foaming potion. How sweet, how bitter it tastes. The below is weak. The above is weak. The form of the one becomes double. North, rise and be gone. West, retire to your place. East, spread yourself. South, die down. The winds in between loosen the crucified. The far poles are separated by the poles in between. The levels are broad ways, patient streets. The bubbling pot grows cold. The ash turns gray beneath its ground. Night covers the sky, and far below lies the black earth. Day approaches, and above the clouds a distant sun. No solitary cooks healing potions. The four winds blow and laugh at their bounty, and he mocks the four winds. He has seen the stars and touched the earth. Therefore his hand clasps something luminous, and his shadow has grown to heaven.
The inexplicable occurs. You would very much like to forsake yourself in defect to each and every manifold possibility. You would very much like to risk every crime in order to steal for yourself the mystery of the changeful. But the road is without end. The way of the cross. I saw the black serpent, as it wound itself upward around the wood of the cross. It crept into the body of the crucified and emerged again transformed from his mouth. It had become white. It wound itself around the head of the dead one like a diadem, and a light gleamed above his head, and the sun rose shining in the east. I stood and watched and was confused, and a great weight burdened my soul. But the white bird that sat on my shoulder spoke to me.
Let it rain, let the wind blow, let the waters flow, and the fire burn. Let each thing have its development, let becoming have its day.
Truly, the way leads through the crucified, that means through him to whom it was no small thing to live his own life, and who was therefore raised to magnificence. He did not simply teach what was knowable and worth knowing, he lived it. It is unclear how great one's humility must be to take it upon oneself to live one's own life. The disgust of whoever wants to enter into his own life can hardly be measured. Aversion will sicken him. He makes himself vomit. His bowels pain him and his brain sinks into lassitude. He would rather devise any trick to help him escape, since nothing matches the torment of one's own way. It seems impossibly difficult, so difficult that nearly anything seems preferable to this torment. Not a few choose even to love people for fear of themselves. I believe, too, that some commit a crime to pick a quarrel with themselves. Therefore I cling to everything that obstructs my way to myself. He who goes to himself climbs down. Pathetic and ridiculous forms appeared to the greatest prophet who came before this time, and these were the forms of his own essence. He did not accept them, but exorcised them before others. Ultimately, however, he was forced to celebrate a last supper with his own poverty and to accept these forms of his own essence out of compassion, which is precisely that acceptance of the lowest in us. But this enraged the mighty lion, who chased down the lost and restored it to the darkness of the depths. And like all those with power, the one with the great name wanted to erupt from the womb of the mountain like the sun. But what happened to him? His way led him before the crucified, and he began to rage. He raged against the man of mockery and pain because the power of his own essence forced him to follow precisely this way as Christ had done before us. Yet he loudly proclaimed his power and greatness. No one speaks louder of his power and greatness than he from whom the earth disappears under his feet. Ultimately the lowest in him got to him, his incapacity, and this crucified his spirit, so that, as he himself had predicted, his soul died before his body. No one rises above himself who has not turned his most dangerous weapon against himself. One who wants to rise above himself shall climb down and hoist himself onto himself and lug himself to the place of sacrifice. But what must happen to a man until he realizes that outer visible success, that he can grasp with his hands, leads him astray? What suffering must be brought upon humanity? Until man gives up satisfying his longing for power over his fellow man and forever wanting others to be the same. How much blood must go on flowing until man opens his eyes and sees the way to his own path and himself as the enemy, and becomes aware of his real success? You ought to be able to live with yourself, but not at your neighbor's expense. The herd animal is not his brother's parasite and pest. Man, you have even forgotten that you too are an animal. You actually still seem to believe that life is better elsewhere. Woe unto you if your neighbor also thinks so. But you may be sure that he does. Someone must begin to stop being childish. Your craving satisfies itself in you. You can offer no more precious a sacrificial meal to your God than yourself. May your greed consume you, for this wearies and calms it, and you will sleep well and consider the sun of each day as a gift. If you devour other things and other people, your greed remains eternally dissatisfied, for it craves more. The most costly, it craves you. And thus you compel your desire to take your own way. You may ask others provided that you need help and advice. But you should make demands on no one, neither desiring nor expecting anything from anyone except from yourself. For your craving satisfies itself only within you. You are afraid of burning in your own fire. May nothing prevent you from doing so, neither anyone else's sympathy nor your more dangerous sympathy with yourself, since you should live and die with yourself. When the flame of your greed consumes you, and nothing remains of you but ash, so nothing of you was steadfast. Yet the flame in which you consumed yourself has illuminated many. But if you flee from your fire full of fear, you scorch your fellow men, and the burning torment of your greed cannot die out, so long as you do not desire yourself. The mouth utters the word, the sign, and the symbol. If the word is a sign, it means nothing. But if the word is a symbol, it means everything. When the way enters death and we are surrounded by rot and horror, the way rises in the darkness and leaves the mouth as the saving symbol, the word. It leads the sun on high, for in the symbol there is the release of the bound human force struggling with darkness. Our freedom does not lie outside us, but within us. One can be bound outside, and yet one will still feel free since one has burst inner bonds. One can certainly gain outer freedom through powerful actions, but one creates inner freedom only through the symbol. The symbol is the word that goes out of the mouth, that one does not simply speak, but that rises out of the depths of the self as a word of power and great need and places itself unexpectedly on the tongue. It is an astonishing and perhaps seemingly irrational word, but one recognizes it as a symbol since it is alien to the conscious mind. If one accepts the symbol, it is as if a door opens leading into a new room whose existence one previously did not know. But if one does not accept the symbol, it is as if one carelessly went past this door. And since this was the only door leading to the inner chambers, one must pass outside into the streets again, exposed to everything external. But the soul suffers great need, since outer freedom is of no use to it. Salvation is a long road that leads through many gates. These gates are symbols. Each new gate is at first invisible. Indeed, it seems at first that it must be created, for it exists only if one has dug up the spring's root, the symbol. To find the mandrake, one needs the black dog, since good and bad must always be united first if the symbol is to be created. The symbol can be neither thought up nor found. It becomes. Its becoming is like the becoming of human life in the womb. Pregnancy comes about through voluntary copulation. It goes on through willing attention. But if the depths have conceived, then the symbol grows out of itself and is born from the mind, as befits a god. But in the same way a mother would like to throw herself on the child like a monster and devour it again. The magician. After a long search, I found the small house in the country fronted by a large bed of tulips. This is where Philemon, the magician, lives with his wife Baucis. Philemon is one of those magicians who has not yet managed to banish old age, but who lives it with dignity, and his wife can only do the same. Their interests seem to have become narrow, even childish. They water their bed of tulips, and tell each other about the flowers that have newly appeared. And their days fade into a pale, wavering caracusso, lit up by the past, only slightly frightened of the darkness of what is to come. Why is Philemon a magician? Does he conjure up immortality for himself, a life beyond? He was probably only a magician by profession, and he now appears to be a pensioned magician who has retired from service. His desirousness and creative drive have expired, and he now enjoys his well-earned rest out of sheer incapacity, like every old man who can do nothing else than plant tulips and water his little garden. The magical rod lies in a cupboard together with the 6th and 7th books of Moses and the wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus. Philemon is old and has become somewhat feeble-minded. He still murmurs a few magical spells for the well-being of bewitched cattle in return for some petty cash or a gift for the kitchen. But it is uncertain if these spells are still correct and whether he understands their meaning. It is also clear that it hardly matters what he murmurs, as the cattle might also get well on their own. There goes old Philemon in the garden, bent, with a watering can in his shaking hand. Baucis stands at the kitchen window and looks at him calmly and impassively. She has already seen this image 1,000 times, somewhat more infirm every time, feebler, seeing it a little less well every time since her eyesight gradually has become weaker. I stand at the garden gate. They have not noticed the stranger. Philemon, old magician, how are you? I called out to him. He does not hear me, seeming to be stone deaf. I follow him and take his arm. He turns and greets me awkwardly and trembling. He has a white beard and thin white hair, and a wrinkled face, and there appears to be something about this face. His eyes are gray and old, and something in them is strange, one would like to say alive.
I am well, stranger. But what are you doing here?
People tell me that you understand the black art. I am interested in that. Will you tell me about it?
What should I tell you about? There is nothing to tell.
Don't be ill-natured, old man. I want to learn.
You are certainly more learned than I. What could I teach you?
Do not be mean. I certainly don't intend to become your competitor. I'm just curious to know what you are up to and what magic you are performing.
What do you want? In the past I have helped people here and there who have been sick and disadvantaged.
What exactly did you do?
Well, I did it quite simply with sympathy.
Old man, that word sounds comical and ambiguous.
How so?
It could mean that you help people either by expressing compassion or by superstitious, sympathetic means.
Well, surely it would have been both.
And that's all there was to your magic?
There was more.
What was it, tell me?
That is none of your business. You are impertinent and meddlesome.
Please, don't take my curiosity badly. Recently I heard something about magic that awakened my interest in this bygone practice. And then I came to you because I heard that you understand the black art. If magic were still taught today at university, I would have studied it there. But the last college of magic was closed long ago. Today no professor knows anything anymore about magic. So do not be sensitive and miserly, but tell me a bit about your art. Surely, you don't want to take your secrets with you to the grave, do you?
Well, all you will do is laugh anyway. So why should I tell you anything? It would be better if everything were buried with me. It can always be rediscovered later. It will never be lost to humanity, since magic is reborn with each and every one of us.
What do you mean? Do you believe that magic is really inborn in man?
If I could, I would say yes, of course it is. But you will find this laughable.
No, this time I will not laugh, because I have often wondered about the fact that all peoples in all times and in all places have the same magical customs. As you can see, I have already thought along similar lines.
What do you make of magic?
To put it plainly, nothing or very little. It appears to me that magic is one of the vain tools of men inferior to nature. I can detect no other tangible meaning in magic.
Your professors probably also know just as much.
Yes, but what do you know about it?
I'd prefer not to say.
Don't be so secretive, old man. Otherwise I must assume that you know no more than I do.
Take it as you please.
Your answer suggests that you most definitely understand more about it than others.
Comical fellow, how stubborn you are. But what I like about you is that your reason does not deter you.
That's actually the case. Whenever I want to learn and understand something, I leave my so-called reason at home and give whatever it is that I am trying to understand the benefit of the doubt. I have learned this gradually, because nowadays the world of science is full of scary examples of the opposite.
In which case you could do very well for yourself.
I hope so. Now let us not stray from magic.
Why are you so determined about learning more about magic if you claim that you have left your reason at home? Or would you not consider consistency part of reason?
I do. I see, or rather, it seems as if you are quite an adept sophist, who skillfully leads me around the house and back to the door.
It seems that way to you, because you judge everything from the standpoint of your intellect. If you forsake reason for a while, you will also give up consistency.
That's a difficult test. But if I want to be adept at some point, I suppose I ought to submit to your request. All right, I'm listening.
What do you want to hear?
You're not going to draw me out. I'm simply waiting for whatever you are going to say.
And what if I say nothing?
Well, then I'll withdraw somewhat embarrassed and think that Philemon is at the very least a shrewd fox, who definitely would have something to teach me.
With this, my boy, you have learned something about magic.
I'll have to chew on this. I must admit that this is somewhat surprising. I had imagined magic as being somewhat different.
Well, this shows you how little you understand about magic and how incorrect your notion of it is.
If this should be the case, or that's how it is, then I must confess that I approached the problem completely incorrectly. I gather from what you are saying that these matters do not follow ordinary understanding.
Nor does magic.
But you have not deterred me at all, on the contrary. I'm burning to hear even more. What I know up to now is essentially negative.
With this you have recognized the second main point. Above all, you must know that magic is the negative of what one can know.
That, too, my dear Philemon, is a piece of knowledge that is hard to digest and causes me no small pain. The negative of what one can know. I suppose you mean that it cannot be known, don't you? This exhausts my understanding.
That is the third point that you must note as essential, namely, that there is nothing for you to understand.
Well, I must confess that that is new and strange. So nothing at all about magic can be understood?
Exactly. Magic happens to be precisely everything that eludes comprehension.
But then how the devil is one to teach and learn magic?
Magic is neither to be taught nor learned. It's foolish that you want to learn magic.
But then magic is nothing but deception.
Watch out, you have started reasoning again.
It's difficult to exist without reason.
And that is exactly how difficult magic is.
Well, in that case it's hard work. I conclude that it is an inescapable condition for the adept that he completely unlearns his reason.
I'm afraid that is what it amounts to.
Ye gods, this is serious.
Not as serious as you think. Reason declines with old age, since it is an essential counterpart of the drives, which are much more intense in youth than in old age. Have you ever seen young magicians?
No, the magician is proverbially old.
You see, I'm right.
But then the prospects of the adept are bad. He must wait until old age to experience the mysteries of magic.
If he gives up his reason before then, he can already experience something useful sooner.
That seems to me to be a dangerous experiment. One cannot give up reason without further ado.
Nor can one simply become a magician.
You lay damnable snares.
What do you want? Such as magic.
Old devil, you make me envious of unreasoning old age.
Well, a youth who wants to be an old man. And why? He wants to learn magic, and yet dares not to for the sake of his youth.
You spread a terrible net, old trapper.
Perhaps you should still wait a few years with magic until your hair has gone gray and your reason has slackened somewhat.
I don't want to listen to your scorn. Stupidly enough, I got caught up in your yarn. I can't make sense of you.
But stupidity would perhaps be progress on the way to magic.
Incidentally, what on earth do you intend to achieve with your magic?
I am alive, as you see.
Other old men are too.
Yes, but have you seen how?
Well, admittedly it was not a pleasant sight. Incidentally, time has left its mark on you too.
I know.
So, what gives you the advantage?
It doesn't exactly meet the eye.
What kind of advantage doesn't meet the eye?
I call that magic.
You're moving in a vicious circle. May the devil get the better of you.
Well, that's another advantage of magic. Not even the devil gets the better of me. You're beginning to understand magic, so I must assume that you have a good aptitude for it.
Thank you, Philemon, that is enough. I feel dizzy. Goodbye. I leave the small garden and walk down the street. People are standing around in groups and glancing at me furtively. I hear them whispering behind my back.
Look, there he goes, the old Philemon student. He spoke a long time with the old man. He has learned something. He knows the mysteries. If only I could do what he is able to do now.
Be quiet, you damned fools. I want to call out to them, but I cannot, since I do not know whether I have actually learned anything. And because I remain silent, they are even more convinced that I have received the black art from Philemon. It is an error to believe that there are magical practices that one can learn. One cannot understand magic. One can only understand what accords with reason. Magic accords with unreason, which one cannot understand. The world accords not only with reason, but also with unreason. But just as one employs reason to make sense of the world, in that what is reasonable about it approaches reason, a lack of understanding also accords with unreason. This meeting is magical and eludes comprehension. Magical understanding is what one calls non-comprehension. Everything that works magically is incomprehensible, and the incomprehensible often works magically. One calls incomprehensible workings magical. The magical always surrounds me, always involves me. LT opens spaces that have no doors and leads out into the open where there is no exit. The magical is good and evil, and neither good nor evil. Magic is dangerous since what accords with unreason confuses, allures and provokes. And I am always its first victim. Where reason abides, one needs no magic. Hence our time no longer needs magic. Only those without reason needed it to replace their lack of reason. But it is thoroughly unreasonable to bring together what suits reason with magic, since they have nothing to do with one another. Both become spoiled through being brought together. Therefore all those lacking reason quite rightly fall into superfluity and disregard. A rational man of this time will therefore never use magic. But it is another thing for whoever has opened the chaos in himself. We need magic to be able to receive or invoke the messenger and the communication of the incomprehensible. We recognize that the world comprises reason and unreason. And we also understood that our way needs not only reason, but also unreason. This distinction is arbitrary and depends upon the level of comprehension. But one can be certain that the greater part of the world eludes our understanding. We must value the incomprehensible and unreasonable equally, although they are not necessarily equal in themselves. A part of the incomprehensible, however, is only presently incomprehensible and might already concur with reason tomorrow. But as long as one does not understand it, it remains unreasonable. Insofar as the incomprehensible accords with reason, one may try to think it with success. But insofar as it is unreasonable, one needs magical practices to open it up. The practice of magic consists in malting what is not understood understandable in an incomprehensible manner. The magical way is not arbitrary, since that would be understandable, but it arises from incomprehensible grounds. Besides, to speak of grounds is incorrect, since grounds concur with reason. Nor can one speak of the groundless, since hardly anything further can be said about this. The magical way arises by itself if one opens up chaos. Magic also arises. One can teach the way that leads to chaos, but one cannot teach magic. One can only remain silent about this, which seems to be the best apprenticeship. This view is confusing, but this is what magic is like. Where reason establishes order and clarity, magic causes disarray and a lack of clarity. One indeed needs reason for the magical translation of the not understood into the understandable, since NLY by means of reason can the understandable be created. No one can say how to use reason, but it does arise if one tries to express only what an opening of chaos means. Magic is a way of living. If one has done one's best to steer the chariot, and one then notices that a greater other is actually steering it, then magical operation takes place. One cannot say what the effect of magic will be, since no one can know it in advance, because the magical is the lawless, which occurs without rules and by chance, so to speak. But the condition is that one totally accepts it and does not reject it, in order to transfer everything to the growth of the tree. Stupidity too is part of this, which everyone has a great deal of, and also tastelessness, which is possibly the greatest nuisance. Thus a certain solitude and isolation are inescapable conditions of life for the well-being of oneself and of the other. Otherwise one cannot sufficiently be oneself. A certain slowness of life, which is like a standstill, will be unavoidable. The uncertainty of such a life will most probably be its greatest burden. But still I must unite the two conflicting powers of my soul and keep them together in a true marriage until the end of my life, since the magician is called Philemon and his wife Baucis. I hold together what Christ has kept apart in himself and through his example in others, since the more the one half of my being strives toward the good, the more the other half journeys to hell. When the month of the twins had ended, the men said to their shadows, "You are I," since they had previously had their spirit around them as a second person. Thus the two became one, and through this collision the formidable broke out, precisely that spring of consciousness that one calls culture, and which lasted until the time of Christ. But the fish indicated the moment when what was united split, according to the eternal law of contrasts, into an underworld and upper world. If the power of growth begins to cease, then the united falls into its opposites. Christ sent what is beneath to hell, since it strives toward the good. That had to be. But the separated cannot remain separated forever. It will be united again, and the month of the fish will soon be over. We suspect and understand that growth needs both, and hence we keep good and evil close together. Because we know that too far into the good means the same as too far into evil, we keep them both together. But we thus lose direction, and things no longer flow from the mountain to the valley, but grow quietly from the valley to the mountain. That which we can no longer prevent or hide is our fruit. The flowing stream becomes a lake and an ocean that has no outlet, unless its water rises to the sky as steam and falls from the clouds as rain. While the sea is a death, it is also the place of rising. Such as Philemon, who tends his garden. Our hands have been tied, and each must sit quietly in his place. He rises invisibly and falls as rain on distant lands. The The water on the ground is no cloud which should rain. Only pregnant women can give birth, not those who have yet to conceive. But what mystery are you intimating to me with your name, O Philemon? Truly you are the lover who once took in the gods as they wandered the earth when everyone else refused them lodging. You are the one who unsuspectingly gave hospitality to the gods. They thanked you by transforming your house into a golden temple, while the flood swallowed everyone else. You remained alive when chaos erupted. You it was who served in the sanctuary when the peoples called out in vain to the gods. Truly, it is the lover who survives. Why did we not see that? And just when did the gods manifest? Precisely when Baucis wished to serve the esteemed guests her only goose, that blessed stupidity. The animal fled to the gods who then revealed themselves to their poor hosts, who had given their last. Thus I saw that the lover survives, and that he is the one who unwittingly grants hospitality to the gods. Truly, O Philemon, I did not see that your hut is a temple, and that you, Philemon and Baucis, serve in the sanctuary. This magical power allows itself to be neither taught nor learned. Either one has it or does not have it. Now I know your final mystery. You are a lover. You have succeeded in uniting what has been sundered, that is, binding together the above and below. Have we not known this for a long time? Yes, we knew it. No, we did not know it. It has always been this way, and yet it has never been thus. Why did I have to wander such long roads before I came to Philemon, if he was going to teach me what has been common knowledge for ages? Alas, we have known everything since time immemorial, and yet we will never know it until has been accomplished. Who exhausts the mystery of love? Under which mask, O Philemon, are you hiding? You did not strike me as a lover. But my eyes were opened, and I saw that you are a lover of your soul, who anxiously and jealously guards its treasure. There are those who love men, and those who love the souls of men, and those who love their own soul. Such a one is Philemon, the host of the gods. You lie in the sun, O Philemon, like a serpent that coils around itself. Your wisdom is the wisdom of serpents, cold, with a grain of poison, yet healing in small doses. Your magic paralyzes and therefore makes strong people, who tear themselves away from themselves. But do they love you? Are they thankful, lover of your own soul? Or do they curse you for your magical serpent poison? They keep their distance, shaking their heads and whispering together. Are you still a man, Philemon? Or is one not a man until one is a lover of one's own soul? You are hospitable, Philemon. You took the dirty wanderers unsuspectingly into your hut. Your house then became a golden temple. And did I really leave your table unsatisfied? What did you give me? Did you invite me for a meal? You shimmered multicolored and inextricable. Nowhere did you give yourself to me as prey. You escaped my grasp. I found you nowhere. Are you still a man? Your kind is far more serpent-like. I sought to grab hold of you and tear it out of you, since the Christians have learned to devour their God. And how long will it take for what happens to the God also to happen to man? I look into the vast land and hear nothing but wailing and see nothing but men consuming each other. O Philemon, you are no Christian. You did not let yourself be engorged and did not engorge me. Because of this you have neither lecture halls nor columned halls teeming with students who stand around and speak of the Master and soak up his words like the elixir of life. You are no Christian and no pagan, but a hospitable and hospitable one, a host of the gods, a survivor, an eternal one, the Father of all eternal wisdom. But did I really leave you unsatisfied? No, I left you because I was really satisfied. Yet what did I eat? Your words gave me nothing. Your words left me to myself and my doubt. And so I ate myself. And because of this, O Philemon, you are no Christian, since you nourish yourself from yourself and force men to do the same. This displeases them most, since nothing disgusts the human animal more than itself. Because of this they would rather eat all crawling, hopping, swimming, and flying creatures, yes, even their own species, before they nibble at themselves. But this nourishment is effective, and one is soon satiated from it. Because of this, O Philemon, we rise satiated from your table. Your way, O Philemon, is instructive. You leave me in a salutary darkness, where there is nothing for me to either see or look for. You are no light that shines in the darkness, no savior who establishes an eternal truth, and thus extinguishes the nocturnal light of human understanding. You leave room for the stupidity and jokes of others. You do not want, O blessed one, anything from the other, but instead you tend the flowers in your own garden. He who needs you asks you. And, O clever Philemon, I suppose that you also ask those from whom you need something, and that you pay for what you receive. Christ has made men desirous, for ever since they expect gifts from their saviors without any service in return. Giving is as childish as power. He who gives presumes himself powerful. The virtue of giving is the sky-blue mantle of the tyrant. You are wise, O Philemon, you do not give. You want your garden to bloom, and for everything to grow from within itself. I praise, O Philemon, your lack of acting like a savior. You are no shepherd who runs after stray sheep, since you believe in the dignity of man, who is not necessarily a sheep. But if he happens to be a sheep, you would leave him the rights and dignity of sheep, since why should sheep be made into men? There are still more than enough men. You know, O Philemon, the wisdom of things to come. Therefore you are old, O so very ancient. And just as you tower above me in years, so you tower above the present in futurity, and the length of your past is immeasurable. You are legendary and unreachable. You were and will be, returning periodically. Your wisdom is invisible. Your truth is unknowable, entirely untrue in any given age, and yet true in all eternity. But you pour out living water, from which the flowers of your garden bloom, a starry water, a dew of the night. What do you need, O Philemon? You need men for the sake of small things, since everything greater and the greatest thing is in you. Christ spoiled men, since he taught them that they can be saved only by one, namely him, the soil of God, and ever since men have been demanding the greater things from others, especially their salvation. And if a sheep gets lost somewhere, it accuses the shepherd. O Philemon, you are a man, and you prove that men are not sheep, since you look after the greatest in yourself, and hence fructifying water flows into your garden from inexhaustible jugs. Are you lonely, O Philemon? I see no entourage and no companions around you. Baucis is only your other half. You live with flowers, trees, and birds, but not with men. Should you not live with men? Are you still a man? Do you want nothing from men? Do you not see how they stand together and concoct rumors and childish fairy tales about you? Do you not want to go to them and say that you are a man and immortal as they are, and that you want to love them? O Philemon, you laugh? I understand you. Just now I ran into your garden and wanted to tear out of you what I had to understand from within myself. O Philemon, I understand. Immediately I made you into a savior who lets himself be consumed and bound with gifts. That's what men are like, you think. They are all still Christians. But they want even more. They want you as you are, otherwise you would not be Philemon to them, and they would be inconsolable, if they could find no bearer for their legends. Hence they would also laugh, if you approached them and said you were as mortal as they are and want to love them. If you did that, you would not be Philemon. They want you, Philemon, but not another mortal who suffers from the same ills as they do. I understand you, O Philemon. You are a true lover, since you love your soul for the sake of men, because they need a king who lives from himself and owes no one gratitude for his life. They want to have you thus. You fulfill the wish of the people, and you vanish. You are a vessel of fables. You would besmirch yourself if you went to men as a man, since they would all laugh and call you a liar and a swindler, since Philemon is not a man. I saw, O Philemon, that crease in your face. You were young once and wanted to be a man among men. But the Christian animals did not love your pagan humanity, since they felt in you what they needed. They always sought the branded one, and when they caught him somewhere in freedom, they locked him in a golden cage and took from him the force of his masculinity, so that he was paralyzed and sat in silence. Then they praise him and devise fables about him. I know they call this veneration, and if they do not find the true one, they at least have a pope, whose occupation it is to represent the divine comedy. But the true one always disowns himself, since he knows nothing higher than to be a man. Are you laughing, O Philemon? I understand you. It irked you to be a man like others, and because you truly loved being human, you voluntarily locked it away, so that you could be for men at least what they wanted to have from you. Therefore I see you, O Philemon, not with men, but wholly with flowers, the trees and the birds and all waters flowing and still that do not besmirch your humanity. For you are not Philemon to the flowers, trees, and birds, but a man. Yet what solitude, what inhumanity! Why are you laughing, O Philemon? I cannot fathom you. But do I not see the blue air of your garden? What happy shades surround you? Does the sun hatch blue midday specters around you? Are you laughing, O Philemon? Alas, I understand you. Humanity has completely faded for you, but its shadow has arisen for you. How much greater and happier the shadow of humanity is than it is itself. The blue midday shadows of the dead. Alas, there is your humanity. O Philemon, you are a teacher and friend of the dead. They stand sighing in the shade of your house. They live under the branches of your trees. They drink the dew of your tears. They warm themselves at the goodness of your heart. They hunger after the words of your wisdom, which sounds full to them, full of the sounds of life. I saw you, O Philemon, at the noonday hour when the sun stood highest. You stood speaking with a blue shade. Blood stuck to its forehead and solemn torment darkened it. I can guess, O Philemon, who your midday guest was. How blind I was, fool that I am. That is you, O Philemon. But who am I? I go my way, shaking my head, and people's looks follow me and I remain silent. O despairing silence! O master of the garden! I see your dark tree from afar in the shimmering sun. My street leads to the valleys where men live. I am a wandering beggar. And I remain silent. Killing off would-be prophets is a gain for the people. If they want murder, then may they kill their false prophets. If the mouth of the gods remains silent, then each can listen to his own speech. He who loves the people remains silent. If only false teachers teach, the people will kill the false teachers, and will fall into the truth even on the way of their sins. Only after the darkest night will it be day. So cover the lights and remain silent so that the night will become dark and noiseless. The sun rises without our help. Only he who knows the darkest error knows what light is. O master of the garden, your magical grove shone to me from afar. I venerate your deceptive mantle, you father of all will-o'-the-wisps. I continue on my way, accompanied by a finely polished piece of steel, hardened in 10 fires, stowed safely in my robe. Secretly, I wear chain mail under my coat. Overnight I became fond of serpents, and I solved their riddle. I sit down next to them on the hot stones lying by the wayside. I know how to catch them cunningly and cruelly, those cold devils that prick the heel of the unsuspecting. I became their friend and played a softly toned flute. But I decorate my cave with their dazzling skins. As I walked on my way, I came to a red rock on which a great iridescent serpent lay. Since I had now learned magic from Philemon, I took out my flute again and played a sweet magical song to make her believe that she was my soul. When she was sufficiently enchanted, I spoke to her. My sister, my soul, what do you say? But she spoke, flattered and therefore tolerantly.
I let grass grow over everything that you do.
That sounds comforting and seems not to say much.
Would you like me to say much? I can also be banal, as you know, and let myself be satisfied that way.
That seems hard to me. I believe that you stand in a close connection with everything beyond, with what is greatest and most uncommon. Therefore I thought that banality would be foreign to you.
Banality is my element.
That would be less astonishing if I said it about myself.
The more uncommon you are, the more common I can be.
A true respite for me. I think you can sense that I don't need to torment myself today. I can feel it, and I'm worried that your tree will ultimately bear me no more fruit.
Worried already? Don't be stupid, and let me rest.
I notice that you like being banal. But I do not take you to heart, my dear friend, since I now know you much better than before.
You're getting to be familiar. I'm afraid that you are beginning to lose respect.
Are you upset? I believe that would be uncalled for. I'm sufficiently well informed about the proximity of pathos and banality.
So, have you noticed that the becoming of a soul follows a serpentine path? Have you seen how soon day becomes night and night day? How water and dry land change places? And that everything spasmodic is merely destructive?
I believe that I saw all this. I want to lie in the sun on this warm stone for a while. Perhaps the sun will incubate me. But the serpent crept up to me quietly and wound herself smoothly around my feet. Evening fell and night came. I spoke to the serpent and said, I don't know what to say. All pots are on the boil.
A meal is being prepared.
A last supper, I suppose?
A union with all humanity.
A horrifying, sweet thought. To be both guest and dish at this meal.
That was also Christ's highest pleasure.
How holy, how sinful, how everything hot and cold flows into one another. Madness and reason want to be married. The lamb and the wolf graze peacefully side by side. It is all yes and no. The opposites embrace each other, see eye to eye, and intermingle. They recognize their oneness in agonizing pleasure. My heart is filled with wild battle. The waves of dark and bright rivers rush together, one crashing over the other. I have never experienced this before.
That is new, my dear one, at least for you.
I suppose you are mocking me, but tears and laughter are one. I no longer feel like either, and I am rigid with tension. Loving reaches up to heaven, and resisting reaches just as high. They are entwined and will not let go of each other, since the excessive tension seems to indicate the ultimate and highest possibility of feeling.
You express yourself emotionally and philosophically. You know that one can say all this much more simply. For example, one can say that you have fallen in love all the way from the worm up to Tristan and Isolde.
Yes, I know, but nonetheless.
Religion is still tormenting you, it seems. How many shields do you still need? Much better to say it straight out.
You're not tripping me up.
Well, what is it with morality? Have morality and immorality also become one today?
You're mocking me, my sister and chthonic devil. But I must say that those two that rose up to heaven entwined are also good and evil. I'm not joking, but I groan because joy and pain sound shrill together.
Where then is your understanding? You've gone utterly stupid. After all, you could resolve everything by thinking.
My understanding? My thinking? I no longer have any understanding. It has grown impervious to me.
You deny everything that you believed. You've completely forgotten who you are. You even deny Faust, who walked calmly past all the specters.
I'm no longer up to this. My spirit, too, is a specter.
I see. You follow my teaching.
Unfortunately, that's the case, and it has benefited me with painful joy.
You turn your pain into pleasure. You are twisted, blinded. To suffer, you fool.
This misfortune ought to make me happy. The serpent now became angry and tried to bite my heart, but my secret armor broke her poisonous fong. She drew back astonished and said, hissing,
You actually behave as if you were unfathomable.
That's because I have studied the art of stepping from the left foot onto the right and vice versa, which others have done unthinkingly from time immemorial. The serpent raised herself again, as if accidentally holding her tail in front of her mouth, so that I should not see the broken fong. Proudly and calmly she said,
So you have finally noticed this?
But I spoke to her smilingly. The sinuous line of life could not escape me in the long run. Where is truth and faith? Where is warm trust? You find all this between men, but not between men and serpents, even if they are serpent souls. But wherever there is love, the serpent-like abides also. Christ himself compared himself to a serpent, and his hellish brother, the Antichrist, is the old dragon himself. What is beyond the human that appears in love has the nature of the serpent and the bird, and the serpent often enchants the bird, and more rarely the bird bears off the serpent. Man stands in between. What seems like a bird to you is a serpent to the other, and what seems like a serpent to you is a bird to the other. Therefore you will meet the other only in human form. If you want to become, then a battle between bird and serpent breaks out. And if you only want to be, you will be a man to yourself and to others. He who is becoming belongs in the desert or in a prison, for he is beyond the human. If men want to become, they behave like animals. No one saves us from the evil of becoming, unless we choose to go through hell. Why did I behave as if that serpent were my soul? Only it seems because my soul was a serpent. This knowledge gave my soul a new face, and I decided henceforth to enchant her myself and subject her to my power. Serpents are wise, and I wanted my serpent soul to communicate her wisdom to me. Never before had life been so doubtful, a night of aimless tension, being one and being directed against one another. Nothing moved, neither God nor the devil. So I approached the serpent that lay in the sun, as if she were unthinking. Her eyes were not visible, since they blinked in the shimmering sunshine, and I spoke to her. How will it be, now that God and the devil have become one? Are they in agreement to bring life to a standstill? Does the conflict of opposites belong to the inescapable conditions of life? And does he who recognizes and lives the unity of opposites stand still? He has completely taken the side of actual life, and he no longer acts as if he belonged to one party and had to battle against the other. But he is both and has brought their discord to an end. Through taking this burden from life, has he also taken the force from it? The serpent turned and spoke ill-humoredly.
Truly, you pester me. Opposites were certainly an element of life for me. You probably will have noticed this. Your innovations deprive me of a source of power. I can neither lure you with pathos nor annoy you with banality. I am somewhat baffled.
If you are baffled, should I give counsel? I would rather you dive down to the deeper grounds to which you have entry and ask Hades or the heavenly ones. Perhaps someone there can give counsel.
You have become imperious.
Necessity is even more imperious than I. I must live and be able to move.
You have the whole wide earth. What do you want to ask the beyond for?
It isn't curiosity that drives me, but necessity. I will not yield.
I obey, but reluctantly. This style is new and unaccustomed tone.
I'm sorry, but there is pressing need. Tell the depths that prospects are not looking too good for us, because we have cut off an important organ from life. As you know, I'm not the guilty one, since you have led me carefully along this way.
You might have rejected the apple.
Enough of these jokes. You know that story better than I do. I am serious. We need some air. Be on your way and fetch the fire. It has already been dark around me for too long. Are you sluggish or cowardly?
I'm off to work. Take from me what I bring up.
Slowly, the throne of the god ascends into empty space, followed by the Holy Trinity, all of heaven, and finally Satan himself. He resists and clings to his beyond. He will not let it go. The upper world is too chilly for him.
Have you got tight hold of him?
Welcome, hot thing of darkness. My soul probably pulled you up roughly?
Why this noise? I protest against this violent extraction.
Calm down. I didn't expect you. You come last of all. You seem to be the hardest part.
What do you want from me? I don't need you, impertinent fellow.
It's a good thing we have you. You're the liveliest thing in the whole dogma.
What concern is your prattle to me? Make it quick. I'm freezing.
Listen, something has just happened to us. We have united the opposites. Among other things, we have bonded you with God.
For God's sake, why this hopeless fuss? Why such nonsense?
Please, that wasn't so stupid. This unification is an important principle. We have put a stop to never-ending quarreling, to finally free our hands for real life.
This smells of monism. I have already made note of some of these men. Special chambers have been heated for them.
You're mistaken. Matters are not as rational with us as they seem to be. We have no single correct truth either. Rather, a most remarkable and strange fact has occurred. After the opposites had been united, quite unexpectedly and incomprehensibly nothing further happened. Everything remained in place, peacefully and yet completely motionless, and life turned into a complete standstill.
Yes, you fools, you certainly have made a pretty mess of things.
Well, your mockery is unnecessary. Our intentions were serious.
Your seriousness leads us to suffer. The ordering of the beyond is shaken to its foundations.
So you realize that matters are serious. I want an answer to my question. What should happen under these circumstances? We no longer know what to do.
Well, it is hard to know what to do, and difficult to give advice even if one would like to give it. You are blinded fools, a brashly impertinent people. Why didn't you stay out of trouble? How do you mean to understand the ordering of the world?
Your ranting suggests that you are quite thoroughly aggrieved. Look, the Holy Trinity is taking things coolly. It seems not to dislike the innovation.
Ah, the Trinity is so irrational that one can never trust its reactions. I strongly advise you not to take those symbols seriously.
I thank you for this well-meant advice. But you seem to be interested. One would expect you to pass unbiased judgment on account of your proverbial intelligence.
Me unbiased. You can judge for yourself if you consider this absoluteness in its completely lifeless equanimity. You can easily discover that the state and standstill produced by your presumptuousness closely resembles the absolute. But if I counsel you, I place myself completely on your side, since you too find the standstill unbearable.
What? You take my side? That is strange.
That's not so strange. The absolute was always adverse to the living. I am still the real master of life.
That is suspicious. Your reaction is far too personal.
My reaction is far from personal. I am utterly restless, quickly hurrying life. I am never contented, never unperturbed.
I pull everything down and hastily rebuild. I am ambition, greed for fame, lust for action. I am the fizz of new thoughts and action. The absolute is boring and vegetative. All right, I believe you. So just what do you advise?
The best advice I can give you is revoke your completely harmful innovation as soon as possible.
What would be gained by that? We'd have to start from scratch again and would infallibly reach the same conclusion a second time. What one has grasped once, one cannot intentionally not know again and undo. Your counsel is no counsel.
But could you exist without divisiveness and disunity? You have to get worked up about something, represent a party, overcome opposites, if you want to live.
That does not help. We also see each other in the opposite. We have grown tired of this game.
And so with life.
It seems to me that it depends on what you call life. Your notion of life has to do with climbing up and tearing down, with assertion and doubt, with impatient dragging around, with hasty desire. You lack the absolute and its forbearing patience.
Quite right. My life bubbles and foams and stirs up turbulent waves. It consists of seizing and throwing away, ardent wishing and restlessness. That is life, isn't it?
But the absolute also lives.
That is no life. It is a standstill or as good as a standstill. Or rather, it lives interminably slowly and wastes thousands of years, just like the miserable condition that you have created.
You enlighten me. You are personal life, but the apparent standstill is the forbearing life of eternity, the life of divinity. This time you have counseled me well. I will let you go. Farewell. Satan crawls deftly like a mole back into his hole again. The symbol of the Trinity and its entourage rise up in peace and equanimity to heaven. I thank you, serpent, for hauling up the right one for me. Everyone understands his words, since they are personal. We can live again a long life. We can waste thousands of years. Where to begin, O gods? In suffering or in joy, or in the mixed feeling lying between? The beginning is always the smallest. It begins in nothing. If I begin there, I see the little drop of something that falls into the sea of nothingness. It is forever about beginning again down where the nothingness widens itself to unrestricted freedom. Nothing has happened yet. The world has yet to begin. The sun is not yet born. The watery firmament has not been separated. We have not yet climbed onto the shoulders of our fathers, since our fathers have not yet become. They have only just died, and rest in the womb of our bloodthirsty Europe. We stand in the vastness, wed to the serpent, and consider which stone could be the foundation stone of the building, which we do not yet know. The most ancient? It is suitable as a symbol. We want something graspable. We are weary of the webs that the day weaves and the night unpicks. The devil is probably supposed to create it, that paltry partisan with sham understanding and greedy hands. He emerged from the lump of manure in which the gods had secured their eggs. I would like to kick the garbage away from me, if the golden seed were not in the vile heart of the misshapen form. Arise then, son of darkness and stench. How firmly you cling to the rubble and waste of the eternal cesspit. I do not fear you, though I hate you, you brother of everything reprehensible in me. Today, you shall be forged with heavy hammers, so that the gold of the gods will spray out of your body. Your time is over, your years are numbered, and today your day of judgment has gone to smithereens. May your casings burst asunder. With our hands we wish to take hold of your seed, the golden one, and free it from slithery mud. May you freeze, devil, since we will cold forge you. Steel is harder than ice. You shall fit into our form, you thief of the divine marvel, you mother ape, you who stuff your body with the egg of the gods and thereby make yourself weighty. Hence we curse you, though not because of you, but for the sake of the golden seed. What serviceable forms rise from your body, you thieving abyss? These appear as elemental spirits, dressed in wrinkled garb cabaret, with delightful misshapen forms, young and yet old, dwarfish, shriveled, unspectacular bearers of secret arts, possessors of ridiculous wisdom, first formations of the unformed gold, worms that crawl from the liberated egg of the gods, incipient ones, unborn, still invisible. What should your appearance be to us? What new arts do you bear up from the inaccessible treasure chamber, the sun yoke from the egg of the gods? You still have roots in the soil like plants, and you are animal faces of the human body. You are foolishly sweet, uncanny, primordial, and earthly. We cannot grasp your essence, you gnomes, you abject souls. You have your origin in the lowest. Do you want to become giants, you tom-thumbs? Do you belong to the followers of the Son of the Earth? Are you the earthly feet of the Godhead? What do you want? Speak.
We come to greet you as the master of the lower nature.
Are you speaking to me? Am I your master?
You were not, but you are now.
So you declare. And so be it. Yet what should I do with your following?
We carry what is not to be carried from below to above. We are the juices that rise secretly, not by force, but sucked out of inertia and affixed to what is growing. We know the unknown ways and the inexplicable laws of living matter. We carry up what slumbers in the earthly, what is dead and yet enters into the living. We do this slowly and easily, what you do in vain in your human way. We complete what is impossible for you.
What should I leave to you? Which troubles can I transfer to you? What should I not do, and what do you do better?
You forget the lethargy of matter. You want to pull up with your own force what can only rise slowly, ingesting itself affixed to itself from within. Spare yourself the trouble, or you will disturb our work.
Should I trust you, you untrustworthy ones, you slaves and slave souls? Get to work. Let it be so. It seems to me that I gave you a long time. Neither did I descend to you, nor did I disturb your work. I lived in the light of day, and did the work of the day. What did you do?
We hauled things up, we built. We placed stone upon stone. Now you stand on solid ground.
I feel the ground more solid. I stretch upward.
We forged a flashing sword for you, with which you can cut the knot that entangles you.
I take the sword firmly in my hand. I lift it for the blow.
We also place before you the devilish, skillfully twined knot that locks and seals you. Strike, only sharpness will cut through it.
Let me see it, the great knot all wound round. Truly a masterpiece of inscrutable nature, a wily natural tangle of roots grown through one another. Only Mother Nature, the blind weaver, could work such a tangle. A great snarled ball and 1,000 small knots, all artfully tied, intertwined, truly a human brain. Am I seeing straight? What did you do? You set my brain before me. Did you give me a sword so that its flashing sharpness slices through my brain? What were you thinking of?
The womb of nature wove the brain, the womb of the earth gave the iron. So the mother gave you both, entanglement and severing.
Mysterious. Do you really want to make me the executioner of my own brain?
It befits you as the master of the lower nature. Man is entangled in his brain, and the sword is also given to him to cut through the entanglement.
What is the entanglement you speak of?
The entanglement is your madness. The sword is the overcoming of madness.
You offsprings of the devil, who told you that I am mad. You earth spirits, you roots of clay and excrement. Are you not yourselves the root fibers of my brain? You polyp-snared rubbish, channels for juice knotted together, parasites upon parasites, all sucked up and deceived, secretly climbing up over one another by night, you deserve the flashing sharpness of my sword. You want to persuade me to cut through you? Are you contemplating self-destruction? How come nature gives birth to creatures that she herself wants to destroy?
Do not hesitate. We need destruction since we ourselves are the entanglement. He who wishes to conquer new land brings down the bridges behind him. Let us not exist anymore. We are the 1,000 canals in which everything also flows back again into its origin.
Should I sever my own roots? Kill my own people, whose king I am? Should I make my own tree wither? You really are the sons of the devil.
Strike. We are servants who want to die for their master.
What will happen if I strike?
Then you will no longer be your brain, but will exist beyond your madness. Do you not see? Your madness is your brain, the terrible entanglement and intertwining in the connection of the roots, in the nets of canals, the confusion of fibers. Being engrossed in the brain makes you wild. Strike. He who finds the way rises up over his brain. You are a Tom Thumb in the brain, beyond the brain you gain the form of a giant. We are surely sons of the devil, but did you not forge us out of the hot and dark? So we have something of its nature and of yours. The devil says that everything that exists is also worthy, since it perishes. As sons of the devil we want destruction, but as your creatures we want our own destruction. We want to rise up in you through death. We are roots that suck up from all sides. Now you have everything that you need, therefore chop us up, tear us out.
Will I miss you as servants? As a master I need slaves.
The master serves himself.
You ambiguous sons of the devil, these words are your undoing. May my sword strike you. This blow shall be valid forever.
What we feared, what we desired, has come to pass.
I set foot on new land. Nothing brought up should flow back. No one shall tear down what I have built. My tower is of iron and has no seams. The devil is forged into the foundations. The Cabri built it, and the master builders were sacrificed with the sword on the battlements of the tower. Just as a tower surmounts the summit of a mountain on which it stands, so I stand above my brain, from which I grew. I have become hard and cannot be undone again. No more do I flow back. I am the master of my own self. I admire my mastery. I am strong and beautiful and rich. The vast lands and the blue sky have laid themselves before me and bowed to my mastery. I wait upon no one, and no one waits upon me. I serve myself, and I myself serve. Therefore I have what I need. My tower grew for several thousand years, imperishable. It does not sink back, but it can be built over and will be built over. Few grasp my tower, since it stands on a high mountain, but many will see it and not grasp it. Therefore my tower will remain unused. No one scales its smooth walls. No one lands on its pointed roof. Only he who finds the entrance hidden in the mountain and rises up through the labyrinths of the innards can reach the tower, and the happiness of he who surveys things from there and he who lives from himself. This has been attained and created. It has not arisen from a patchwork of human thoughts, but has been forged from the glowing heat of the innards. The Cabri themselves carried the matter to the mountain and consecrated the building with their own blood as the sole keepers of the mystery of its genesis. I built it out of the lower and upper beyond, and not from the surface of the world. Therefore it is new and strange and towers over the plains inhabited by humans. This is the solid and the beginning. I have united with the serpent of the beyond. I have accepted everything beyond into myself. From this I have built my beginning. When this work was completed, I was pleased, and I felt curious to know what might still lie in my beyond. So I approached my serpent and asked her amiably whether she would not like to creep over to bring me news of what was happening in the beyond. But the serpent was weary and said that she had no liking for this. I don't want to force anything, but perhaps, who knows? We will still find out something useful. For a while the serpent hesitated, then she disappeared into the depths. Soon I heard her voice.
I believe that I have reached hell. There is a hangman here.
A plain, ugly man with a contorted face stands before me. He has protruding ears and a hunchback. He said,
I am a poisoner who was condemned to the rope.
What did you do?
I poisoned my parents and my wife.
Why did you do that?
To honor God.
What? To honor God? What do you mean by that?
First of all, everything that happens is for the honor of God, and secondly, I had my own ideas.
What went through your mind?
I loved them and wanted to transport them more quickly from a wretched life into eternal blessedness. I gave them too strong a nightcap.
And did this not lead you to find out what your own interest in this was?
I was now alone and very unhappy. I wanted to live for the sake of my 2 children, for whom I foresaw a better future. I was in better health than my wife, so I wanted to live.
Did your wife agree to the murders?
No, she certainly would have consented, but she knew nothing of my intentions. Unfortunately, the murder was discovered and I was condemned to death.
Have you found your relatives again in the beyond?
That's a strange and unlikely story. I suspect that I'm in hell. Sometimes it seems as if my wife were here too, and sometimes I'm not sure, just as little as I'm sure of my own self.
What is it like? Tell me.
From time to time she seems to speak to me and I reply. But we haven't spoken about either the murder or our children until now. We only speak together here and there, and only about trivial things, small matters from our earlier daily life, but completely impersonal, as if we no longer had anything to do with each other. But the true nature of things eludes me. I see even less of my parents. I believe that I have yet to meet my mother. My father was here once and said something about his tobacco pipe, which he had lost somewhere.
But how do you pass your time?
I believe that there is no time with us, so there is none to spend. Nothing at all happens.
Isn't that extremely boring?
Boring? I've never thought about it like that. Boring? Perhaps, but there's nothing interesting. In actual fact, it's pretty much all the same.
Doesn't the devil ever torment you?
The devil? I've seen nothing of him.
You come from the beyond, and yet you have nothing to report? I find that hard to believe.
When I still had a body, I often thought that surely it would be interesting to speak to one of the dead. But now the prospect means nothing much to me. As I said, everything here is impersonal and purely matter of fact. As far as I know, that's what they say.
That is bleak. I assume that you are in the deepest hell.
I don't care. I guess I can go now, can't I? Farewell.
Suddenly he vanished. But I turned to the serpent and said, What should this boring guest from the beyond mean?
I met him over there, stumbling around restlessly like so many others. I chose him as the next best. He strikes me as a good example.
But is the beyond so colorless?
It seems so. There is nothing but motion when I make my way over there. Everything merely surges back and forth in a shadowy way. There is nothing personal whatsoever.
What is it, then, with this damned personal quality? Satan recently made a strong impression on me, as if he were the quintessence of the personal.
Of course he would, since he is the eternal adversary, and because you can never reconcile personal life with absolute life.
Can't one unite these opposites?
They are not opposites, but simply differences. Just as little as you make the day the opposite of the year, or the bushel the opposite of the cubit.
That's enlightening, but somewhat boring.
As always, when one speaks of the beyond, it goes on withering away, particularly since we have balanced the opposites and married. I believe the dead will soon become extinct.
The devil is the sum of the darkness of human nature. He who lives in the light strives toward being the image of God. He who lives in the dark strives toward being the image of the devil. Because I wanted to live in the light, the sun went out for me when I touched the depths. It was dark and serpent-like. I united myself with it and did not overpower it. I took my part of the humiliation and subjugation upon myself, in that I took on the nature of the serpent. If I had not become like the serpent, the devil, the quintessence of everything serpent-like, would have held this bit of power over me. This would have given the devil a grip, and he would have forced me to make a pact with him, just as he also cunningly deceived Faust. But I forestalled him by uniting myself with the serpent, just as a man unites with a woman. So I took away from the devil the possibility of influence, which only ever passes through one's own serpenthood, which one commonly assigns to the devil instead of oneself. Mephistopheles is Satan, taken with my serpenthood. Satan himself is the quintessence of evil, naked and therefore without seduction, not even clever, but pure negation without convincing force. Thus I resisted his destructive influence and grasped him and fettered him firmly. His descendants served me and I sacrificed them. With the sword. Thus I built a firm structure. Through this I myself gained stability and duration, and could withstand the fluctuations of the personal. Therefore the immortal in me is saved. Through drawing the darkness from my beyond over into the day, I emptied my beyond. Therefore the demands of the dead disappeared, as they were satisfied. I am no longer threatened by the dead, since I accepted their demands though accepting the serpent. But through this I have also taken over something of the dead into my day. Yet it was necessary, since death is the most enduring of all things, that which can never be cancelled out. Death gives me durability and solidity. So long as I wanted to satisfy only my own demands, I was personal and therefore living in the sense of the world. But when I recognized the demands of the dead in me and satisfied them, I gave up my earlier personal striving, and the world had to take me for a dead man. For a great cold comes over whoever in the excess of his personal striving has recognized the demands of the dead and seeks to satisfy them. While he feels as if a mysterious poison has paralyzed the living quality of his personal relations, the voices of the dead remain silent in his beyond. The threat, the fear, and the restlessness cease. For everything that previously lurked hungrily in him no longer lives with him in his day. His life is beautiful and rich, since he is himself. But whoever always wants only the fortune of others is ugly, since he cripples himself. A murderer is one who wants to force others to blessedness, since he kills his own growth. A fool is one who exterminates his love for the sake of love. Such a one is personal to the other. His beyond is gray and impersonal. He forces himself upon others. Therefore he is cursed into forcing himself upon himself in a cold nothingness. He who has recognized the demands of the dead has banished his ugliness to the beyond. He no longer greedily forces himself upon others, but lives alone in beauty and speaks with the dead. But there comes the day when the demands of the dead also are satisfied. If one then still perseveres in solitude, beauty fades into the beyond and the wasteland comes over onto this side. A black stage comes after the white, and heaven and hell are forever there. Now that I had found the beauty in me, and with myself I spoke to my serpent. I look back as onto a work that has been accomplished.
Nothing is accomplished yet.
What do you mean? Not accomplished?
This is only the beginning.
I think you are lying.
Whom are you quarreling with? Do you know better?
I know nothing, but I'd already gotten used to the idea that we had reached a goal, at least a temporary one. If even the dead are about to become extinct, what else is going to happen?
But then the living must first begin to live.
This remark could certainly be deeply meaningful, but it seems to be nothing but a joke.
You are getting impertinent. I'm not joking. Life has yet to begin.
What do you mean by life?
I say, life has yet to begin. Didn't you feel empty today? Do you call that life?
What you say is true, but I try to put as good a face as I can on everything, and to settle for things.
That might be quite comfortable, but you really ought to make much higher demands.
That I dread. I will certainly not assume that I could satisfy my own demands, but neither do I think that you are capable of satisfying them. However, it might be that once again I'm not trusting you enough. I suppose that might be so because I've drawn closer to you in human terms and find you so urbane.
That proves nothing. Just don't assume that somehow you could ever grasp me and embody me.
So, what should it be? I'm ready.
You are entitled to a reward for what has been accomplished so far.
A sweet thought, that payment could be made for this.
I give you payment in images. Behold.
Elijah and Salome. The cycle is completed and the gates of the mysteries have opened again. Elijah leads Salome, the seeing one, by the hand. She blushes and lowers her eyes while lovingly batting her eyelids.
Here, I give you Salome. May she be yours.
For God's sake, what should I do with Salome? I am already married, and we are not among the Turks.
You helpless man, how ponderous you are. Is this not a beautiful gift? Is her healing not your doing? Won't you accept her love as the well-deserved payment for your trouble?
Leave him, he is a strange man. Heaven knows what his motives are, but he seems to be serious. I'm not ugly, and surely I'm generally desirable.
It seems to me a rather strange gift, more burden than joy. I am happy that Salome is thankful to me and loves me. I love her too, somewhat. Incidentally, the care I afforded her was literally pressed out of me, rather than something I gave freely and intentionally. If my partly unintentional ordeal has had such a good outcome, I'm already completely satisfied.
Why do you refuse me? I want to be your maid and serve you. I will sing and dance before you, fend off people for you, comfort you when you are sad, laugh with you when you are happy. I will carry all your thoughts in my heart. I will kiss the words that you speak to me. I will pick roses for you each day, and all my thoughts will wait upon you and surround you.
I thank you for your love. It is beautiful to hear you speak of love. It is music and old, far-off homesickness. Look, my tears are falling because of your good words. I want to kneel before you and kiss your hands 100 times, because they want to give me love. You speak so beautifully of love. One can never hear enough of love being spoken.
Why only speak? I want to be yours, utterly and completely yours.
You are like the serpent that coiled around me and pressed out my blood. Your sweet words wind around me, and I stand like someone crucified.
Why still crucified?
Don't you see that unrelenting necessity has flung me onto the cross? It is impossibility that lames me.
Don't you want to break through necessity? Is what you call a necessity really one?
Listen, I doubt that it is your destiny to belong to me. I do not want to intervene in your utterly singular life, since I can never help you to lead it to an end. And what do you gain if one day I must lay you aside like a worn garment?
Your words are terrible. But I love you so much that I could also lay myself aside when your time has come.
I know that it would be the greatest torment for me to let you go away. But if you can do this for me, I can also do it for you. I would go on without lament, since I have not forgotten the dream where I saw my body lying on sharp needles, and a bronze will rolling over my breast, crushing it. I must think of this dream whenever I think of love. If it must be, I am ready.
I don't want such a sacrifice. I want to bring you joy. Can I not be joy to you?
I don't know, perhaps not.
So then at least try.
The attempt is the same as the act. Such attempts are costly.
Won't you bear the cost for my sake?
I'm rather too weak, too exhausted after what I have suffered because of you, still to be able to undertake further tasks for you. I would be overwhelmed.
If you don't want to accept me, then surely I cannot accept you?
It's not a matter of acceptance. If it's about anything in particular, it's about giving.
But I do give myself to you. Just accept me.
As if that would settle the matter. But being entangled with love, simply thinking about it is dreadful.
So you really demand that I be and not be at the same time. That is impossible. What's wrong with you?
I lack the strength to hoist another fate onto my shoulders. I have enough to carry.
But what if I help you bear this load?
How can you? You'd have to carry me, an untamed burden. Shouldn't I have to carry it myself?
You speak the truth. May each one carry his load. He who wants to burden others with his baggage is their slave. It is not too difficult for anyone to lug themselves.
But father, couldn't I help him bear part of his burden?
Then he'd be your slave.
Or my master and ruler.
That I shall not be. You should be a free being. I can bear neither slaves nor masters. I long for men.
Am I not a human being?
Be your own master and your own slave. Do not belong to me, but to yourself. Do not bear my burden, but your own. Thus you leave me my human freedom, a thing that's worth more to me than the right of ownership over another person.
Are you sending me away?
I'm not sending you away. You must not be far from me. But give to me out of your fullness, not your longing. I cannot satisfy your poverty just as you cannot still my longing. If your harvest is rich, send me some fruit from your garden. If you suffer from abundance, I will drink from the brimming horn of your joy. I know that that will be a balm for me. I can satisfy myself only at the table of the satisfied, not at the empty bowls of those who yearn. I will not steal my payment. You possess nothing, so how can you give? Insofar as you give, you demand. Elijah, old man, listen. You have a strange gratitude. Do not give away your daughter, but set her on her own feet. She would like to dance, to sing, or play the flute before people, and she would like their flashing coins thrown before her feet. Salome, I thank you for your love. If you really love me, dance before the crowd, please people so that they praise your beauty and your art. And if you have a rich harvest, throw me one of your roses through the window, and if the fount of your joy overflows, dance and sing to me once more. I long for the joy of men, for their fullness and freedom, and not their neediness.
What a hard and incomprehensible man you are. You have changed since I last saw you. You speak another language, one that sounds foreign to me.
My dear old man, I'd like to believe that you find me changed. But you too seem to have changed. Where is your serpent?
She has gone astray. I believe she was stolen. Since then things have been somewhat gloomy with us. Therefore I would have been happy if you had at least accepted my daughter.
I know where your serpent is. I have her. We fetched her from the underworld. She gave me hardness, wisdom, and magical power. We need her in the upper world, since otherwise the underworld would have had the advantage, to our detriment.
Away with you, accursed robber, may God punish you.
Your curse is powerless. Whoever possesses the serpent cannot be touched by curses. No, be sensible, old man. Whoever possesses wisdom is not greedy for power. Only the man who has power declines to use it. Do not cry, Salome. Fortune is only what you yourself create, and not what comes to you. Begone, my unhappy friends, the night grows late. Elijah, expunge the false gleam of power from your wisdom. And you, Salome, for the sake of our love, do not forget to dance. When everything was completed in me, I unexpectedly returned to the mysteries, to that first sight of the otherworldly powers of the spirit and desire. Just as I had achieved pleasure in myself and power over myself, Salome had lost pleasure in herself but learned love for the other, and Elijah had lost the power of his wisdom, but he had learned to recognize the spirit of the other. Salome thus lost the power of temptation and has become love. As I have won pleasure in myself, I also want love for myself. But that really would be too much and would bind me like an iron ring that would stifle me. I accepted Salome as pleasure and reject her as love. But she wants to be with me. How then should I also have love for myself? Love, I believe, belongs to others. But my love wants to be with me. I dread it. May the power of my thinking push it from me, into the world, into things, into men. For something should join men together, something should be a bridge. It is the most difficult temptation, if even my love wants me. Mysteries, open your curtains again. I want to wage this battle to its end. Come here, serpent of the dark abyss. I hear Salome still crying. What does she want, or what do I still want? It's a damnable payment you have given to me, a payment that one cannot touch without sacrifice. One that requires even greater sacrifice once one has touched it.
Do you mean to live without sacrifice? Life must cost you something, mustn't it?
I have, I believe, already paid. I have rejected Salome. Is that not sacrifice enough?
Too little for you. As has been said, you are allowed to make demands of yourself.
You mean well with your damned logic. Demanding in sacrifice? That isn't what I understood. My error has obviously been to my own benefit. Tell me, isn't it enough if I force my feeling into the background?
You're not forcing your feeling into the background at all. Rather, it suits you much better not to agonize further over Salome.
If you're speaking the truth, it's quite bad. Is that why Salome is still crying?
Yes, it is.
But what is to be done?
Oh, you want to act? One can also think.
But what is there to think? I confess that I know nothing to think here. Perhaps you have advice. I have the feeling that I must soar over my own head. I can't do that. What do you think?
I think nothing and have no advice either.
So ask the beyond, go to heaven or hell, perhaps there is advice there.
I am being pulled upward.
Then the serpent turned into a small white bird which soared into the clouds where she disappeared. My gaze followed her for a long time.
Do you hear me? I'm far off now. Heaven is so far away. Hell is much nearer the earth. I found something for you, a discarded crown. It lay on a street in the immeasurable space of heaven, a golden crown.
And now it already lies in my hand, a golden royal crown, with lettering incised within. What does it say? Love never ends. A gift from heaven. But what does it mean?
Here I am. Are you satisfied?
Partially. At any rate, I thank you for this meaningful gift. But it is mysterious, and your gift makes me well-nigh suspicious.
But the gift comes from heaven, you know.
It's certainly very beautiful, but you know very well what we have grasped of heaven and hell.
Don't exaggerate. After all, there is a difference between heaven and hell. I certainly believe, to judge from what I have seen, that just as little happens in heaven as in hell, though probably in another way. Even what does not occur cannot occur in a particular way.
You speak in riddles that could make one ill if one took them to heart. Tell me, what do you make of the crown?
What do I make of it? Nothing. It truly speaks for itself.
You mean through the inscription it bears?
Precisely. I presume that makes sense to you?
To some extent, I suppose. But that keeps the question awfully in suspense.
Which is how it is meant to be.
Now the bird suddenly turned into the serpent again. You're unnerving.
Only for him, who isn't in agreement with me.
That I am certainly not. But how could one? To hang in the air in such a way is gruesome.
Is this sacrifice too difficult for you? You must also be able to hang if you want to solve problems. Look at Salome.
I see, Salome, that you are still weeping. You are not yet done for. I hover and curse my hovering. I am hanging for your sake and for mine. First I was crucified, now I'm simply hanging, which is less noble, but no less agonizing. Forgive me for wanting to do you in. I thought of saving you as I did when I healed your blindness through my self-sacrifice. Perhaps I must be decapitated a third time for your sake, like your earlier friend John, who brought us the Christ of agony. Are you insatiable? Do you still see no way to become reasonable?
My beloved, what can I do for you? I have utterly forsaken you.
So why are you still crying? You know I can't bear seeing you in tears.
I thought that you were invulnerable since you possessed the black serpent rod.
The effect of the rod seems doubtful to me. But in one respect it does help me. At least I do not suffocate, although I have been strung up. The magic rod apparently helps me bear the hanging. Surely a gruesome good deed and aid. Don't you at least want to cut the cord?
How can I? You are hanging too high. High on the summit of the tree of life where I cannot reach. Can't you help yourself, you knower of serpent wisdom?
Must I go on hanging for long?
Until you have devised help for yourself.
So at least tell me what you think of the crown that the bird of my soul fetched for me from heaven.
What are you saying? The crown? You have the crown. Lucky one. What are you complaining about?
A hanged king would like to change places with every blessed beggar on the country road who has not been hanged.
The crown. You have the crown.
Salome, take pity on me. What is it with the crown?
The crown. You are to be crowned. What blessedness for me and you.
Alas, what do you want with the crown? I can't understand it, and I'm suffering unspeakable torment.
Hang until you understand.
I remain silent and hang high above the ground on the swaying branch of the divine tree, for whose sake the original ancestors could not avoid sin. My hands are bound, and I am completely helpless. So I hang for 3 days and 3 nights. From where should help come? There sits my bird, the serpent, which has put on her white feather dress.
We'll fetch help from the clouds trailing above your head, when nothing else is of help to us.
You want to fetch help from the clouds? How is that possible?
I will go and try.
The bird swings off like a rising lark, becomes smaller and smaller, and finally disappears in the thick gray veil of clouds covering the sky. My gaze follows her longingly, and I make out nothing more than the endless gray cloudy sky above me, impenetrably gray. Harmoniously gray and unreadable. But the writing on the crown, that is legible. Love never ends. Does that mean eternal hanging? I was not wrong to be suspicious when my bird brought the crown of eternal life, the crown of martyrdom, ominous things that are dangerously ambiguous. I am weary not only of hanging, but of struggling after the immeasurable. The mysterious crown lies far below my feet on the ground, winking gold. I do not hover, no, I hang, or rather worse, I am hanged between sky and earth, and do not tire of the state of hanging, for I could indulge in it forever. But love never ends. Is it really true? Shall love never end? If this was a blessed message to them, what is it for me?
That depends entirely on the notion.
An old raven suddenly said, perched on a branch not far from me, awaiting the funeral meal, and immersed in philosophizing. Why does it depend entirely on the notion?
On your notion of love and the other.
I know, unlucky old bird, you mean heavenly and earthly love. Heavenly love would be utterly beautiful, but we are men, and precisely because we are men, I've set my mind on being a complete and full-fledged man.
You're an ideologue.
Dumb raven, be gone. There, very close to my face, a branch moves. A black serpent has coiled itself around it and looks at me with the blinding pearly shimmer of its eyes. Is it not my serpent? Sister, and black rod of magic, where do you come from? I thought that I saw you fly to heaven as a bird, and now you are here? Do you bring help?
I am only my own half. I'm not one, but two. I'm the one and the other. I am here only as the serpent-like, the magical. But magic is useless here. I wound myself idly around this branch to await further developments. You can use me in life, but not in hanging. In the worst case, I'm ready to lead you to Hades. I know the way there.
A black form condenses before me out of the air, Satan, with a scornful laugh. He calls to me.
See what comes from the reconciliation of opposites. Recant, and in a flash you'll be down on the greening earth.
I won't recant, I'm not stupid. If such is the outcome of all this, let it be the end.
Where is your inconsistency? Please remember this important rule of the art of life.
The fact that I'm hanging here is inconsistency enough. I've lived inconsistently ad nauseum. What more do you want?
Perhaps inconsistency in the right place.
Stop it. How should I know what the right and the wrong places are?
Whoever gets on in a sovereign way with the opposites knows left from right.
Be quiet, you're an interested party. If only my white bird came back with help. I fear I'm growing weak.
Don't be stupid, weakness too is a way. Magic makes good the error.
What? You've not yet once had the courage of weakness. You want to become a complete man are men strong?
White bird of mine, I suppose you can't find your way back. Did you get up and leave because you couldn't live with me? Ah, Salome. There she comes. Come to me, Salome. Another night has passed. I didn't hear you cry, but I hung and still hang.
I haven't cried anymore, for good fortune and misfortune are balanced in me.
My white bird has left and has not yet returned. I know nothing and understand nothing. Does this have to do with the crown? Speak.
What should I say? Ask yourself.
I cannot. My brain is like lead. I can only whimper for help. I have no way of knowing whether everything is falling or standing still. My hope is with my white bird. Oh no, could it be that the bird means the same thing as hanging?
Reconciliation of the opposites. Equal rights for all. Follies.
I hear a bird chirping. Is that you? Have you come back?
If you love the earth, you are hanged. If you love the sky, you hover.
What is earth? What is sky?
Everything under you is the earth. Everything above you is the sky. You fly if you strive for what is above you. You are hanged if you strive for what is below you.
What is above me? What is beneath me?
Above you is what is before and over you. Beneath you is what comes back under you.
And the crown? Solve the riddle of the crown for me.
The crown and serpent are opposites and are one. Did you not see the serpent that crowned the head of the crucified?
What? I don't understand you.
What words did the crown bring you? Love never ends. That is the mystery of the crown and the serpent.
But Salome? What should happen to Salome?
You see, Salome is what you are. Fly, and she will grow wings.
The clouds part, the sky is full of the crimson sunset of the completed third day. The sun sinks into the sea, and I glide with it from the top of the tree toward the earth. Softly and peacefully night falls. Fear has befallen me. Whom did you carry to the mountain, you Cabri? And whom have I sacrificed in you? You have piled me up yourselves, turning me into a tower on inaccessible crags, turning me into my church, my monastery, my place of execution, my prison. I am locked up and condemned within myself. I am my own priest and congregation, judge and judged, God and human sacrifice. What a work you have accomplished, Cabri. You have given birth to a cruel law from the chaos that cannot be revoked. It is understood and accepted. The completion of the secret operation approaches. What I saw I described in words to the best of my ability. Words are poor, and beauty does not attend them. But is truth beautiful and beauty true? One can speak in beautiful words about love, but about life? And life stands above love. But love is the inescapable mother of life. Life should never be forced into love, but love into life. May love be subject to torment, but not life. As long as love goes pregnant with life, it should be respected. But if it has given birth to life from itself, it is turned into an empty sheath and expires into transience. I speak against the mother who bore me. I separate myself from the bearing womb. I speak no more for the sake of love, but for the sake of life. The word has become heavy for me, and it barely wrestles itself free of the soul. Bronze doors have shut. Fires have burned out and sunk into ashes. Wells have been drained, and where there were seas there is dry land. My tower stands in the desert. Happy is he who can be a hermit in his own desert. He survives. Not the power of the flesh, but of love should be broken for the sake of life, since life stands above love. A man needs his mother until his life has developed. Then he separates from her. And so life needs love until it has developed. Then it will cut loose from it. The separation of the child from the mother is difficult, but the separation of life from love is harder. Love seeks to have and to hold, but life wants more. The beginning of all things is love, but the being of things is life. This distinction is terrible. Why, O spirit of the darkest depths, do you force me to say that whoever loves does not live and whoever lives does not love? I always get it backward. Should everything be turned into its opposite? Will there be a sea where Philemon's temple stands? Will his shady islands sink into the deepest ground? Into the whirlpool of the withdrawing flood that earlier swallowed all peoples and lands? Will the bottom of the sea be where Ararat arises? What repulsive words do you mutter, you mute son of the earth? You want to sever my soul's embrace? You, my son, do you thrust yourself between? Who are you? And who gives you the power? Everything that I strove for, everything I wrested from myself, do you want to reverse it again and destroy it? You are the son of the devil, to whom everything holy is inimical. You grow overpowering. You frighten me. Let me be happy in the embrace of my soul, and do not disturb the peace of the temple. Off with you, you pierce me with paralyzing force. For I do not want your way. Should I languidly fall at your feet? You devil and son of the devil, speak. Your silence is unbearable, and of awful stupidity. I won my soul, and to what did she give birth for me? You monster, a son, huh? A frightful miscreant, a stammerer, a newt's brain, a primordial lizard. You want to be king of the earth? You want to banish proud free men, bewitch beautiful women, break up castles, rip open the belly of old cathedrals? Dumb thing, a lazy bug-eyed frog that wears pond weed on his skull's pate. And you want to call yourself my son? You're no son of mine, but the spawn of the devil. The father of the devil entered into the womb of my soul, and in you has become flesh. I recognize you, Philemon, you most cunning of all fraudsters. You have deceived me. You impregnated my maidenly soul with the terrible worm. Philemon, damned charlatan, you aped the mysteries for me. You lay the mantle of the stars on me. You played a Christ fool's comedy with me. You hanged me, carefully and ludicrously. In the tree just like Odin, you let me devise runes to enchant Salome. And meanwhile, you procreated my soul with the worm, spew of the dust. Deception upon deception. Terrible devil trickery. You gave me the force of magic, you crowned me, you clad me with the shimmer of power, that let me play a would-be Joseph father to your son. You lodged a puny basilisk in the nest of the dove. My soul, you adulterous whore, you became pregnant with this bastard. I am dishonored. I, laughable father of the Antichrist. How I mistrusted you. And how poor was my mistrust, that it could not gauge the magnitude of this infamous act. What do you break apart? You broke love and life in twain. From this ghastly sundering, the frog and the son of the frog come forth. Ridiculous, disgusting sight. Irresistible advent. They will sit on the banks of the sweet water and listen to the nocturnal song of the frogs, since their god has been born as a son of frogs. Where is Salome? Where is the unresolvable question of love? No more questions, my gaze turned to the coming things, and Salome is where I am. The woman follows your strongest, not you. Thus she bears you your children, in both a good and a bad way. As I stood so alone on the earth, which was covered by rain clouds and falling night, my serpent crept up to me and told me a story.
Once upon a time there was a king, and he had no children. But he would have liked to have a son. So he went to a wise woman who lived as a witch in the forest and confessed all his sins, as if she were a priest appointed by God. To this she said, "Dear king, you have done what you should not have done. But since it has come to pass, It has come to pass, and we will have to see how you can do it better in the future. Take a pound of otter lard, bury it in the earth, and let 9 months pass. Then dig up that place again, and see what you find. So the king went to his house, ashamed and saddened, because he had humiliated himself before the witch in the forest. Yet he listened to her advice, dug a hole in the garden at night, and placed a pot of otter lard in it, which he had obtained with some difficulty. Then he let 9 months go by. After this time had passed, he went again by night to the place where the pot lay buried and dug it up. To his great astonishment, he found a sleeping infant in the pot, though the lard had disappeared. He took out the infant, and jubilantly brought it to his wife. She took it immediately to her breast, and behold, her milk flowed freely. And so the child thrived and became great and strong. He grew into a man who was greater and stronger than all others. When the king's son was 20 years old, he came before his father and said, I know that you have produced me through sorcery, and that I was not born as one of men. You have made me from the repentance of your sins, and this has made me strong. I am born from no woman, which makes me clever. I am strong and clever, and therefore I demand the crown of the realm from you. The old king was startled at his son's knowledge, but even more by his impetuous longing for regal power. He remained silent and thought, What has produced you? Otter lard. Who bore you? The womb of the earth. I drew you from a pot, a witch humiliated me. And he decided to let his son be killed secretly. But because his sop was stronger than others, he feared him, and therefore he wanted to take refuge in a trick. He went again to the sorceress in the forest, and asked her for advice. She said, Dear king, you confess no sin to me this time, because you want to commit a sin. I advise you to bury another pot with otter's lard, and leave it to lie in the earth for 9 months. Then dig it out again, and see what has happened. The king did what the sorceress advised him. And thenceforth his son became weaker and weaker, and when the king returned to the place where the pot lay after 9 months, he could dig his son's grave at the same time. He lay the dead one in the fosse beside the empty pot. But the king was saddened, and when he could no longer master his melancholy, he returned yet again to the sorceress one night and asked her for advice. She spoke to him, Dear king, you wanted a son, but the son wanted to be king himself and also had the power and cleverness for it, and then you wanted your son no more. Because of this you lost your son. Why are you complaining? You have everything, dear king, that you wanted. But the king said, You are right. I wanted it so, but I did not want this melancholy. Do you have any remedies against remorse? The sorceress spoke, Dear king, go to your son's grave, fill the pot again with otter's lard, and after 9 months see what you find in the pot. The icing did this, as he had been commanded, and henceforth he became happy and did not know why. When the 9 months had passed, he dug out the pot again. The body had disappeared, but in the pot there lay a sleeping infant, and he realized that the infant was his dead son. He took the infant to himself, and henceforth he grew as much in a week as other infants grow in a year. And when 20 weeks had passed, the son came before the father again and claimed his realm. But the father had learned from experience and already knew for a long time how everything would turn out. After the son had voiced his demand, the old king got up from his throne and embraced his son with tears of joy and crowned him king. And so the son, who had thus become king, was grateful to his father and held him in high esteem as long as his father was granted life.
But I spoke to my serpent. In truth, my serpent, I didn't know that you are also a teller of fairy tales. So tell me, how should I interpret your fairy tale?
Imagine that you are the old king and have a son.
Who is the son?
Well, I thought that you had just spoken of a son who doesn't make you very happy.
What? You don't mean that I should crown him?
Yes, who else?
That's uncanny. But what about the sorceress?
The sorceress is a motherly woman whose son you should be, since you are a child renewing himself in you.
Oh no, will it be impossible for me to be a man?
Sufficient manhood, and beyond that fullness of childhood, which is why you need the mother.
I'm ashamed to be a child.
And thus you kill your son. A creator needs the mother, since you are not a woman.
This is a terrible truth. I thought and hoped that I could be a man in every way.
You cannot do this for the sake of the son. To create means mother and child.
The thought that I must remain a child is unbearable.
For the sake of your son, you must be a child and leave him the crown.
The thought that I must remain a child is humiliating and shattering.
A salutary antidote against power. Don't resist being a child, otherwise you resist your son, whom you want above all.
It's true, I want the son in survival. But the price for this is high.
The son stands higher. You are smaller and weaker than the son. That is a bitter truth, but it can't be avoided. Don't be defiant. Children must be well behaved.
Damn scorn.
Man of mockery, I'll have patience with you. My well should flow for you and pour forth the drink of salvation, if all lands parch with thirst, and everyone comes to you begging for the water of life. So subject yourself to the sun.
Where am I going to take hold of the immeasurable? My knowledge and ability are poor, my power is not enough. At which the serpent curled up, gathered herself into knots and said,
Do not ask after the morrow, sufficient unto you is the day. You need not worry about the means. Let everything grow, let everything sprout. The sun grows out of himself.
The myth commences, the one that need only be lived, not sung, the one that sings itself. I subject myself to the sun, the one engendered by sorcery, the unnaturally born, the son of the frogs, who stands at the waterside and speaks with his fathers and listens to their nocturnal singing. Truly he is full of mysteries and superior in strength to all men. No man has produced him, and no woman has given birth to him. The absurd has entered the age-old mother, and the son has grown in the deepest ground. He sprang up and was put to death. He rose again, was produced anew in the way of sorcery, and grew more swiftly than before. I gave him the crown that unites the separated. And so he unites the separated for me. I gave him the power, and thus he commands, since he is superior in strength and cleverness to all others. I did not give way to him willingly, but out of insight. No man binds above and below together. But he who did not grow like a man, and yet has the form of a man, is capable of binding them. My power is paralyzed, but I survive in my son. I set aside my concern that he may master the people. I am solitary, the people rejoice at him. I was powerful, now I am powerless. I was strong, now I am weak. Since then he has taken all the strength into himself. Everything has turned itself upside down for me. I love the beauty of the beautiful, the spirit of those rich in spirit, the strength of the strong. I laughed at the stupidity of the stupid, I despised the weakness of the weak, the meanness of the mean, and hated the badness of the bad. But now I must love the beauty of the ugly, the spirit of the foolish, and the strength of the weak. I must admire the stupidity of the clever, must respect the weakness of the strong and the meanness of the generous, and honor the goodness of the bad. Where does that leave mockery, contempt, and hatred? They went over to the sun as a token of power. His mockery is bloody, and how contemptuously his eyes flash. His hatred is a singing fire. Enviable one, you son of the gods, how can one fail to obey you? He broke me in two, he cut me up. He yokes the separated. Without him I would fall apart, but my life went on with him. My love remained with me. Thus I entered solitude with a black look on my face, full of resentment and outrage at my son's dominion. How could my son arrogate my power? I went into my gardens and sat down in a lonely spot on rocks by the water, and brooded darkly. I called the serpent, my nocturnal companion, who lay with me on the rocks through many twilights, imparting her serpent wisdom. But then my son emerged from the water, great and powerful, the crown on his head, with a swirling lion's mane, shimmering serpent skin covering his body. He said to me,
I come to you and demand your life.
What do you mean? Have you even become a god?
I rise again, I had become flesh, now I return to eternal glitter and shimmer, to the eternal embers of the sun, and leave you your earthliness. You will remain with men. You have been in immortal company long enough. Your work belongs to the earth.
What a speech. Weren't you wallowing in the earth and the under-earth?
I had become man and beast, and now ascend again to my own country.
Where is your country?
In the light, in the egg, in the sun, in what is innermost and compressed, in the eternal longing embers. So rises the sun in your heart and streams out into the cold world.
How you transfigure yourself.
I want to vanish from your sight. You ought to live in darkest solitude. Men, not gods, should illumine your darkness.
How hard and solemn you are. I'd like to bathe your feet with my tears, dry them with my hair. I'm raving, am I a woman?
Also a woman, also a mother, pregnant. Giving birth awaits you.
O Holy Spirit, grant me a spark of your eternal light.
You are with child.
I feel the torment and the fear and the desolation of pregnant woman. Do you go for me, my God?
You have the child.
My soul, do you still exist? You serpent, you frog, you magically produced boy whom my hands buried. You ridiculed, despised, hated one who appeared to me in a foolish form? Woe betide those who have seen their soul and felt it with hands. I am powerless in your hand, my God.
The pregnant woman belongs to fate. Release me, I rise to the eternal realm.
Will I never hear your voice again? Oh, damn deception. What am I asking? You'll talk to me again tomorrow. You'll chat over and over in the mirror.
Do not rail. I will be present and not present. You will hear and not hear me. I will be and not be.
You utter gruesome riddles.
Such is my language, and to you I leave the understanding. No one besides you has your God. He is always with you, yet you see him in others, and thus he is never with you. You strive to draw to yourself those who seem to possess your God. You will come to see that they do not possess him, and that you alone have him. Thus you are alone among men, in the crowd and yet alone. Solitude in multitude. Ponder this.
I suppose I ought to remain silent after what you have said, but I cannot. My heart bleeds when I see you go from me.
Let me go. I shall return to you in renewed form. Do you see the sun, how it sinks red into the mountains? This day's work is accomplished, and a new sun returns. Why are you mourning the sun of today?
Must night fall?
Is it not mother of the day?
Because of this night I want to despair.
Why lament? It is fate. Let me go, my wings grow and the longing toward eternal light swells up powerfully in me. You can no longer stop me. Stop your tears and let me ascend with cries of joy. You are a man of the fields, think of your crops. I become light, like the bird that rises up into the skies of morning. Do not stop me, do not complain. Already I hover, the cry of life escapes from me, I can no longer hold back my supreme pleasure. I must go up. It has happened, the last cord tears away, my wings bear me up. I dive up into the sea of light. You who are down there, you distant, twilight being, you fade from me.
Where have you gone? Something has happened. I am lamed. Has the God not left my sight? Where is the God? What has happened? How empty, how utterly empty. Should I proclaim to men how you vanished? Should I preach the gospel of God-forsaken solitude? Should we all go into the desert and strew ashes on our heads, since the God has left us? I believe and accept that the God is something different from me. He swung high with jubilant joy. I remain in the night of pain, no longer with the God, but alone with myself. Now shut, you bronze doors I opened to the flood of devastation and murder brooding over the peoples. Open so as to midwife the God. Shut, may mountains bury you and seas flow over you. I came to myself, a giddy and pitiful figure. I didn't want this fellow as my companion. I found myself with him. I'd prefer a bad woman or a wayward hound, but one's own eye. This horrifies me. An opus is needed, that one can squander decades on, and do it out of necessity. I must catch up with a piece of the Middle Ages, within myself. We have only finished the Middle Ages of others. I must begin early, in that period when the hermits died out. Asceticism, inquisition, torture are close at hand and impose themselves. The barbarian requires barbaric means of education. You are a barbarian. I want to live with you, therefore I will carry you through an utterly medieval hell, until you are capable of making living with you bearable. You should be the vessel and womb of life, therefore I shall purify you. The touchstone is being alone with oneself. This is the way.
You arrive without fully knowing why you are here. There is no clear intention guiding you, only a subtle pressure behind your thoughts, like a door that has been leaning inward for some time and has finally begun to give way. Something has shifted, not dramatically, not violently, quietly, the kind of shift you only notice when silence starts to feel crowded. You sense it first as unease, a restlessness that does not belong to fear alone. It feels older than anxiety, heavier than doubt. It hums beneath your daily gestures, beneath your words, beneath the face you show the world. You can still function. You can still speak and decide and move. Yet something inside you has stopped agreeing automatically. A tension has formed between what you do and what watches you doing it. You stand at a threshold that does not announce itself. There is no sign, no instruction, no promise waiting on the other side. Only the awareness that the familiar ground has grown thin. The old structures that once held your certainty now echo when you step on them. They still exist, but they no longer feel solid. They feel rehearsed, borrowed, like clothes that once fit perfectly and now sit awkwardly on your shoulders. You may feel a strange pull toward what you once avoided, toward questions that do not resolve cleanly, toward images that disturb your sense of order, toward a quiet voice that does not command, yet does not leave you alone. It does not explain itself. It simply waits, patient, insistent, as if it knows you will eventually have to listen. There is a sense of loss here, though nothing obvious has been taken from you. A loss of certainty, a loss of the hero you once believed you had to be. The part of you that thrived on direction, on clarity, on moving forward without looking down. That part still breathes, but it has grown tense, defensive, proud in ways you no longer trust. You feel it when you slow down, when the noise fades just enough for another rhythm to be heard. Something raw, something unfinished, something that does not ask to be fixed, only acknowledged. It presses against you from within, not as an enemy, but as a presence that has been waiting for your attention. Images begin to surface without your permission. A dark forest at dusk, a narrow gate standing open, unattended, fire flickering without warmth, a child watching from a distance, neither innocent nor corrupt, simply there. These images do not explain themselves. They do not arrive to comfort you. They arrive because they must. You sense that whatever is approaching cannot be managed the way you manage tasks or problems. It will not respond to control. It will not submit to force. It requires something else from you, something quieter, something more dangerous, a willingness to remain present without rushing toward meaning. You are not being asked to understand. Not yet. You are being asked to stay, to stand where you are without retreating into distraction or certainty, to feel the weight of what is stirring beneath the surface of your life. The threshold does not demand courage. It demands honesty, and so you remain, breathing, listening, allowing the tension to exist without resolving it. The door does not close behind you. It never does. What waits beyond it has already noticed you. You step forward, and the ground changes beneath you. Not suddenly, not violently, but unmistakably. What once felt like surface now feels porous, as if every step sinks slightly deeper than expected. The familiar orientation dissolves. Directions blur. Forward no longer feels different from inward. You realize that whatever you crossed was not a boundary in space, but an attitude. The images that hovered at the edge now surround you. They do not line up. They do not cooperate. They appear the way dreams do, with their own logic, their own gravity. A forest stretches endlessly, trees pressed close together, their branches tangled like unspoken thoughts. Light filters through in fragments, never enough to illuminate the whole. You move, but the forest does not clear. It thickens. You feel watched, though no eyes reveal themselves. The sensation does not come from outside. It rises from within, from a place that knows your movements before you make them. You sense figures forming in the dark. Not characters, not symbols you can name, but presences shaped by tension. They carry qualities rather than faces. Pride without confidence. Fear without object. Desire without direction. The voice that accompanies you does not guide. It does not reassure. It reflects. When you tense, it grows silent. When you resist, it presses closer. You begin to notice how often you reach for control, how quickly you try to impose order when the unknown approaches. Here, that reflex fails. The more you attempt to dominate the terrain, the more it resists definition. You encounter the figure of strength you once relied on. It stands tall, familiar, composed of certainty and will. It is the part of you that believed clarity was a virtue and dominance a necessity. Yet here it feels strangely rigid, out of place. Its confidence echoes hollowly, like armor worn in a place where movement matters more than protection. This figure does not attack you. It does not threaten. It simply stands between you and something else. Something smaller, quieter, something that does not look powerful at all. You feel irritation rise, impatience. Why should this fragile presence matter more than what has carried you this far? Why should the strong yield to the weak? The forest responds to this tension. The air grows heavier. Fire appears without warning, not consuming, but illuminating contradictions. You see how strength has hardened into pride, how certainty has narrowed perception, how the hero you trusted has begun to block rather than protect. The realization does not arrive as insight. It arrives as discomfort. You feel guilt, though you cannot yet name its source. It is not moral guilt. It is existential. The sense that something essential has been denied space to live. That something has been carried too long without being allowed to breathe. The weight of this realization presses down, not as punishment, but as gravity. Water emerges. A river cutting through the forest, dark and slow. It does not invite crossing. It reflects fragments of your face, distorted by movement. You recognize yourself and do not. The reflection shifts constantly, refusing to settle. You sense that the river carries what you have pushed aside. Unlived impulses, abandoned questions, feelings judged unworthy and buried. You hesitate at its edge. Part of you wants to turn back, to reclaim the surface, the clarity, the familiar world where meanings are fixed and roles are clear. Another part of you knows that retreat would not restore what was lost. The door behind you remains open, but it no longer feels like safety. It feels like repetition. Figures move near the water. Opposites that refuse separation. Beauty intertwined with cruelty. Wisdom bound to blindness. love carrying the scent of danger. You recoil, then realize the recoil itself is part of the encounter. You are not meant to approve or condemn. You are meant to witness. The voice returns, quieter now, almost indistinguishable from your own breath. It does not ask what you think. It asks what you can endure. Can you remain present when contradictions do not resolve? Can you allow images to exist without translating them into conclusions? Can you stay when the ground refuses to become solid? You feel the temptation to escape into interpretation, to label, to categorize, to make sense. The forest resists this too. Every attempt to explain drains the images of their vitality. They grow thin when handled intellectually, like animals trapped in definitions. You begin to understand that meaning here is not extracted. It is lived. The descent deepens. The light fades further. You sense that something essential is being stripped away, not by force, but by exposure. The structures that once defined you cannot survive unchanged in this terrain. They were never meant to. They belong to another layer of life. You do not yet know what will remain. You only know that what descends with you must be willing to change. The forest closes in gently, relentlessly. And you continue not because you are certain, but because turning back no longer feels possible. You move deeper and time loosens its grip. Minutes stretch. Thoughts slow. The rhythm of your breath becomes louder than your inner commentary. The forest no longer feels like a place you are walking through. It feels like a state you are entering, a density that wraps itself around your attention and asks you to stay. You begin to notice how sensations carry memory. The smell of damp earth stirs something ancient in you, something that existed before explanation. The crackle of distant fire awakens a tension you recognize from childhood, from moments when fascination and fear lived side by side. These impressions do not arrive as recollections. They arrive as living currents, moving through you without asking permission. A clearing opens, not wide, not welcoming. In its center stands a mirror, tall and unadorned, resting directly on the ground. It does not reflect the forest behind you. It reflects movement within you. When you approach, your image shifts. Sometimes you appear older, sometimes younger. Sometimes your face carries authority. Sometimes it carries need. You realize the mirror is not interested in accuracy. It is interested in truth. You feel the urge to look away. The mirror exposes something you have learned to keep functional but distant. The tension between who you present and who watches from behind that presentation. The observer you have relied on for control now finds itself observed. This reversal unsettles you. It strips away the illusion that awareness belongs solely to the ego. Heat rises. Fire flickers at the edges of the clearing, not threatening, not consuming. It illuminates the mirror from different angles, revealing images layered beneath images. You see moments when pride saved you, moments when it isolated you, moments when humility felt like weakness, moments when it felt like relief. None of these moments cancel the others. They coexist, demanding space together. You feel resistance tighten in your chest. A familiar reflex. The need to choose one image and reject the rest. To define yourself by a single narrative that feels manageable. The mirror refuses this. Each attempt to fix your identity causes the image to fracture further. You begin to understand that coherence here does not come from simplification, but from endurance. A presence forms beside you, not a figure you can name, not a voice you can quote. It feels like an atmosphere, like a pressure that invites surrender without command. You sense that this presence does not want your obedience. It wants your participation. It waits for you to stop defending your coherence. The fire grows brighter for a moment, and you see the hero again. Not as a figure standing apart, but as a pattern woven through your history. The moments you chose strength over listening, action over reflection, victory over integration. You feel gratitude for this figure. It carried you when you needed momentum. It protected you when the world demanded certainty. And yet you also see its shadow, how it silenced softer impulses, how it dismissed ambiguity as weakness, how it demanded progress even when the soul asked for stillness. The realization does not condemn the hero. It places it in context, a role that has fulfilled its function and now resists relinquishing control. A sensation of grief emerges, subtle but persistent. Not grief for something lost, but for something delayed. Parts of you that waited patiently while the hero ran ahead. Feelings that were postponed for later. Questions that were buried under achievement. The mirror reflects this grief without dramatizing it. It simply holds it. You notice how the forest responds. The trees lean inward slightly as if listening. The river you passed earlier can be heard again, closer now. Its sound carries both continuity and change. Water moving forward by surrendering shape. You feel the metaphor settle into your body rather than your mind. Breath becomes an anchor. Inhale, the fire warms. Exhale, the mirror softens. You are no longer trying to understand what is happening. You are allowing yourself to be shaped by it. The presence beside you remains steady, unhurried. It does not rescue you from tension. It teaches you how to stay with it. The clearing does not resolve. The mirror does not disappear. The hero does not die dramatically. Instead, something quieter occurs. Your grip loosens. Just enough. The forest does not open yet, but it no longer presses as tightly. You sense that this is not an ending, but a turning. A subtle reorientation that prepares the next descent without announcing it. And so you remain, suspended between reflection and movement, feeling the slow rearrangement taking place beneath your awareness, knowing that what comes next will deepen what has already begun. You do not leave the clearing. It dissolves around you. The mirror fades into the air, not gone but absorbed. Its surface lingers in your perception, now internal, now everywhere. You carry it with you as you move, though movement itself feels altered. Less deliberate, more receptive. The forest grows darker, yet your eyes adjust. You begin to sense rather than see. The boundaries between thought and feeling blur. You notice how often you once demanded clarity before allowing yourself to proceed. Here, clarity arrives only after you relinquish that demand. You walk by trusting the weight of your steps, the pull of breath, the subtle cues rising from beneath language. You encounter figures again, though they are closer now, less theatrical. They no longer appear as strangers. They feel intimate, familiar. One carries longing without direction. Another carries judgment without certainty. Another holds tenderness wrapped in suspicion. You recognize them not as intruders, but as residents. They have always lived here. They simply waited for you to descend far enough to meet them without armor. The urge to negotiate returns, to improve them, to make them more acceptable. You feel how deeply this impulse runs. The need to refine the psyche into something presentable. The forest resists refinement. It accepts only presence. When you stop trying to correct what appears, the figures settle. They do not vanish. They become quieter, more grounded. Fire reappears, this time within you. Not as passion, not as ambition, but as warmth. A steady heat that softens rigidity. You sense how often intensity was mistaken for aliveness. How effort was confused with truth. The fire here does not burn away. It transforms by proximity. It allows what was frozen to thaw at its own pace. You feel the hero again, but now it is tired. Not defeated. Simply exhausted from carrying a singular image of purpose. You sense its pride loosening, not through humiliation, but through honesty. The realization dawns gently. The hero was never wrong. It was incomplete. It carried one side of life and mistook it for the whole. A child appears at the edge of your awareness. Not symbolic, not innocent, curious, observant. It watches without demanding answers. It does not ask where you are going or why. It simply remains attentive. You feel something soften in response. A memory of openness that existed before strategy took over. Before every movement needed justification. Water flows nearby again. You do not approach it this time. You listen. The sound carries layers. Loss and renewal intertwined. You recognize that what flows away also nourishes what remains. The psyche does not hoard. It circulates. What stagnates becomes heavy. What moves finds form elsewhere. You notice how contradictions no longer provoke immediate discomfort. They still exist. Beauty still brushes against cruelty. Wisdom still neighbors blindness. But your reaction has shifted. You are no longer trying to resolve them into coherence. You allow them to coexist without collapsing inward. This tolerance is not indifference. It is capacity. The presence that accompanied you earlier feels closer now, less separate. You realize it does not speak because it does not need to. It has always been there, behind the voice that narrates your life, behind the witness that evaluates your experience. It does not oppose you. It contains you. Breath deepens again. With each cycle, something rearranges itself subtly. You cannot name it. Naming would shrink it. You sense alignment not as harmony, but as willingness. Willingness to stay with what is alive, even when it does not flatter you. The forest begins to thin, though you do not feel relief. You feel readiness, not for resolution, but for further exposure. You sense that what lies ahead will not contradict what you have encountered. It will amplify it. The rhythm continues, steady, unhurried, carrying you deeper into the same field from another angle, where the next movement waits to unfold. The forest no longer feels external. You realize that what surrounds you now is woven from the same material as your thoughts, your sensations, your hesitations. The distinction between inner and outer thins until it becomes irrelevant. You are not moving through something. You are moving as something. The ground beneath you softens like soil after rain. Each step leaves an impression that lingers. You sense how every encounter has shaped you, not as memory, but as contour. The psyche carries its history not in stories, but in posture, in how you approach what is unknown, in how quickly you brace yourself, in how slowly you allow yourself to rest. You feel the echo of earlier resistance, but it has changed texture. It is no longer sharp. It is tired. It does not fight. It questions quietly, wondering if vigilance is still required. You let the question remain unanswered. For once, uncertainty does not feel like a threat. It feels like space. A temple appears without architecture. You recognize it not by walls or columns, but by atmosphere. The air grows still. Sound dims. Breath becomes deliberate. You realize that this place has always existed, not as sanctuary, but as center. A point of orientation that does not impose direction. It receives. At the heart of this presence, you feel yourself observed again. Not evaluated. Not measured. Seen. The gaze does not penetrate. It holds. You sense that this is what you once sought from the world without knowing it. Not validation. Recognition. The kind that does not require performance. The hero does not stand here. The child does. Not asking. Not waiting. Simply breathing. You notice how the child does not distinguish between strength and vulnerability. It has not learned that division yet. It responds to what is alive, not to what is appropriate. This realization settles slowly, like dust in warm light. Fire burns at the center, but it is subdued, a glow rather than a flame. It does not demand sacrifice. It asks for presence. You feel how much effort you once spent feeding fires that could never be satisfied. Fires of ambition. Fires of identity. This fire remains steady regardless of what you offer. It is not fueled by striving. You sit, though sitting is more an attitude than a posture. The temple does not require reverence. It requires honesty. As you remain, images drift through without insistence. Moments of failure. Moments of tenderness. Moments when you turned away. Moments when you stayed. None of them dominate. They pass like clouds reflected in still water. You notice how judgment has lost urgency. It has not disappeared. It simply no longer commands the center. The need to separate good from bad, worthy from unworthy, has softened. You see how that division once helped you survive. You also see how it limited your capacity to remain whole. The presence deepens. It does not expand outward. It draws inward. You feel yourself gathered rather than elevated, integrated without being unified. The paradox does not disturb you. You allow it to exist without pressure. Meaning arises not as conclusion, but as resonance. A sense that something essential has aligned, even if nothing has been resolved. Water appears again, this time as breath. Inhale, the chest opens. Exhale, the body settles. You sense how rhythm itself is a form of dialogue, giving and receiving without commentary. The psyche breathes the same way. Expansion followed by release. Contact followed by withdrawal. Neither superior. Both necessary. You remain in the temple long enough for time to lose relevance. When movement returns, it does not pull you forward. It turns you slightly, just enough to reveal another perspective within the same space. You understand that depth does not always require descent. Sometimes it requires staying. The fire continues to glow. The child continues to observe. The presence remains unspoken. You rise without leaving. The forest does not reclaim you. It accompanies you. What unfolds next will not introduce something new. It will bring you back, carrying what has been quietly rearranged, into relation with the world you thought you left behind. You return without returning. The forest loosens its edges, and the world you remember begins to seep back in, but it does not reclaim you. It approaches cautiously, as if sensing that something in you no longer responds the way it once did. Familiar shapes appear, yet they feel quieter, less insistent. They wait for you to meet them, rather than demanding your immediate allegiance. The tension you carried earlier has not vanished. It has condensed. It lives closer to the center now, less scattered, less reactive. You feel it as a steady pulse beneath your movements, a reminder that aliveness includes friction. The difference is subtle but decisive. You are no longer trying to eliminate the tension. You are allowing it to inform you. Images from the descent rise again. The mirror flashes briefly in the corner of your awareness, not as confrontation, but as reminder. The river murmurs beneath the surface of daily sound, not asking you to step in, only to remember its presence. Fire flickers when warmth is needed, then recedes. None of these symbols demand interpretation. They function as living coordinates, orienting you without instruction. You notice how easily you once slipped into extremes, into certainty or collapse, into control or surrender. The psyche now resists those shortcuts. It asks for something more nuanced, more patient, a way of being that does not abandon complexity in exchange for relief. You feel the strain of this at times. It would be easier to declare victory or defeat. The work refuses both. The hero stirs once more, but it does not rise. It watches. Its pride is softened into discernment. It recognizes that action still matters, but not every moment requires conquest. There is a dignity and restraint that it had not learned before. You sense its willingness to serve rather than dominate. This shift carries weight. It alters how energy moves through you. The child remains present, though less visible. You feel it in moments of spontaneous attention, when something small arrests you without reason, when curiosity arises without agenda, when you listen without preparing a response. These moments feel fragile, easily overlooked. You protect them not by clinging, but by allowing them to pass and return in their own time. You begin to recognize how much of your life was shaped by avoidance. Avoidance of uncertainty, avoidance of contradiction, avoidance of the quiet ache that arises when meaning is not immediately accessible. Now, when that ache surfaces, you do not rush to soothe it. You stay. You let it breathe. You let it teach you its rhythm. There is a sense of gathering, not accumulation, but convergence. Parts of you that once pulled in different directions now orbit the same center without merging. You feel coherence without uniformity. This state does not announce itself as achievement. It feels ordinary, grounded, almost disappointingly simple. And yet it carries depth. You notice how your relationship to others has shifted, even in imagination. The urge to correct, to persuade, to prove has weakened. You listen more for what moves beneath words. You sense the same forest in others, the same river, the same fire. This recognition does not make you indulgent. It makes you careful, respectful of the distances each psyche requires. Silence grows more articulate. Pauses between thoughts feel fuller, less empty. You realize how much you once feared these pauses, filling them quickly with distraction or noise. Now they offer something else, a space where the psyche rearranges itself without supervision. You trust this process more than you trust conclusions. The presence that accompanied you throughout does not withdraw. It integrates. You feel it as an underlying steadiness, a quiet confidence that does not depend on certainty. It does not shield you from confusion. It allows confusion to exist without collapsing your orientation. This becomes your new reference point. You sense the arc reaching its fullest tension here, not through drama, but through density. Everything you encountered presses close at once. Mirror, forest, fire, water, child, hero, presence. They do not clash. They overlap. You hold them together without forcing synthesis. The effort of this holding is real. It asks for attention, patience, humility. Breath slows again. You feel the moment stretch, rich and unresolved. Nothing more needs to happen. Nothing needs to end. The crescendo is not a peak. It is a fullness that sustains itself briefly before easing, allowing what has been gathered to settle into a quieter form. You sense the movement toward continuation beginning, gentle and inevitable, carrying you toward the next phase without signaling departure. You do not step away from what you have encountered. It settles around you, within you, as quietly as breath after exertion. The intensity softens not because it is complete, but because it no longer needs to press. It has found room. It has found attention. The forest does not vanish. It thins into memory, into sensation, into a subtle orientation that accompanies you without effort. You sense its presence when you pause unexpectedly, when a familiar thought fails to grip you as tightly as before. It is there when silence feels inhabited rather than empty. The mirror no longer confronts you. It glimmers occasionally, catching fragments of yourself in passing moments. A reaction that surprises you. A tenderness that appears without explanation. A restraint where impulse once dominated. You do not linger on these reflections. You let them pass, knowing they belong to a larger movement you no longer need to supervise. Fire remains as warmth, not excitement, not urgency, a steady heat that supports rather than consumes. You recognize when it dims and when it brightens, without interpreting either as failure or success. The psyche regulates itself when allowed. You trust this more now. The river continues its course beneath the surface of your days. You hear it in moments of loss, in moments of release, in moments when something familiar drifts away without resistance. You no longer chase what flows. You allow it to nourish what remains unseen. The hero walks beside you now, no longer in front. It lends strength when needed and steps back when listening matters more. The child appears in flashes, brief and unannounced, reminding you of attention without agenda. Neither demands permanence. Both require respect. The presence that held you throughout does not name itself. It does not need recognition. It operates through alignment rather than command. When you move against yourself, you feel the friction sooner. When you move with what is alive, there is less noise. This becomes guidance enough. You notice how the world feels slightly more transparent. Not safer, not kinder, simply less opaque. You sense the undercurrents moving through conversations, through choices, through moments that once felt flat. This awareness does not elevate you. It humbles you. It asks you to move carefully, to listen longer, to speak less when words are premature. There is no conclusion waiting for you, no final synthesis to arrive at. What is opened cannot be closed without cost, and it does not ask to be closed. It asks to be lived with, to be consulted, to be allowed to interrupt you when you forget. You will return to habits, to distractions, to certainty. This is not failure. It is rhythm. Each return carries the possibility of remembering. Each forgetting carries the seed of another descent. The dialogue does not end because it was never meant to. You remain attentive now in a different way. Not vigilant, not passive, present. You carry the forest in your breath, the fire in your chest, the river in your pauses. You walk without announcing arrival. You listen without demanding clarity. And somewhere beneath your next thought, beneath the next decision you make, something continues to watch with you, breathing slowly, waiting patiently, not for answers, but for your willingness to stay. The way of what is to come. You feel it before you can name it. A pressure behind the eyes, a faint tightening in the chest, as if something has leaned closer without making a sound. Nothing dramatic happens. No vision. No answer. Just the sense that a door you were not looking for has begun to loosen its frame. You remain where you are, but something inside you has shifted its weight. The world still looks familiar. Objects keep their outlines. Your thoughts continue their ordinary procession, and yet a subtle dissonance hums beneath it all, like a note held too long. You sense that what once carried meaning with ease now hesitates. Explanations feel thinner. Certainties feel borrowed. It is not despair. It is not clarity. It is the moment just before either becomes possible. You may notice a quiet image repeating itself. A path half seen at dusk. A mirror that reflects more shadow than face. A river whose surface refuses to stay still. These images do not announce themselves as symbols. They simply arrive, uninvited, and linger. You do not summon them. They seem to have found you on their own. There is a feeling of being addressed, though no voice speaks aloud. Something in you has begun to listen, even if you do not yet know to what. This listening is not intentional. It arises the way breath does when the body remembers itself. You are not searching. You are being approached. The habits of your mind respond, as they always have. They ask for reasons. They look for context. They want to stabilize the ground. But the ground does not answer. It waits. And in this waiting, you begin to sense the presence of another order, one that does not rush to clarify, one that does not justify itself. A faint unease settles in, not sharp enough to alarm you, not soft enough to ignore. It carries the texture of nightfall, that hour when the forest seems to lean inward, when familiar paths lose their edges. You are still standing at the threshold. Nothing has been demanded of you yet. Nothing has been explained. You feel both smaller and more exposed, as if some protective layer has thinned without tearing. The usual measure by which you judge yourself begins to falter. Success and failure grow quiet. Even the question of who you are seems to pause, suspended between breaths. This is not an invitation you accepted. It is one you have noticed. Something has crossed into awareness, not to instruct, not to console, but to be present. It does not ask you to follow. It does not promise light. It simply remains, patient and close, waiting for you to feel that you are no longer alone inside yourself. You step forward without moving. The threshold dissolves behind you, not as a memory, but as a sensation that no longer applies. The air feels thicker here, as if thought itself has weight. Images begin to press closer, not as metaphors, but as presences. A forest opens around you, dense and unlit, its paths winding without promise of return. You do not choose a direction. The forest has already chosen you. Voices do not speak in sentences. They arrive as pressures, as moods, as sudden reversals of feeling. What you once trusted now hesitates. What you dismissed now stares back with quiet insistence. You sense that something within you has its own gravity, its own tempo, and it does not align with the rhythm you learned to call yourself. This is not chaos for its own sake. It is a different order, one that does not explain itself to the surface. You feel the familiar habits of judgment rise up, ready to classify, to measure, to regain balance. They flicker like torches at the edge of the woods, but each attempt to name what is happening seems to thin the experience rather than clarify it. Meaning slips away when grasped too quickly. The forest responds not to force, but to presence. A mirror appears, not hanging, not held, simply there. You look, expecting distortion, expecting revelation. Instead, you see fragments. A face that feels yours but older, or younger, or perhaps timeless. An expression you do not remember choosing. The mirror does not accuse. It does not reassure. It reflects without mercy and without intent. You sense opposition everywhere. Light presses against shadow. Order leans into disorder. Silence carries more weight than speech. These are not enemies. They exist too close together to be separated. When you try to favor one, the other deepens. When you attempt to banish darkness, it thickens into substance. The psyche here does not reward purity. It insists on wholeness, even when wholeness feels unbearable. A river cuts through the terrain, dark and slow. Its surface reflects stars you do not recognize. You feel the urge to cross, to reach the other side where something might finally make sense. But the river resists interpretation. It does not offer a bridge. It invites neither courage nor retreat. It simply flows, carrying fragments of memory, desire, fear, and forgotten tenderness in its current. You realize that much of what you call yourself belongs to a narrower band of awareness, shaped by habit, praise, survival. Here that band feels thin, almost translucent. Beneath it moves something older, less concerned with coherence. It does not argue. It does not persuade. It waits, confident in its own persistence. Images begin to repeat. Fire appears, not as destruction, but as a slow-consuming warmth that asks what you are willing to let go of without promise of return. A temple emerges, not built of stone, but of attention, where every thought becomes audible, every impulse exposed. You feel both invited and judged, though no judgment is spoken. There is no teacher here, no doctrine, no reassurance that what you are encountering is safe or necessary. The experience does not adapt itself to your comfort. It unfolds according to a deeper rhythm, one that does not consult your preferences. You begin to sense that resistance itself is part of the encounter, that even your refusal has been anticipated. Night deepens, not as darkness alone, but as intimacy. The kind of night where boundaries soften and distinctions blur. You feel watched, not by an external presence, but by something within that knows you without explanation. It sees your hunger for meaning and your fear of losing yourself to it. It does not choose between them. The forest breathes. The river continues. The mirror remains. You are no longer oriented by direction or outcome. You are oriented by contact. Each image presses against you, not to teach, but to be endured. This descent does not ask you to understand. It asks you to stay, to remain present as the symbolic field closes around you, alive, autonomous, and unwilling to be reduced to sense alone. You begin to notice how the body responds before the mind has time to interfere. A tightening in the throat when a certain image returns. A warmth in the chest when another lingers a moment longer than expected. These reactions do not ask for interpretation. They arrive as facts, quiet and undeniable, like weather moving through an open field. You are inside the experience now, not observing it from a safe distance. The forest seems closer, almost intimate. Branches brush against you without resistance. You feel how easily you confuse movement with progress, how quickly you assume that walking forward means leaving something behind. Here, every step feels like a circling. The same images reappear, altered only slightly, as if testing your capacity to remain present without demanding novelty. You sense a figure nearby, not clearly formed, not separate enough to be named. It carries your gestures, your doubts, your familiar ways of shrinking and reaching. When you turn toward it, it turns as well. When you hesitate, it pauses. You realize that confrontation here does not mean opposition. It means proximity. The closer you stand, the less distinction remains. A fire glows at the edge of the clearing. It does not blaze. It does not threaten. It consumes slowly, methodically, without drama. You notice what it draws toward itself. Old ambitions, borrowed ideals, versions of yourself shaped by approval rather than necessity. The fire does not ask permission. It burns what has already loosened its hold on you. Thoughts rise up, attempting to narrate what is happening. They want to rescue you with coherence. They suggest meanings, lessons, outcomes. Each suggestion fades as soon as it forms. The symbolic field does not respond to explanation. It responds to endurance. You begin to sense that staying with the image, without translating it, allows something subtler to emerge. A door appears where there was none before. It stands slightly open, revealing neither light nor darkness beyond it. You feel the familiar impulse to prepare yourself, to decide whether you are ready. But readiness seems irrelevant here. The door exists because it exists. Crossing it would not grant clarity. It would only deepen the conversation already underway. You notice how judgment softens when it no longer has a clear object. Without categories to cling to, it loses momentum. What remains is a kind of listening that does not strain. You are not trying to extract meaning from the experience. You are allowing meaning to press back against you, shaping you from the inside. The mirror returns, now closer. You see expressions pass across your face that you do not remember choosing. Weariness, longing, a strange relief. None of them stay long enough to be claimed. You understand that identity here is fluid, more like a current than a structure. Trying to fix it would only interrupt the flow. You feel the presence of something larger than your usual sense of self, not above you, not below you, but surrounding and permeating. It does not inflate you. It humbles you. You sense how small your personal narratives are within this wider field, and how precious they remain nonetheless. Nothing is discarded. Everything is recontextualized. As this realization settles, it does not resolve the tension you carry. It deepens it. You feel both held and exposed, both diminished and expanded. The psyche does not move toward comfort here. It moves toward truth as experience, not as conclusion. And you remain within it, breathing, listening, allowing the next cycle to form without demanding that it arrive quickly. The rhythm changes almost imperceptibly. Nothing new announces itself, yet everything feels slightly rearranged, as if the same room has been entered from another angle. You notice how the images no longer rush toward you. They wait. Their patience feels deliberate, almost instructive, though no instruction is given. The silence between moments grows thicker, more articulate than speech. The river returns to the center of awareness. You are no longer tempted to cross it. Instead, you find yourself watching how it moves, how it carries fragments of you without asking for ownership. Reflections drift past, memories without narrative, emotions without explanation. You recognize them, not by content, but by texture. They feel lived, even when you cannot place them in time. A sense of opposition stirs again, but it no longer feels hostile. Light and shadow move closer, overlapping rather than colliding. You realize how much effort you have spent trying to separate them, believing that clarity depends on exclusion. Here, clarity emerges from coexistence. The tension does not dissolve. It becomes inhabitable. You feel the presence of a voice that is not verbal. It does not argue or persuade. It simply presses forward, steady and indifferent to your preferences. When you resist, it does not push harder. It waits until resistance exhausts itself. You sense that this voice has outlasted many versions of you, and will outlast many more. Images of order surface, shelves neatly arranged, systems aligned, goals defined. They carry a familiar comfort, yet when they appear here, they feel fragile, almost provisional. They seem to ask for something in return, a sacrifice of depth, a narrowing of vision. You feel the cost immediately, even before any choice is made. The forest opens into a clearing that feels less like a place and more like a pause. You stand without urgency. The need to progress fades. In its place arises a quiet attentiveness, the kind that does not seek reward. You notice how this attentiveness allows contradictions to remain unresolved without strain. A memory surfaces, not specific, but emotional. The feeling of having once known something intimately, and then forgotten it in order to function. The feeling carries both loss and necessity. You understand that forgetting was not a failure. It was a condition of survival. Yet remembering now feels equally necessary, even if it complicates everything. The fire appears again, lower now, closer to embers than flame. Its heat is gentle, persistent. It does not destroy. It refines. You sense how it alters what remains after the obvious has burned away. What survives feels quieter, less eager to announce itself. It carries a weight that does not need validation. You notice how the mirror no longer startles you. You glance into it without expectation. What you see does not surprise you, even though it continues to change. You recognize the familiarity of multiplicity. You are not one thing here. You never were. The realization does not fracture you. It steadies you. The experience does not crescendo. It deepens. The psyche seems less interested in revelation than in endurance. You feel how each return to the same symbols alters your relationship to them. They are no longer obstacles or guides. They are companions, persistent and alive, accompanying you as the descent continues, unhurried, unfinished, and quietly exacting. Something settles into place without announcing itself. Not an answer, not an insight you can carry away, but a shift in how you inhabit the experience. You feel less compelled to orient yourself. The need to know where you are fades, replaced by a willingness to remain where you are found. The symbolic field no longer presses against you with the same urgency. It surrounds you, steady and intimate. The forest feels familiar now, not because it has revealed its paths, but because you have stopped demanding that it do so. You sense how your attention has changed its quality. It is softer, less acquisitive. You are no longer gathering impressions. You are letting them pass through you, altering you in ways that do not announce themselves immediately. The door you noticed before is still there. It has not moved. It has not opened further. You realize that it no longer matters whether you cross it. Its presence alone has already done its work. It has unsettled the assumption that every threshold must be passed, that every possibility must be exhausted. Some doors exist to be acknowledged, not entered. A subtle grief moves through you, quiet and unadorned. It carries the weight of all the moments when you tried to outrun what was asking to be lived slowly. The grief does not accuse. It does not demand repair. It simply rests in awareness, allowed to be what it is without explanation. You notice how allowing its space changes its texture. It becomes less sharp, more spacious. The river seems closer again, though you have not approached it. You hear it now, a low continuous sound beneath everything else. It feels like time stripped of narrative, movement without destination. You sense how much of yourself has been shaped by resisting this sound, by insisting on beginnings and endings. Here, continuity takes precedence over resolution. Light filters through the forest in uneven patterns. It does not illuminate everything at once. It reveals fragments, then withdraws. You feel how this partial illumination mirrors your own awareness. Understanding arrives in flashes, never complete, never final. Each glimpse leaves something untouched, waiting for another angle, another return. The figure you sensed earlier feels closer now, less distinct, almost indistinguishable from you. You stop trying to locate it. You feel it instead, in the way your thoughts hesitate before forming, in the way emotion surfaces without narrative. You realize that opposition here has softened into intimacy. What once felt like another now feels like a depth you are learning to tolerate. The fire has almost gone out. What remains is warmth without spectacle. You feel how this warmth settles into your chest, not as excitement, but as steadiness. It does not motivate. It stabilizes. It asks nothing. It remains. You sense how the symbolic field has altered you without ceremony. You are not enlightened. You are not healed. You are simply less defended. The images continue to exist independently of you. They have not been absorbed or mastered. They coexist with you now, shaping your interior landscape without demanding acknowledgement. As this cycle completes itself, there is no sense of arrival, only continuity. The psyche does not signal that it is finished speaking. It pauses as if taking a breath, preparing not for an ending, but for a different kind of return, one that carries everything that has been endured into a quieter, more integrated presence. The atmosphere tightens without becoming heavy. You feel it as a gathering rather than a push, like air drawn slowly into a lung that knows how to wait. Nothing accelerates. Nothing resolves. Yet something concentrates, as if all the images that have followed you are leaning inward, listening to one another through you. The forest does not recede. It grows quieter, Leaves no longer rustle to announce themselves. Paths remain indistinct, but their ambiguity no longer troubles you. You sense that disorientation has shifted its meaning. It is no longer a lack of direction. It is a suspension of the need for direction at all. Light and shadow mingle more intimately now. They no longer alternate. They coexist within the same breath. You notice how this changes your inner posture. There is less reaching, less recoil. The tension you once felt between opposites has not disappeared. It has softened into a kind of steady pressure, like hands resting firmly on your shoulders, grounding rather than restraining. The river feels closer than ever, though it still does not invite crossing. Its sound deepens, not louder, but fuller. You sense that it carries everything without discrimination, joy and dread, memory and anticipation, longing and fatigue. You recognize yourself in this movement, not as an identity, but as a continuity that has survived many names. A mirror appears again, but this time you do not look for yourself within it. You notice instead how it reflects the space around you, the forest, the river, the fire's last glow. You realize that the mirror has never been only about self-recognition. It has been about relationship, about how inner and outer exchange their roles when attention deepens. The feeling of being addressed returns, stronger now, but still without words. It does not seek agreement. It does not seek obedience. It seeks contact. You sense how much of your life has been shaped by avoiding this kind of contact, by preferring clarity over presence, explanation over endurance. Here, those preferences loosen on their own. A memory surfaces of standing alone at night, long ago or perhaps not so long ago, when the world felt vast and indifferent and strangely intimate at the same time. That memory blends with the present moment until you cannot tell which came first. Time folds inward, not collapsing, but layering itself, depth upon depth. The fire, nearly gone, flickers once more. Not higher, just brighter for a moment. You feel what remains after burning is complete. Not purity, not emptiness, a residue of attention, refined by staying rather than escaping. You sense how this attention does not belong to you alone. It feels shared, as if many lives have passed through this same interior terrain. The figure you once perceived as other is no longer locatable. You feel it as a presence distributed throughout your body, in the way your breathing has slowed, in the way your thoughts no longer rush to define themselves. You realize that what frightened you at first was not its difference, but its familiarity. There is a pressure now, subtle but undeniable, not to act, not to decide, to remain open without becoming diffuse, to hold the field without grasping it. You sense how rare this posture is, how quickly it is usually replaced by movement or conclusion. Here it is sustained, not by effort, but by trust in the process itself. The symbols you have encountered gather without merging. The forest, the river, the mirror, the fire, the door, none of them collapse into a single meaning. They form a constellation, not a system. Their coherence arises from proximity, not hierarchy. You feel how this constellation mirrors the structure of your own inner life, fragmented yet whole, unresolved yet alive. A quiet lucidity emerges, not sharp, not triumphant. It feels like standing in early morning light before the day asserts its demands. You are aware of your limits without being confined by them. You are aware of depth without needing to plummet further. The psyche feels less like a problem to be solved and more like a landscape to be inhabited. The intensity does not peak. It steadies. The crescendo is not a climax, but a fullness, a saturation of presence that leaves no single point emphasized. You sense how easily this state could be lost, how quickly the familiar rhythms of judgment and urgency might return. Yet for now, they remain at a respectful distance. You remain within the field, neither advancing nor retreating. The symbols breathe around you. The silence thickens, not as absence, but as containment. And in this containment, you feel the weight of something enduring, something that does not seek to be finished, something that will continue to speak long after this moment has softened back into the ordinary texture of your days. You do not leave this place. It loosens its hold instead. The forest does not vanish. It recedes into a subtler register, as if it has learned how to live behind your eyes. The river continues to move, not away from you, but within you, carrying its sound into quieter hours. You feel it most when nothing else is asking for your attention. There is a gentleness now, not relief, not resolution, but a softening of the inner posture that once strained to hold everything together. You notice how the need to conclude has faded. The urge to translate experience into meaning no longer presses as hard. Something has shifted from grasping to accompanying. The mirror remains, though you no longer seek it out. At times it appears without warning, in the face of another, in a sudden memory, in the way light falls across a familiar room. When it does, it reflects less of who you think you are and more of how you are relating. You sense that this was always its function, to reveal movement rather than form. The door is still there. It has not opened further. It has not closed. You understand now that it was never meant to be crossed in the way you once imagined. Its presence continues to remind you that not every threshold demands passage. Some exist to interrupt certainty, to keep the psyche from hardening around fixed conclusions. You feel the fire as warmth rather than flame. It lingers in your chest, steady and unobtrusive. It does not urge you toward transformation. It simply maintains a temperature in which transformation remains possible. You sense how easily this warmth could be ignored, how often it has been in the past, yet it does not withdraw because of that. The symbols do not disperse. They settle into a quieter orbit, less visible but no less alive. They will return when called, and when not called at all. You understand that their autonomy is essential. They are not tools. They are presences. They belong to a depth that does not consult your plans. You notice how the world feels slightly altered as you turn back toward it. Not brighter, not darker, just less final. Conversations carry more layers. Silences feel less empty. Even conflict seems to open inward rather than outward, revealing tensions that do not ask to be resolved immediately. There is no instruction offered now, no final orientation. What remains is a quality of listening that has learned how to endure ambiguity without collapsing into confusion. You feel this listening when you pause before speaking, when emotion arises without explanation, when an image surfaces and you allow it to stay unclarified. You sense the continuation of the dialogue, not as an obligation, but as a fact of inner life. The unconscious does not retreat because you have listened once. It continues to move, to shape, to respond. What has changed is not its activity, but your willingness to remain in relationship with it. This relationship does not promise peace. It offers contact. It does not guarantee meaning. It sustains presence. You feel how easily it could be drowned out by noise, by urgency, by the familiar demand to be certain. Yet you also sense how resilient it is, how patiently it waits beneath those demands. As this moment loosens its shape, you do not carry it away as a lesson. You carry it as a resonance. It will return in fragments, in dreams, in moments when the world feels slightly misaligned. When it does, you may recognize the feeling, not as something new, but as something that has been with you all along. You remain here, even as you move on. The forest breathes. The river flows. The mirror reflects. The fire holds its warmth. And somewhere within this quiet continuity, the conversation continues, unhurried, unfinished, alive.
Scrutinies. I resist, I cannot accept this hollow nothing that I am. What am I? What is my I? I always presuppose my I. Now it stands before me, I before my I. I speak now to you, my I. We are alone, and our being together threatens to become unbearably boring. We must do something, devise a pastime. For example, I could educate you. Let us begin with your main flaw, which strikes me first. You have no correct self-esteem. Have you no good qualities that you can be proud of? You believe that being capable is an art. But one can also learn such skills to some extent. Please do so. You find it difficult. Well, all beginnings are difficult. Soon you will be able to do it better. Do you doubt this? That is of no use. You must be able to do it, or else I cannot live with you. Ever since the God has arisen and spreads himself in whichever fiery heavens, to do whatever he does, what exactly I do not know, we have depended upon one another. Therefore you must think about improving, or else our life together will become wretched. So pull yourself together and value yourself. Don't you want to? Pitiful creature. I will torment you a bit if you do not make an effort. What are you moaning about? Perhaps the whip will help? Now that gets under your skin, doesn't it? Take that and that. What does it taste of? Of blood, presumably? Of the Middle Ages, in Majorum Dei Gloriam? Or do you want love, or what goes by that name? One can also teach with love, if blows do not bear fruit. So should I love you? Press you tenderly to myself? I truly believe that you are yawning. How now, you want to speak. But I won't let you, otherwise in the end you will claim that you are my soul. But my soul is with the fire worm, with the son of the frog who has flown to the heavens above, to the upper sources. Do I know what he is doing there? But you are not my soul, you are my bare, empty nothing. I, this disagreeable being, whom one cannot even deny the right to consider itself worthless. One could despair over you. Your sensitivity and desirousness exceed any reasonable measure. And I should live with you, of all people? I must, since the strange misfortune occurred that gave me a son and took him away. I regret that I must speak such truths to you. Yes, you are laughably sensitive, self-righteous, unruly, mistrustful, pessimistic, cowardly, dishonest with yourself, venomous, vengeful. One can hardly speak about your childish pride, your craving for power, your desire for esteem, your laughable ambition, your thirst for fame without feeling sick. The play-acting and pomposity become you badly, and you abuse them to the best of your ability. Do you believe that it is a pleasure rather than a horror to live together with you? No, 3 times no. But I promise you that I will tighten the vice around you and slowly pull off your skin. I will give you the chance to be flayed. You of all people wanted to tell other people what to do. Come here, I will stitch a cloth of new skin onto you, so that you can feel its effect. You want to complain about others, and that one has done an injustice to you, not understood you, misinterpreted you, hurt your feelings, ignored you, not recognized you, falsely accused you, and what else? Do you see your vanity in this, your eternally ridiculous vanity? You complain that the torment has not yet come to an end? Let me tell you, it has only just begun. You have no patience and no seriousness. Only when it concerns your pleasure do you praise your patience. I will double the torment so that you learn patience. You find the pain unbearable, but there are other things that hurt even more, and you can inflict them on others with the greatest naivety and absolve yourself all unknowingly. But you will learn silence. For this I will pull out your tongue, with which you have ridiculed, blasphemed, and even worse, joked. I will pin all your unjust and depraved words one by one to your body with needles, so that you can feel how evil words stab. Do you admit that you also derive pleasure from this torment? I will increase this pleasure until you vomit with joy, so that you know what taking pleasure in self-torment means. You rise against me? I am screwing the vice tighter, that's all. I will break your bones until there is no longer a trace of hardness there. For I want to get along with you. I must damn you. You are my I, which I must carry around with me to the grave. Do you think that I want to have such foolishness around me all my life? If you were not my I I would have torn you to pieces long ago. But I am damned to haul you through a purgatory so that you too will become somewhat acceptable. You call on God for help? The dear old God has died, and it is good that way. Otherwise he would have had pity on your repentant sinfulness and spared me the execution by granting mercy. You must know that neither a God of love nor a loving God has yet arisen, but instead a worm of fire crawled up, a magnificent frightful entity that lets fire rain on the earth, producing lamentations. So cry to the God, he will burn you with fire for the forgiveness of your sins. Coil yourself and sweat blood. You have needed this cure for a long time. Yes, others always do wrong, and you? You are the innocent, the correct, you must defend your good right, and you have a good, loving God on your side, who always forgives sins with pity. Others must reach insight, not you, since you have a monopoly on all insight from the start and are always convinced that you are right. And so cry really loudly to your dear God. He will hear you and let fire fall on you. Have you not noticed that your God has become a fiery worm with a flat skull who crawls red-hot on the earth? You wanted to be superior. How laughable. You were and are inferior. Who are you then? Scum that disgusts me. Are you perhaps somewhat powerless? I place you in a corner where you can remain lying until you come to your senses again. If you no longer feel anything, the procedure is of no use. After all, we must proceed skillfully. It really says a lot about you that one needs such barbaric means for your amendment. Your progress since the early Middle Ages appears to be minuscule. Did you feel dejected today? Inferior, debased? Shall I tell you why? Your inordinate ambition is boundless. Your grounds are not focused on the good of the matter, but on your vanity. You do not work for humanity, but for your self-interest. You do not strive for the completion of the thing, but for the general recognition and safeguarding of your own advantage. I want to honor you with a prickly crown of iron. It has teeth inside that bore themselves into your flesh. And now we come to the vile swindle that you pursue with your cleverness. You speak skillfully and abuse your capability and discolor, tone down, strengthen, apportion light and shade, and loudly proclaim your honorableness and upright good faith. You exploit the good faith of others. You gloatingly catch them in your snares and speak of your benevolent superiority and the prize that you are for others. You play at modesty and do not mention your merit, in the certain hope that someone else will do it for you. You are disappointed and hurt if this doesn't happen. You preach hypocritical composure. But when it really matters, are you calm? No, you lie. You consume yourself in rage, and your tongue speaks cold daggers, and you dream of revenge. You are gloating and resentful. You begrudge the other the sunshine, since you would like to assign it to those whom you favor, because they favor you. You are envious of all well-being around you, and you impertinently assert the opposite. Inside yourself you think unsparingly and coarsely only what always suits you, and with this you feel yourself above humanity, and not in the least responsible. But you are responsible to humanity in everything that you think, feel, and do. Do not pretend there is a difference between thinking and doing. You rely only on your undeserved advantage, not to be compelled to say or do what you think and feel. But you are shameless in everything where no one sees you. If another said that to you, you would be mortally offended, despite knowing that it is true. You want to reproach others for their failings? So that they better themselves? Yes, confess, have you bettered yourself? From where do you get the right to have opinions of others? What is your opinion about yourself? And what are the good grounds that support it? Your grounds are webs of lies covering a dirty corner. You judge others and charge them with what they should do. You do this because you have no order within yourself, because you are unclean. And then, how do you really think? It appears to me that you even think with men, regardless of their human dignity. You dare think by means of them, and use them as figures on your stage, as if they were how you conceive them. Have you ever considered that you thus commit a shameful act of power, as bad as that for which you condemn others, namely that they love their fellow men as they claim, but in reality exploit them to their own ends? Your sin flourishes in seclusion, but it is no less great, remorseless, and coarse. What is concealed in you I will drag out into the light, shameless one. I will crush your superiority under my feet. Do not speak to me about your love. What you call love oozes with self-interest and desirousness. But you speak about it with great words, and the greater your words are, the more pathetic your so-called love is. Never speak to me of your love, but keep your mouth shut. It lies. I want you to speak about your shame, and that instead of speaking great words, you utter a discordant clamor before those whose respect you wanted to exact. You deserve mockery, not respect. I will burn out of you the contents of which you were proud, so that you will become empty like a poured-out vessel. You should be proud of nothing more than your emptiness and wretchedness. You should be a vessel of life, so kill your idols. Freedom does not belong to you, but form, not power, but suffering and conceiving. You should make a virtue out of your self-contempt, which I will spread out before men like a carpet. They should walk over it with dirty feet, and you should see to it that you are dirtier than all the feet that step on you. If I tame you, beast, I give others the opportunity to tame their beasts. The taming begins with you, my eye, nowhere else. Not that you, stupid brother I, had been particularly wild. There are some who are wilder. But I must whip you until you endure the wildness of the others. Then I can live with you. If someone does you wrong, I will torment you to death until you have forgiven the wrong suffered, yet not just by paying lip service, but also in your heavy heart with its heinous sensitivity. Your sensitivity is your particular form of violence. Therefore listen, brother, in my solitude, I have prepared every kind of torture for you, if it should ever occur to you again to be sensitive. You should feel inferior. You should be able to bear the fact that one calls your purity dirty and that one desires your dirtiness, that one praises your wastefulness as miserliness and your greed as a virtue. Fill your beaker with the bitter drink of subjugation, since you are not your soul. Your soul is with the fiery God who flamed up to the roof of the heavens. Should you still be sensitive? I notice that you are forging secret plans for revenge, plotting deceitful tricks. But you are an idiot. You cannot take revenge on fate. Childish one, you probably even want to lash the sea. Build better bridges instead. That is a better way to squander your wit. You want to be understood? That's all we needed. Understand yourself, and you will be sufficiently understood. You will have quite enough work in hand with that. Mother's little dears want to be understood. Understand yourself, that is the best protection against sensitivity and satisfies your childish longing to be understood. I suppose you want to turn others into slaves of your desire again? But you know that I must live with you, and that I will no longer tolerate such abject plaintiveness. After I had spoken these and many more angry words to my eye, I noticed that I began to bear being alone with myself. But the touchiness still stirred in me frequently, and I had to lash myself just as often. And I did this until even the pleasure in self-torment faded. Then I heard a voice one night. It came from afar and was the voice of my soul. She spoke.
How distant you are.
Is that you, my soul? From which height and distance do you speak?
I am above you. I am a world apart. I have become sun-like. I received the seeds of fire. Where are you? I can hardly find you in your mists.
I am down on the murky earth, in the dark smoke that the fire left us, and my gaze does not reach you. But your voice sounds closer.
I feel it. The heaviness of the earth penetrates me. Damp cold enshrouds me. Gloomy memories of former pain overcome me.
Do not lower yourself into the smoke and the darkness of the earth. I would like that which I am still working on to remain sun-like. Otherwise, I will lose the courage to live further down in the darkness of the earth. Let me just hear your voice. I will never want to see you in the flesh again. Say something. Take it from the depths, from which fear perhaps flows to me.
I cannot, since your creative source flows from there.
You see my uncertainty.
The uncertain way is the good way. Upon it lie possibilities. Be unwavering and create.
I heard the rushing of wings. I knew that the bird rose higher, above the clouds in the fiery brilliance of the outspread Godhead. I turned to my brother, the eye. He stood sadly and looked at the ground and sighed, and would rather have been dead, since the burden of enormous suffering burdened him. But a voice spoke from me and said,
It is hard. The sacrifice fall left and right, and you will be crucified for the sake of life.
And I said to my eye, "My brother, how do you like this speech?" But he sighed deeply and moaned.
It is bitter, and I suffer much.
To which I answered, "I know, but it is not to be altered." But I did not know what that was, since I still did not know what the future held. This happened on the 21st of May of the year 1914. In the excess of suffering, I looked up to the clouds and called out to my soul and asked her. And I heard her voice, happy and bright, and she answered,
"Much happiness has happened to me. I rise higher, my wings grow."
I was seized with bitterness at these words, and I cried, "You live from the blood of the human heart." I heard her laughing, or was she not laughing?
"No drink is dearer to me than red blood."
Powerless anger seized me, and I called out, "If you were not my soul who followed the God to the eternal realm, I would call you the most terrible scourge of men. But who moves you? I know that divinity is not humanity. The divine consumes the human. I know that this is the severity, this is the cruelty. He who has felt you with his hands can never remove the blood from his hands. I have become enslaved to you." She answered,
"Do not be angry, do not complain. Let the bloody victims fall at your side. It is not your severity, it is not your cruelty, but necessity. The way of life is sown with fallen ones."
"Yes, I see, it is a battlefield. My brother, what is with you? Are you groaning?" Then my eye answered,
Why should I not groan and moan? I loathe myself with the dead, and cannot haul their number.
But I did not understand my eye, and therefore spoke to him. "You are a pagan, my friend. Have you not heard that it is said, 'Let the dead bury their dead'? Why do you want to be burdened with the dead? You do not help them by hauling them." Then my eye wailed,
But I pity the poor fallen ones. They cannot reach the light. Perhaps if I haul them?
"What is this? Their souls have accomplished as much as they could. Then they encountered fate. It will also happen to us. Your compassion is sick." But my soul called from afar,
"Leave him compassion. Compassion binds life and death."
These words of my soul stung me. She spoke of compassion, she, who rose up following the God without compassion, and I asked her, "Why did you do that?" For my human sensitivity could not grasp the hideousness of that hour. She answered,
"It is not meant for me to be in your world. I besmirch myself on the excrement of your earth."
"Am I not earth? Am I not excrement? Did I commit an error that forced you to follow the God into the upper realms?"
"No, it was inner necessity. I belong to the above."
"Has no one suffered an irreplaceable loss through your disappearance?"
"On the contrary, you have enjoyed utmost benefit."
If I heed my human feeling about this, doubt could come over me.
"What have you noticed? Why should what you see always be untrue? It is your particular wrong that you cannot stop making a fool of yourself. Can you not remain on your way for once?"
You know that I doubt because of my love for men.
"No, for the sake of your weakness, for the sake of your doubt and disbelief. Stay on your way, and do not run away from yourself. There is a divine and a human intention. They cross each other in stupid and God-forsaken people, to whom you also belong from time to time."
Since what my soul spoke about referred to nothing that I could see, nor could I see what my eyes suffered from, since this happened 2 months before the outbreak of the war. I wanted to understand it all as personal experiences within me, and consequently I could neither understand nor believe it all, since my belief is weak. And I believe that it is better in our time if belief is weak. We have outgrown that childhood where mere belief was the most suitable means to bring men to what is good and reasonable. Therefore, if we wanted to have a strong belief again today, we would thus return to that earlier childhood. But we have so much knowledge and such a thirst for knowledge in us that we need knowledge more than belief. But the strength of belief would hinder us from attaining knowledge. Belief certainly may be something strong, but it is empty, and too little of the whole man can be involved if our life with God is grounded only on belief. Should we simply believe first and foremost? That seems too cheap to me. Men who have understanding should not just believe, but should wrestle for knowledge to the best of their ability. Belief is not everything, but neither is knowledge. Belief does not give us the security and the wealth of knowing. Desiring knowledge sometimes takes away too much belief. Both must strike a balance. But it is also dangerous to believe too much, because today everyone has to find his own way and encounters in himself a beyond full of strange and mighty things. He could easily take everything literally with too much belief, and would be nothing but a lunatic. The childishness of belief breaks down in the face of our present necessities. We need differentiating knowledge to clear up the confusion which the discovery of the soul has brought in. Therefore, it is perhaps much better to await better knowledge before one accepts things all too believingly. From these considerations I spoke to my soul. Is all that to be accepted? You know in what sense I ask this. It is not stupid and unbelieving to ask thus, but is doubting of a higher type. To this she answered,
I understand you, but it is to be accepted.
To which I replied, the solitude of this acceptance terrifies me. I dread the madness that befalls the solitary.
As you already know, I have long predicted solitude for you. You need not be afraid of madness. What I predict is valid.
These words filled me with disquiet, since I felt that I could almost not accept what my soul predicted, because I did not understand it. I always wanted to understand it with regard to myself. Therefore I said to my soul, what misunderstood fear torments me?
That is your disbelief, your doubt. You do not want to believe in the size of the sacrifice that is required, but it will go on to the bitter end. Greatness requires greatness. You still want to be too cheap. Did I not speak to you of abandonment, of leaving be? Do you want to have it better than other men?
No, that is not it. But I fear committing an injustice to men if I go my own way.
What do you want to avoid? There is no avoidance. You must go your way, unconcerned about others, no matter whether they are good or bad. You have laid your hand on the divine, which those have not.
I could not accept these words since I feared deception. Therefore I also did not want to accept this way that forced me into dialogue with my soul. I preferred to speak with men. But I felt compelled towards solitude, and I feared at the same time the solitude of my thinking which departed from accustomed paths. As I pondered this, my soul spoke to me.
Did I not predict dark solitude for you?
I know, but I did not really think that it would happen. Must it be so?
You can only say yes. There is nothing to do other than for you to take care of your cause. If anything should happen, it can only happen on this way.
So it is hopeless to resist solitude?
It is utterly hopeless. You should be forced into your work.
As my soul spoke thus, an old man with a white beard and a haggard face approached me. I asked him what he wanted with me, to which he replied,
I am a nameless one of the many who lived and died in solitude. The spirit of the times and the acknowledged truth required this from us. Look at me, you must learn this. Things have been too good for you.
But, is this another necessity in our so very different time?
It is as true today as it was yesterday. Never forget that you are a man, and therefore you must bleed for the goal of humanity. Practice solitude assiduously without grumbling, so that everything will in time become ready. You should become serious, and hence take your leave from science. There is too much childishness in it. Your way goes toward the depths. Science is too superficial, mere language, mere tools. But you must set to work.
I did not know what work was mine, since everything was dark. And everything became heavy and doubtful, and an endless sadness seized me and lasted for many days. Then one night I heard the voice of an old man. He spoke slowly, heavily, and his sentences appeared to be disconnected and terribly absurd, so that the fear of madness seized me again. For he spoke the following words.
It is not yet the evening of days. The worst comes last. The hand that strikes first strikes best. Nonsense streams from the deepest wells, amply like the Nile. Morning is more beautiful than night. Flowers smell until they fade. Ripeness comes as late as possible in spring, or else it misses its purpose.
These sentences that the old man spoke to me on the night of the 25 of May of the year 1914 appeared to me dreadfully meaningless. I felt my eye squirm in pain. It moaned and wailed about the burden of the dead that rested on it. It seemed as if it had to carry 1,000 dead. This sadness did not leave until the 24th of June, 1914. In the night my soul spoke to me.
The greatest comes to the smallest.
After this nothing further was said. And then the war broke out. This opened my eyes about what I had experienced before, and it also gave me the courage to say all of that which I have written in the earlier part of this book. From there on the voices of the depths remained silent for a whole year. Again in summer, when I was out on the water alone, I saw an osprey plunge down not far from me. He seized a large fish and rose up into the skies again, clutching it. I heard the voice of my soul, and she spoke.
That is a sign that what is below is borne upward.
Soon after this, on an autumn night, I heard the voice of an old man, and this time I knew that it was Philemon. He said,
I want to turn you around. I want to master you. I want to emboss you like a coin. I want to do business with you. One should buy and sell you. You should pass from hand to hand. Self-willing is not for you. You are the will of the whole. Gold is no master out of its own will, and yet it rules the whole, despised and greedily demanded, an inexorable ruler. It lies and waits. He who sees it longs for it. It does not follow one around, but lies silently, with a brightly gleaming countenance, self-sufficient, a king that needs no proof of its power. Everyone seeks after it, few find it, but even the smallest piece is highly esteemed. It neither gives nor squanders itself. Everyone takes it where he finds it, and anxiously ensures that he doesn't lose the smallest part of it. Everyone denies that he depends on it, and yet he secretly stretches out his hand longingly toward it. Must gold prove its necessity? It is proven through the longing of men. Ask it, who takes me? He who takes it has it. Gold does not stir. It sleeps and shines. Its brilliance confuses the senses. Without a word, it promises everything that men deem desirable. It ruins those to be ruined, and helps those on the rise to ascend. A blazing hoard is piled up, it awaits the taker. What tribulations do men not take upon themselves for the sake of gold? It waits and does not shorten their tribulations. The greater the tribulations, the greater the trouble, the more esteemed it is. It grows from underground, from the molten lava. It slowly exudes, hidden in veins and rocks. Man exerts all cunning to dig it out, to raise it.
But I called out dismayed. What ambiguous speech, O Philemon! But Philemon continued.
Not only to teach, but also to disavow, or why then did I teach? If I do not teach, I do not have to disavow. But if I have taught, I must disavow thereafter. For if I teach, I must give others what they should have taken. What he acquires is good, but the gift that was not acquired is bad. To waste oneself means to want to suppress many. Deceitfulness surrounds the giver because his own enterprise is deceitful. He is forced to revoke his gift and to deny his virtue. The burden of silence is not greater than the burden of myself that I would like to load onto you. Therefore I speak and I teach. May the listener defend himself against my ruse, by means of which I burden him. The best truth is also such a skillful deception that I also entangle myself in it, as long as I do not realize the worth of a successful ruse.
And I was startled again and cried, O Philemon, men have deceived themselves about you, therefore you deceive them. But he who fathoms you, fathoms himself. But Philemon fell silent and retired into the shimmering cloud of uncertainty. He left me to my thoughts. And it occurred to me that high barriers would still need to be erected between men, less to protect them against mutual burdens than against mutual virtues. It seemed to me as if the so-called Christian morality of our time made for mutual enchantment. How can anyone bear the burden of the other, if it is still the highest that one can expect from a man, that he at least bears his own burden? But sin probably resides in enchantment. If I accept self-forgetting virtue, I make myself the selfish tyrant of the other, and I am thus also forced to surrender myself again in order to make another my master, which always leaves me with a bad impression and is not to the other's advantage. Admittedly, this interplay underpins society, but the soul of the individual becomes damaged since man thus learns always to live from the other instead of from himself. It appears to me that, if one is capable, one should not surrender oneself, as that induces, indeed even forces, the other to do likewise. But what happens if everyone surrenders themselves? That would be folly. Not that it would be a beautiful or a pleasant thing to live with one's self, but it serves the redemption of the self. Incidentally, can one give oneself up? With this, one becomes one's own slave. That is the opposite of accepting oneself. If one becomes one's own slave, and this happens to everyone who surrenders himself, one is lived by the self. One does not live one's self, it lives itself. The self-forgetting virtue is an unnatural alienation from one's own essence, which is thus deprived of development. It is a sin to deliberately alienate the other from his self by means of one's own virtuousness, for example, through saddling one's self with his burden. This sin rebounds on us. It is submission enough, amply enough, if we subjugate ourselves to ourself. The work of redemption is always first to be done on ourselves, if one dare utter such a great word. This work cannot be done without love for ourselves. Must it be done at all? Certainly not, if one can endure a given condition and does not feel in need of redemption. The tiresome feeling of needing redemption can finally become too much for one. Then one seeks to rid oneself of it, and thus enters into the work of redemption. It appears to me that we benefit in particular from removing every sense of beauty from the thought of redemption, and even need to do so, or else we will deceive ourselves again because we like the word and because a beautiful shimmer spreads out over the thing through the great word. But one can at least doubt whether the work of redemption is in itself a beautiful thing. The Romans did not find the hanged Jew exactly tasteful, and the gloomy excessive enthusiasm for catacombs around which cheap, barbaric symbols gathered probably lacked a pleasant shimmer in their eyes, given that their perverse curiosity for everything barbaric and subterranean had already been aroused. I think it would be most correct and most decent to say that one blunders into the work of redemption unintentionally. So to speak, if one wants to avoid what appears to be the unbearable evil of an insurmountable feeling of needing redemption. This step into the work of redemption is neither beautiful nor pleasant, nor does it divulge an inviting appearance. And the thing itself is so difficult and full of torment that one should count oneself as one of the sick and not as one of the overhealthy who seek to impart their abundance to others. Consequently, we should also not use the other for our own supposed redemption. The other is no stepping stone for our feet. It is far better that we remain with ourselves. The need for redemption rather expresses itself through an increased need for love with which we think we can make the other happy. But meanwhile we are brimming with longing and desire to alter our own condition. And we love others to this end. If we had already achieved our purpose, the other would leave us cold. But it is true that we also need the other for our own redemption. Perhaps he will lend us his help voluntarily, since we are in a state of sickness and helplessness. Our love for him is, and should not be, selfless. That would be a lie, for its goal is our own redemption. Selfless love is true only as long as the demand of the self can be pushed to one side. But someday comes the turn of the self. Who would want to lend himself to such a self for love? Certainly only one who does not yet know what excess of bitterness, injustice, and poison the self of a man harbors who has forgotten his self and made a virtue of it. In terms of the self, selfless love is a veritable sin. We must presumably often go to ourselves to re-establish the connection with the self, since it is torn apart all too often, not only by our vices but also by our virtues. For vices as well as virtues always want to live outside. But through constant outer life we forget the self, and through this we also become secretly selfish in our best endeavors. What we neglect in ourselves blends itself secretly into our actions toward others. Through uniting with the self, we reach the God. I must say this, not with reference to the opinions of the ancients or this or that authority, but because I have experienced it. It has happened thus in me. And it certainly happened in a way that I neither expected nor wished for. The experience of the God in this form was unexpected and unwanted. I wish I could say it was a deception, and only too willingly would I disown this experience. But I cannot deny that it has seized me beyond all measure and steadily goes on working in me. So, if it is a deception, then deception is my God. Moreover, the God is in the deception. And if this were already the greatest bitterness that could happen to me, I would have to confess to this experience and recognize the God in it. No insight or objection is so strong that it could surpass the strength of this experience. And even if the God had revealed himself in a meaningless abomination, I could only avow that I have experienced the God in it. I even know that it is not too difficult to cite a theory that would sufficiently explain my experience and join it to the already known. I could furnish this theory myself and be satisfied in intellectual terms, and yet this theory would be unable to remove even the smallest part of the knowledge that I have experienced the God. I recognize the God by the unshakableness of the experience. I cannot help but recognize him by the experience. I do not want to believe it. I do not need to believe it, nor could I believe it. How can one believe such? My mind would need to be totally confused to believe such things. Given their nature, they are most improbable. Not only improbable, but also impossible for our understanding. Only a sick brain could produce such deceptions. I am like those sick persons who have been overcome by delusion and sensory deception. But I must say that the God makes us sick. I experience the God in sickness. A living God afflicts our reason like a sickness. He fills the soul with intoxication. He fills us with reeling chaos. How many will the God break? The God appears to us in a certain state of the soul. Therefore we reach the God through the self. Not the self is God, although we reach the God through the self. The God is behind the self, above the self itself, when he appears. But he appears as our sickness, from which we must heal ourselves. We must heal ourselves from the God, since he is also our heaviest wound. For in the first instance the God's power resides entirely in the self, since the self is completely in the God, because we were not with the self. We must draw the self to our side. Therefore we must wrestle with the God for the self. Since the God is an unfathomable powerful movement that sweeps away the self into the boundless, into dissolution. Hence when the God appears to us we are at first powerless, captivated, divided, sick, poisoned with the strongest poison, but drunk with the highest health. Yet we cannot remain in this state, since all the powers of our body are consumed like fat in the flames. Hence we must strive to free the self from the God, so that we can live. It is certainly possible, and even quite easy for our reason to deny the God and to speak only of sickness. Thus we accept the sick part, and can also heal it. But it will be a healing with loss. We lose a part of life. We go on living, but as one's lamed by the God. Where the fire blazed dead ashes lie. I believe that we have the choice. I preferred the living wonders of the God. I daily weigh up my whole life, and I continue to regard the fiery brilliance of the God as a higher and fuller life than the ashes of rationality. The ashes are suicide to me. I could perhaps put out the fire, but I cannot deny to myself the experience of the God. Nor can I cut myself off from this experience. I also do not want to, since I want to live. My life wants itself whole. Therefore I must serve myself. I must win it in this way. But I must win it so that my life will become whole. For it seems to me to be sinful to deform life where there is yet the possibility to live it fully. The service of the self is therefore divine service, and the service of mankind. If I carry myself, I relieve mankind of myself, and heal myself from the God. I must free myself from the God, since the God I experienced is more than love, he is also hate. He is more than beauty, he is also the abomination. He is more than wisdom, he is also meaninglessness. He is more than power, he is also powerlessness. He is more than omnipresence, he is also my creature. In the following night, I heard the voice of Philemon again, and he said,
Draw nearer, enter into the grave of the God. The place of your work should be in the vault. The God should not live in you, but you should live in the God.
These words disturbed me, since I had thought before precisely to free myself from the God. But Philemon advised me to enter even deeper into the god. Since the god has ascended to the upper realms, Philemon also has become different. He first appeared to me as a magician who lived in a distant land, but then I felt his nearness, and, since the god has ascended, I knew that Philemon had intoxicated me and given me a language that was foreign to me and of a different sensitivity. All of this faded when the god arose, and only Philemon kept that language. But I felt that he went on other ways than I did. Probably the most part of what I have written in the earlier part of this book was given to me by Philemon. Consequently, I was as if intoxicated. But now I noticed that Philemon assumed a form distinct from me. Several weeks later, 3 shades approached me. I noticed from their chilly breath that they were dead. The first figure was that of a woman. She drew near and made a soft whirring sound, the whirring of the wings of the sun beetle. Then I recognized her. When she was still alive, she recovered the mysteries of the Egyptians for me, the red sun disk and the song of the golden wings. She remained shadowy, and I could hardly understand her words. She said,
"It was night when I died. You still live in the day. There are still days, years ahead of you. What will you begin? Let me have the word. Oh, that you cannot hear. How difficult. Give me the word."
I answered dismayed. "I do not know the word that you seek."
"The symbol. The mediator. We need the symbol. We hunger for it. Make light for us."
"Where from? How can I? I do not know the symbol that you demand." But she insisted.
"You can do it. Reach for it."
And precisely at this moment the sign was placed in my hand, and I looked at it filled with boundless astonishment. Then she spoke loudly and joyfully to me.
"That is it. That is HAP, the symbol that we desired, that we needed. It is terribly simple, initially stupid, naturally godlike, the god's other pole. This is precisely the pole we needed."
"Why do you need HAP?" I replied.
"He is in the light, the other god is in the night."
"Oh," I answered. "What's that, beloved? The god of the spirit is in the night? Is that the sun of the frogs? Woe betide us, if he is the god of our day." But the dead one spoke full of triumph.
"He is the flesh spirit, the blood spirit. He is the extract of all bodily juices, the spirit of the sperm and the entrails, of the genitals, of the head, of the feet, of the hands, of the joints, of the bones, of the eyes and ears, of the nerves and the brain. He is the spirit of the sputum and of excretion."
"Are you of the devil?" I exclaimed full of horror. "Where does my flashing godly light remain?"
"Your body remains with you, my beloved, your living body. The enlightening thought comes from the body."
"What thought are you talking about? I recognize no such thought."
"It crawls around like a worm, like a serpent, soon there, soon here, a blind newt of hell."
"Then I must be buried alive. O horror! O rottenness! Must I attach myself completely like a leech?"
"Yes, drink blood. Suck it up, get your fill from the carcass. There is juice inside, certainly disgusting, but nourishing. You should not understand, but suck."
"Damned horror! No, 3 times no," I cried in outrage.
"It should not irritate you. We need this meal, the life juices of men, since we want to share in your life. Thus we can draw closer to you. We want to give you tidings of what you need to know."
"That is horribly absurd. What are you talking about?" But she looked at me as she had done on the day I had last seen her among the living, and on which she showed me, unaware of its meaning, something of the mystery of what the Egyptians had left behind. And she said to me,
"Do it for me, for us. Do you recall my legacy, the red sun disk, the golden wings, and the wreath of life and duration? Immortality, of this there are things to know."
The way that leads to this knowledge is hell. From this I sank into gloomy brooding, since I suspected the heaviness and incomprehension and the immeasurable solitude of this way. And after a long struggle with all the weakness and cowardice in me, I decided to take upon myself the solitude of the holy error and the eternally valid truth. And in the 3rd night I called to my dead beloved and asked her, "Teach me the knowledge of the worms and the crawling creatures. Open to me the darkness of the spirits."
"Give blood, so that I may drink and gain speech." Were you lying when you said that you would leave the power to the sun?
No, I was not lying. But I said something that I did not understand.
You are fortunate if you can say what you do not understand. So listen. HAP is not the foundation but the summit of the church that still lies sunken. We need this church since we can live in it with you and take part in your life. You have excluded us to your own detriment.
Tell me, is HAP for you the sign of the church in which you hope for community with the living? Speak, why do you hesitate? She moaned and whispered with a weak voice.
Give blood, I need blood.
So take blood from my heart.
I thank you. That is fullness of life. The air of the shadow world is thin since we hover on the ocean of the air like birds above the sea. Many went beyond limits, fluttering on indeterminate paths of outer space, bumping at hazard into alien worlds. But we who are still near and incomplete, would like to immerse ourselves in the sea of the air and return to earth, to the living. Do you not have an animal form into which I can enter?
What? I exclaimed horrified. You would like to be my dog?
If possible, yes. I would even like to be your dog. To me you are of unspeakable worth, all my hope that still clings to earth. I would still like to see completed what I left too soon. Give me blood, much blood.
So drink. I said despairingly, drink, so that what should be will be. She whispered with a hesitant voice.
Brimo. I guess that's what you call her, the old one, which is how it begins. The one who bore the sun, the powerful HAP, who grew out of her shame and strove after the wife of heaven, who arches over earth, for Brimo, above and below, envelopes the sun. She bears and raises him. Born from below, he fertilizes the above, since the wife is his mother, and the mother is his wife.
Accursed teaching. Is this still not enough of the horrifying mysterium? I cried full of outrage and abhorrence.
If heaven becomes pregnant and can no longer hold its fruit, it gives birth to a man who carries the burden of sin, that is the tree of life and of unending duration. Give me your blood. Listen, this riddle is terrible. When Brimo, the heavenly, was pregnant, she gave birth to the dragon, first the afterbirth and then the son, HAP, and the one who carried HAP. HAP is the rebellion of the below, but the bird comes from the above and places itself on the head of HAP. That is peace. You are a vessel. Speak! Heaven, pour out your rain. You are a shell. Empty shells do not spill, they catch. May it stream in from all the winds. Let me tell you that another evening is approaching. A day, 2 days, many days have come to an end. The light of day goes down and illumines the shadow, itself a shadow of the sun. Life becomes a shadow, and the shadow enlivens itself a shadow that is greater than you. Do you think that your shadow is your sun? He is small at midday, and fills the sky at midnight.
But I was exhausted and desperate, and could hear no more. And so I said to the dead one, So you introduced the terrible sun who lived beneath me, under the trees on the water? Is he the spirit that the heavens pour out, or is he the soulless worm that the earth bore? O heaven, O most sinister womb, do you want to suck the life out of me for the sake of the shadow? Should humanity thus completely go to waste for divinity? Should I live with shadows instead of with the living? Should all the longing for the living belong to you, the dead? Did you not have your time to live? Did you not use it? Should a living person give his life for your sake, you who did not live the eternal? Speak, you mute shadows, who stand at my door and demand my blood. The shadow of the dead one raised its voice and said,
You see, or do you still not see, what the living do with your life? They fritter it away, but with me you live yourself since I belong to you. I belong to your invisible following and community. Do you believe that the living see you? They see only your shadow, not you, you servant, you bearer, you vessel.
How you hold forth. Am I at your mercy? Should I no longer see the light of day? Should I become a shadow with a living body? You are formless and beyond grasp, and you emanate the coldness of the grave, a breath of emptiness. To let myself be buried alive, what are you thinking of? Too soon, it seems to me I must die first. Do you have the honey that pleases my heart and the fire that warms my hands? What are you, you mournful shadows? You specters of children. What do you want with my blood? Truly, you are even worse than men. Men give little, yet what do you give? Do you make the living? The warm beauty? Or joy, perhaps? Or should all this go to your gloomy hell? What do you offer in return? Mysteries? Will the living live from these? I regard your mysteries as tricks if the living cannot live from them.
Impetuous one, stop, you take my breath away. We are shadows. Become a shadow and you will grasp what we give.
I do not want to die to descend into your darkness.
But you need not die. You must only let yourself be buried.
In the hope of resurrection? No joking now.
You suspect what will happen. Triple walls before you and invisibility. To hell with your longing and feeling. At least you do not love us, so we will cost you less dearly than the men who roll in your love and patience and have you make a fool of yourself.
My dead one, I think you are speaking my language. She replied to me scornfully.
Men love and you. What an error! All this means is that you want to run away from yourself. What do you do to men? You tempt and coax them into megalomania, to which you fall victim.
But it grieves me, pains me, howls at me. I feel a great longing, everything soft complains, and my heart yearns.
Your heart belongs to us. What do you want with men? Self-defense against men, so that you walk on your own 2 feet, not on human crutches. Men need the undemanding, but they are always wanting love to be able to run away from themselves. This ought to stop. Why do fools go out and preach the gospel to the Negroes, and then ridicule it in their own country? Why do these hypocritical preachers speak of love, divine and human love, and use the same gospel to justify the right to wage war and commit murderous injustice? Above all, what do they teach others when they themselves stand up to their necks in the black mud of deception and self-deceit? Have they cleaned their own house? Have they recognized and driven out their own devil? Because they do none of this, they preach love to be able to run away from themselves and to do to others what they should do to themselves. But this greatly prized love, given to one's own self, burns like fire. These hypocrites and liars have noticed this, as you have, and prefer to love others. Is that love? It is false hypocrisy. It always begins in yourself and in all things, and above all with love. Do you believe that one who wounds himself unsparingly does the other a good deed with his love? No, of course you don't believe it. You even know that he only teaches the other how one must wound oneself, so that he can compel others to express sympathy. Therefore you should be a shadow, since this is what men need. How can they get away from the hypocrisy and foolishness of your love if you yourself cannot? For everything begins with yourself. But your horse still cannot refrain from whinnying. Even worse, your virtue is a wagging dog, a growling dog, a licking dog, a barking dog. And you call that human love, but love is to bear and endure oneself. It begins with this. It is truly about you. You are not yet tempered. Other fires must yet come over you until you have accepted your solitude and learned to love. What do you ask about love? What is love? To live, above all, that is more than love, is war love. You are bound to see what human love is still good enough for, a means like other means. Therefore, above all, solitude, until every softness toward yourself has been burned out of you. You should learn to freeze.
I see only graves before me, I answered. What cursed will is above me?
The will of the God, that is stronger than you slave, you vessel. You have fallen into the hands of the greater. He knows no pity. Your Christian shrouds have fallen, the veils that blinded your eyes. The God has become strong again. The yoke of man is lighter than the yoke of the God. Therefore everyone seeks to yoke the other out of mercy. But he who does not fall into the hands of men falls into those of the God. May he be well, and may woe betide him. There is no escape.
Is that freedom?
The highest freedom. Only the God above you, through yourself. Comfort yourself with this, and that as well as you can. The God bolts doors that you cannot open. Let your feelings whimper like puppies, the ears on higher deaf.
But, I answered, is there no outrage for the sake of the human?
Outrage. I laugh at your outrage. The God knows only power and creation. He commands and you act. Your anxieties are laughable. There is only one road, the military road of the Godhead.
The dead one spoke these unsparing words to me. As I did not want to obey anyone, I had to obey this voice. And she spoke unsparing words about the power of the God. I had to accept these words. We have to greet a new light, a blood-red sun, a painful wonder. No one forces me to. Only the foreign will in me commands, and I cannot escape since I find no grounds to do so. The sun, appearing to me, swam in a sea of blood and wailing. Therefore I said to the dead one, should it be the sacrifice of joy? But the dead one replied,
the sacrifice of all joy, provided that you do it yourself. Joy should neither be made nor sought. It should come, if it must come. I demand your service. You should not serve your personal devil. That leads to superfluous pain. True joy is simple. It comes and exists from itself, and is not to be sought here and there. At the risk of encountering black night, you must devote yourself to me and seek no joy. Joy can never, ever be prepared, but exists of its own accord or exists not at all. All you must do is fulfill your task, nothing else. Joy comes from fulfillment, but not from longing. I have the power. I command, you obey.
I fear that you will destroy me. But she answered,
I am life that destroys only the unfit. Therefore take care that you are no unapt tool. You want to rule yourself. You steer your ship onto the sand. Build your bridge, stone upon stone, but don't think of wanting to take the helm. You go astray if you want to escape my service. There is no salvation without me. Why are you dreaming and hesitating?
You see, I answered, that I am blind and do not know where to begin.
It always begins with the neighbor. Where is the church? Where is the community?
This is pure madness, I cried out indignantly. Why do you speak of a church? Am I a prophet? How can I claim such for myself? I am just a man who is not entitled to know any better than others. But she replied,
I want the church. It is necessary for you and for others. Otherwise, what are you going to do with those whom I force to your feet? The beautiful and natural will nestle into the terrible and dark and will show the way. The church is something natural. The holy ceremony must be dissolved and become spirit. The bridge should lead out beyond humanity, inviolable, far of the air. There is a community of spirits founded on outer signs with a solid meaning.
Listen, that doesn't bear thinking about. It's incomprehensible.
Community with the dead is what both you and the dead need. Do not commingle with any of the dead, but stand apart from them and give to each his due. The dead demand your expiatory prayers.
And when she spoke these words, she raised her voice and evoked the dead in my name.
You dead, I call you. You shades of the departed, who have cast off the torment of living, come here. My blood, the juice of my life, will be your meal and your drink. Sustain yourself from me, so that life and speech will be yours. Come, you dark and restless ones, I will refresh you with my blood, the blood of a living one, so that you will gain speech and life, in me and through me. The God forces me to address this prayer to you, so that you come to life. Too long have we left you alone. Let us build the bond of community, so that the living and the dead image will become one, and the past will live on in the present. Our desire pulls us to the living world, and we are lost in our desire. Come drink the living blood, drink your fill, so that we will be saved from the inextinguishable and unrelenting power of vivid longing for visible, graspable, and present being. Drink from our blood the desire that begets evil, as quarrel, discord, ugliness, violent deed, and famishment. Take, eat, this is my body that lives for you. Take, eat, drink, this is my blood, whose desire flows for you. Come, celebrate a last supper with me for your redemption and mine. I need community with you, so that I fall prey neither to the community of the living nor to my desire and yours, whose envy is insatiable and therefore begets evil. Help me, so that I do not forget that my desire is a sacrificial fire for you. You are my community. I live what I can live for the living. But the excess of my longing belongs to you, you shades. We need to live with you. Be auspicious to us, and open our closed spirit, so that we become blessed with the redeeming light. May it happen thus.
When the dead one had ended this prayer, she turned to me again and said,
Great is the need of the dead, but the God needs no sacrificial prayer. He has neither goodwill nor ill will. He is kind and fearful, though not actually so, but only seems to you thus. But the dead hear your prayers, since they are still of human nature and not free of goodwill and ill will. Do you not understand? The history of humanity is older and wiser than you. Was there a time when there were no dead? Vain deception. Only recently have men begun to forget the dead and to think that they have now begun the real life, sending them into a frenzy.
When the dead one had uttered all these words, she disappeared. I sank into gloominess and dull confusion. When I looked up again, I saw my soul in the upper realms, hovering irradiated by the distant brilliance that streamed from the Godhead. And I called out, You know what has taken place. You see that it surpasses the power and understanding of a man. But I accept it for your sake and mine, to be crucified on the tree of life. O bitterness! O painful silence! If it weren't you, my soul, who touched the fiery heaven and the eternal fullness, how could I? I cast myself before human animals, O most unmanly torment. I must let my virtues, my best ability be torn apart, because they are still thorns in the side of the human animal. Not death for the sake of the best, but befouling and rending of the most beautiful for the sake of life. Alas! Is there nowhere a salutary deception to protect me from having the Last Supper with my carcass? The dead want to live from me. Why did you see me as the one to drink the cess of humanity that poured out of Christendom? Haven't you had enough of beholding the fiery fullness, my soul? Do you still want to fly entire into the glaring white light of the Godhead? Into what shades of horror are you plunging me? Is the devil's pool so deep that its mud sullies even your glowing robe? Where do you get the right to do me such a foul deed? Let the beaker of disgusting filth pass from me. But if this be not your will, then climb past fiery heaven and lodge your charges and topple the throne of God, the dreadful. Proclaim the right of men also before the gods and take revenge on them for the infamous deed of humanity, since only gods are able to spur on the human worm to acts of colossal atrocity. Let my fate suffice and let men manage human destiny. O my mother humanity, thrust the terrible worm of God, the strangler of men, from you. Do not venerate him for the sake of his terrible poison. A drop suffices, and what is a drop to him, who at the same time is all emptiness and all fullness? As I proclaimed these words, I noticed that Philemon stood behind me and had given them to me. He came alongside me invisibly, and I felt the presence of the good and the beautiful. And he spoke to me with a soft, deep voice. When the dead one had uttered all these words, she disappeared. I sank into gloominess and dull confusion. When I looked up again, I saw my soul in the upper realms, hovering irradiated by the distant brilliance that streamed from the Godhead. And I called out, You know what has taken place. You see that it surpasses the power and understanding of a man. But I accept it for your sake and mine, to be crucified on the tree of life. O bitterness! O painful silence! If it weren't you, my soul, who touched the fiery heaven and the eternal fullness, how could I? I cast myself before human animals, O most unmanly torment. I must let my virtues, my best ability be torn apart, because they are still thorns in the side of the human animal. Not death for the sake of the best, but befouling and rending of the most beautiful for the sake of life. Alas! Is there nowhere a salutary deception to protect me from having the Last Supper with my carcass? The dead want to live from me. Why did you see me as the one to drink the cess of humanity that poured out of Christendom? Haven't you had enough of beholding the fiery fullness, my soul? Do you still want to fly entire into the glaring white light of the Godhead? Into what shades of horror are you plunging me? Is the devil's pool so deep that its mud sullies even your glowing robe? Where do you get the right to do me such a foul deed? Let the beaker of disgusting filth pass from me. But if this be not your will, then climb past fiery heaven and lodge your charges and topple the throne of God, the dreadful. Proclaim the right of men also before the gods and take revenge on them for the infamous deed of humanity, since only gods are able to spur on the human worm to acts of colossal atrocity. Let my fate suffice, and let men manage human destiny. O my mother humanity, thrust the terrible worm of God, the strangler of men, from you. Do not venerate him for the sake of his terrible poison. A drop suffices, and what is a drop to him, who at the same time is all emptiness and all fullness? As I proclaimed these words, I noticed that Philemon stood behind me and had given them to me. He came alongside me invisibly, and I felt the presence of the good and the beautiful. And he spoke to me with a soft, deep voice. When Philemon had finished, I turned to my soul, who had come nearer from above during Philemon's speech, and spoke to her. Have you heard what Philemon has been saying? How does this tone strike you? Is his advice good? But she said,
Do not mock, or else you strike yourself. Do not forget to love me.
It is difficult for me to unite hate and love, I replied.
I understand, yet you know that it is the same. Hate and love mean the same to me. Like all women of my kind, form matters less to me than that everything belonged to me or else to no one. I am also jealous of the hate you give others. I want everything, since I need everything for the great journey that I intend to begin after your disappearance. I must prepare in good time. Until then, I must make timely provision, and much is still lacking.
And do you agree that I throw you into prison? I asked.
Of course, there I have peace, and can collect myself. Your human world makes me drunk, so much human blood I could get intoxicated on it to the point of madness. Doors of iron, walls of stone, cold darkness, and the rations of penance. That is the bliss of redemption. You do not suspect my torment when the bloody intoxication seizes me, hurls me again and again into living matter from a dark, fearful creative urge that formerly brought me close to the lifeless and ignited the terrible lust for procreation in me. Remove me from conceiving matter, the rutting feminine of yawning emptiness. Force me into confinement, where I can find resistance and my own law, where I can think about the journey, the rising sun the dead one spoke of, and the buzzing, melodious golden wings. Be thankful. Don't you want to thank me? You are blinded. You deserve my highest thanks.
Filled with delight at these words, I cried, How divinely beautiful you are! And at the same time fury seized me. O bitterness! You have dragged me through sheer and utter hell. You have tormented me nearly to death, and I long for your thanks. Yes, I am moved that you thank me. The hound's nature lies in my blood. Therefore I am bitter for my sake, since how does it move you? You are divine and devilishly great, wherever and howsoever you are. As yet I am only your eunuch doorkeeper, no less imprisoned than you. Speak, you concubine of heaven, you divine monster. Have I not fished you from the swamp? How do you like the black hole? Speak without blood, sing from your own force, you have gorged yourself on men. Then my soul writhed and like a downtrodden worm turned and cried out.
Pity, have compassion.
Compassion? Have you ever had compassion for me? You brute bestial tormentor. You've never gotten past compassionate moods. You lived on human food and drank my blood. Has it made you fat? Will you learn to revere the torment of the human animal? What would you souls and gods want without man? Why do you long for him? Speak, whore. She sobbed.
My speech stops. I'm horrified at your accusation.
Are you going to get serious? Are you going to have second thoughts? Are you going to learn modesty or perhaps even some other human virtue, you soulless soul being? Yes, you have no soul, because you are the thing itself, you fiend. Would you like a human soul? Should I perhaps become your earthly soul so that you will have a soul? You see, I've gone to your school. I've learned how one behaves as a soul, perfectly ambiguous, mysteriously untruthful and hypocritical. While I spoke to my soul in this way, Philemon stood silently a little distance off. But now he stepped forward, laid his hand on my shoulder, and spoke in my name.
You are blessed, virgin soul, praised be your name. You are the chosen one among women. You are the God-bearer. Praise be to you. Honor and fame be yours in eternity. You live in the golden temple. The peoples come from afar and praise you. We, your vassals, wait on your words. We drink red wine, dispensing a sacrificial drink in recollection of the meal of blood that you celebrated with us. We prepare a black chicken for a sacrificial meal in remembrance of the man who fed you. We invite our friends to the sacrificial meal, carrying wreaths of ivy and roses in remembrance of the farewell you took from your saddened vassals and maids. Let this day be a festival celebrating joy and life, the day upon which you, blessed one, commence the return journey from the land of men where you have learned how to be a soul. You follow the Son who ascended and passed over. You carry us up as your soul and set yourself before the Son of God, maintaining your immortal right as an ensouled being. We are joyful, good things will follow you. We lend you strength. We are in the land of men, and we are alive.
After Philemon had ended, my soul looked saddened and pleased, and hesitated and yet hurried to prepare herself to leave us and to ascend again, happy at the regained freedom. But I suspected something secret in her, something that she sought to hide from me. Therefore I did not let her make off, but spoke to her. What holds you back? What are you hiding? Probably a golden vessel, a jewel that you have stolen from men? Isn't that a gem, a piece of gold, shining through your robe? What is the beautiful thing that you robbed when you drank the blood of men and ate their sacred flesh? Speak the truth, for I see the lie on your face.
I haven't taken anything.
She answered annoyed. You are lying. You want to cast suspicion on me, where you are lacking. Those times when you could rob men unpunished are over. Surrender everything that is his sacred inheritance and that you have rapaciously claimed. You have stolen from the vassal and the beggar. God is rich and powerful. You can steal from him. His kingdom knows no loss. Shameful liar. When will you finally stop plaguing and robbing your humanity? But she looked at me as innocently as a dove and said gently,
I do not suspect you. I wish you well. I respect your right. I acknowledge your humanity. I do not take anything away from you. I do not withhold anything from you. You possess everything. I possess nothing.
Yet, I exclaimed, you lie insufferably. You possess not only that marvelous thing that belongs to me, but you also have access to the gods and eternal fullness. Therefore surrender what you have stolen, liar. Now she was vexed and replied,
How can you? I no longer recognize you. You are crazy. Even more, you are laughable, a childish ape who extends his paw toward everything that glitters. But I will not allow what is mine to be taken from me.
Then I cried enraged, You're lying, you're lying. I saw the gold. I saw the sparkling light of the jewel. I know it belongs to me. You ought not take that away from me. Give it back. Then she broke out in defiant tears and said,
I don't want to part with it. It's too precious to me. Do you want to rob me of the last ornament?
Embellish yourself with the gold of the gods, but not with the meager treasures of earth-bound human beings. May you taste heavenly poverty after you have preached earthly poverty and necessity to your humankind, like a true and proper cleric full of lies, who fills his belly and purse and preaches poverty.
You torment me awfully. Leave me just this one thing. You men still have enough. I cannot be without this very one, this incomparable one, for whose sake even the gods envy men.
I will not be unjust, but give me what belongs to me and beg for what you need from it. What is it? Speak.
Alas, that I can neither keep it nor conceal it. It is love, warm human love, blood, warm red blood, the holy source of life, the unification of everything separated and longed for.
So, it is love that you claim as a natural right and property, although you still ought to beg for it. You get drunk on the blood of man, and let him starve. Love belongs to me. I want to love, not you through me. You'll crawl and beg for it like a dog. You'll raise your hands and fawn like hungry hounds. I possess the key. I will be a more just administrator than you godless gods. You will gather around the source of blood, the sweet miracle, and you will come bearing gifts so that you may receive what you need. I protect the holy source so that no god can seize it for himself. The gods know no measure and no mercy. They get drunk on the most precious of draughts. Ambrosia and nectar are the flesh and blood of men, truly a noble meal. They waste the drink in drunkenness, the goods of the poor, since they have neither God nor soul presiding over them as their judges. Presumptuousness and excessiveness, severity and callousness are your essence. Greed for the sake of greed, power for the sake of power, pleasure for the sake of pleasure, immoderation and insatiableness. This is how one recognizes you, you daimons. Yes, you have yet to learn, you devils and gods, you daimons and souls, to crawl in the dust for the sake of love, so that from someone somewhere you snatch a drop of the living sweetness. Learn humility and pride from men for the sake of love. You gods, your firstborn son is man. He bore a terribly beautiful ugly son of God who is renewal to you all. But this mystery, too, fulfills you. You bore a son of men who is my renewal, no less splendid terrible, and his rule also will serve you. Then Philemon approached me, raised his hand, and spoke.
Both God and man are disappointed victims of deception, blessedly blessed, powerlessly powerful. The eternally rich universe unfolds again in the earthly heaven and the heaven of the gods, in the underworlds and in the worlds above. Separation once more comes to the agonizingly united and yoked. Endless multiplicity takes the place of what has been forced together, since only diversity is wealth, blood, and harvest.
A night and a day passed, and when night came again and I looked around, I saw that my soul hesitated and waited. So I addressed her. What, you're still here? Didn't you find the way, or didn't you find the words, which belong to me? How do you honor humankind, your earthly soul? Recall what I bore and suffered for you, how I wasted myself, how I lay before you and writhed, how I gave my blood to you. I have an obligation to lay on you. Learn to honor humankind, for I saw the land that is promised to man, the land where milk and honey lows. I saw the land of the promised love. I saw the splendor of the sun on that land. I saw the green forests, the golden vineyards, and the villages of man. I saw the towering mountains with hanging fields of eternal snow. I saw the fruitfulness and fortune of the earth. None but I saw the fortune of man. You, my soul, force mortal men to labor and suffer for your salvation. I demand that you do this for the earthly fortune of humankind. Pay heed. I speak in both my name and the name of mankind, since our power and glory are yours. Thine is the kingdom and our promised land. So bring it about, employing your abundance. I will remain silent, yes, I will leave you be, it depends on you. You can bring about what man is denied to create. I stand waiting. Torment yourself, so that you come to find it. Where is your own salvation, if you fail in your duty to bring about that of man? Pay heed. You will be working for me, and I will remain silent.
Now then, I want to set to work. But you must build the furnace. Throw the old, the broken, the worn out, the unused, and the ruined into the melting pot, so that it will be renewed for fresh use. It is the custom of the ancients, the tradition of the ancestors, observed since days of old. It is to be adapted for new use. It is practice and incubation in a smelter, a taking back into the interior, into the hot accumulation where rust and brokenness are taken away through the heat of the fire. It is a holy ceremony. Help me so that my work may succeed. Touch the earth. Press your hand into matter, shape it with care. The power of matter is great. Did HAP not come from matter? Is matter not the filling of emptiness? By forming matter, I shape your salvation. If you do not doubt the power of HAP, how can you doubt the power of its mother, matter? Matter is stronger than HAP, since HAP is the son of the earth. The hardest matter is the best. You should form the most durable matter. This strengthens thought.
I did as my soul advised, and formed in matter the thoughts that she gave me. She spoke often and at length to me about the wisdom that lies behind us. But one night she suddenly came to me with a sense of unease and anxiety and exclaimed,
"What am I seeing? What does the future harbor? Blazing fire? A fire hovers in the air. It draws near, a flame, many flames, a searing miracle. How many lights burn? My beloved, it is the mercy of the eternal fire. The breath of fire descends on you."
But I cried out in horror. I fear something terrible and dreadful. I am deeply afraid, since the things that you announced beforehand were awful. Must everything be broken, burned, and destroyed?
Patience. Fire surrounds you, an immeasurable sea of embers.
Don't torture me. What dreadful mysteries do you possess? Speak, I implore you. Or are you lying again, damned tormenting spirit, deceiving fiend? What are your treacherous specters supposed to mean? But she answered calmly,
I also want your fear.
What for? To torment me?
To bring it before the ruler of this world. He demands the sacrifice of your fear. He appreciates your sacrifice. He has mercy upon you.
Mercy upon me? What is that supposed to mean? I want to hide myself from him. My face shrinks from the ruler of this world, for it is branded, it bears a mark, it beheld the forbidden. Therefore I avoid the ruler of this world.
But you should come before him. He has heard about your fear.
You instilled this fear in me. Why did you give me away?
You have been summoned to serve him.
But I moaned and exclaimed, Thrice damned fate! Why can't you leave me in seclusion? Why has he chosen me for sacrifice? Thousands would gladly throw themselves before him. Why must it be me? I cannot, I don't want to.
You possess the word that should not be allowed to remain concealed.
What is my word? It is the stammering of a minor. It is my poverty and my incapacity, my inability to do otherwise. And you want to drag this before the ruler of this world?
I see the surface of the earth, and smoke sweeps over it. A sea of fire rolls close in from the north. It is setting the towns and villages on fire, plunging over the mountains, breaking through the valleys, burning the forests. People are going mad. You go before the fire in a burning robe with singed hair, a crazy look in your eyes, a parched tongue, a hoarse and foul-sounding voice. You forge ahead, you announce what approaches, you scale the mountains, you go into every valley and stammer words of fright and proclaim the fire's agony. You bear the mark of the fire, and men are horrified at you. They do not see the fire, they do not believe your words, but they see your mark and unknowingly suspect you to be the messenger of the burning agony. What fire? They ask, what fire? You stutter, you stammer, what do you know about a fire? I looked at the embers. I saw the blazing flames. May God save us.
My soul. Speak, explain, what should I proclaim? The fire? Which fire?
Look up, see the flames that blaze over your head. Look up, the skies redden.
With these words my soul vanished. But I remained anxious and confused for many days. And my soul remained silent and was not to be seen. But one night a dark crowd knocked at my door, and I trembled with fear. Then my soul appeared and said in haste,
They are here, and will tear open your door.
So that the wicked herd can break into my garden? Should I be plundered and thrown out onto the street? You make me into an ape and a child's plaything. When, oh my God, shall I be saved from this hell of fools? But I want to hack to pieces your cursed webs. Go to hell, you fools. What do you want with me? But she interrupted me and said,
What are you talking about? Let the dark ones speak.
How can I trust you? You work for yourself, not for me. What good are you, if you can't even protect me from the devil's confusion.
Be quiet, or else you'll disturb the work.
And as she spoke these words, behold, Philemon came up to me, dressed in the white robe of a priest, and lay his hand on my shoulder. Then I said to the dark ones, So speak, you dead. And immediately they cried in many voices, We have come back from Jerusalem, where we did not find what we sought. We implore you to let us in. You have what we desire, not your blood, but your light. That is it. Then Philemon lifted his voice and taught them, saying, And this is the first sermon to the dead.
Now here, I begin with nothingness. Nothingness is the same as the fullness. In infinity, full is as good as empty. Nothingness is empty and full. You might just as well say anything else about nothingness, for instance, that it is white or black, or that it does not exist, or that it exists. That which is endless and eternal has no qualities, since it has all qualities. We call this nothingness or fullness the pleroma. Therein both thinking and being cease, since the eternal and endless possess no qualities. No one is in it, for he would then be distinct from the pleroma, and would possess qualities that would distinguish him as something distinct from the pleroma. In the pleroma there is nothing and everything. It is fruitless to think about the pleroma, for this would mean self-dissolution. Creation is not in the pleroma, but in itself. The pleroma is the beginning and end of creation. It pervades creation, just as the sunlight pervades the air. Although the pleroma is altogether pervasive, creation has no share in it, just as a wholly transparent body becomes neither light nor dark through the light pervading it. We are, however, the pleroma itself, for we are a part of the eternal and the endless. But we have no share therein, as we are infinitely removed from the pleroma, not spatially or temporally, but essentially, since we are distinguished from the pleroma in our essence as creation, which is confined within time and space. Yet because we are parts of the pleroma is also in us. Even in the smallest point, the pleroma is endless, eternal, and whole, since small and great are qualities that are contained in it. It is nothingness that is whole and continuous throughout. Only figuratively, therefore, do I speak of creation as part of the pleroma, because actually the pleroma is nowhere divided, since it is nothingness. We are also the whole pleroma, because figuratively, the pleroma is the smallest point in us, merely assumed, not existing, and the boundless firmament about us. But why then do we speak of the pleroma at all, if it is everything and nothing? I speak about it in order to begin somewhere, and also to free you from the delusion that somewhere without or within there is something fixed, or in some way established from the outset. Every so-called fixed and certain thing is only relative. That alone is fixed and certain, that is subject to change. Creation, however, is subject to change. Therefore it alone is fixed and determined, because it has qualities. Indeed, it is quality itself. Thus we ask, how did the creation come into being? Creatures came into being, but not creation, since creation is the very quality of the pleroma, as much as non-creation, eternal death. Creation is ever present, and so is death. The pleroma has everything, differentiation and non-differentiation. Differentiation is creation. It is differentiated. Differentiation is its essence, and therefore it differentiates. Therefore man differentiates, since his essence is differentiation. Therefore he also differentiates the qualities of the pleroma that do not exist. He differentiates them on account of his own essence. Therefore he must speak of those qualities of the pleroma that do not exist. You say, what use is there in speaking about it at all? Did you yourself not say that it is not worth thinking about the pleroma? I mentioned that to free you from the delusion that we are able to think about the pleroma. When we distinguish the qualities of the pleroma, we are speaking from the ground of our own differentiated state and about our own differentiation, but have effectively said nothing about the pleroma. Yet we need to speak about our own differentiation, so that we may sufficiently differentiate ourselves. Our very nature is differentiation. If we are not true to this nature, we do not differentiate ourselves enough. We must therefore make distinctions between qualities. You ask, what harm is there in not differentiating oneself? If we do not differentiate, we move beyond our essence, beyond creation, and we fall into non-differentiation, which is the other quality of the pleroma. We fall into the pleroma itself and cease to be created beings. We lapse into dissolution in nothingness. This is the death of the creature. Therefore we die to the same extent that we do not differentiate. Hence the creature's essence strives toward differentiation and struggles against primeval, perilous sameness. This is called the principium individuationis. This principle is the essence of the creature. From this you can see why non-differentiation and non-distinction pose a great danger to the creature. We must, therefore, distinguish the qualities of the pleroma. These qualities are pairs of opposites, such as the effective and the ineffective, the fullness and the emptiness, the living and the dead, the different and the same, light and darkness, hot and cold, force and matter, time and space, good and evil, the beautiful and the ugly, the one and the many, etc. The pairs of opposites are the qualities of the pleroma that do not exist, because they cancel themselves out. As we are the pleroma itself, we also have all these qualities in us. Since our nature is grounded in differentiation, we have these qualities in the name and under the sign of differentiation, which means, first, these qualities are differentiated and separate in us. Therefore they do not cancel each other out, but are effective. Thus we are the victims of the pairs of opposites. The pleroma is rent within us. Second, these qualities belong to the pleroma, and we must possess and live them only in the name and under the sign of differentiation. We must differentiate ourselves from these qualities. They cancel each other out in the pleroma, but not in us. Distinction from them saves us. When we strive for the good or the beautiful, we forget our essence, which is differentiation, and we fall subject to the spell of the qualities of the pleroma, which are the pairs of opposites. We endeavor to attain the good and the beautiful, yet at the same time we also seize the evil and the ugly, since in the pleroma these are one with the good and the beautiful. But if we remain true to our essence, which is differentiation, we differentiate ourselves from the good and the beautiful, and hence from the evil and ugly. And thus we do not fall under the spell of the pleroma, namely into nothingness and dissolution. You object. You said that difference and sameness are also qualities of the pleroma. What is it like if we strive for distinctiveness? Are we, in so doing, not true to our own nature? And must we nonetheless fall into sameness when we strive for distinctiveness? You must not forget that the pleroma has no qualities. We create these through thinking. If therefore you strive for distinctiveness or sameness, or any qualities whatsoever, you pursue thoughts that flow to you out of the pleroma. Thoughts, namely, concerning the non-existing qualities of the pleroma. Inasmuch as you run after these thoughts, you fall again into the pleroma and attain distinctiveness and sameness at the same time. Not your thinking, but your essence is differentiation. Therefore you must not strive for what you conceive as distinctiveness, but for your own essence. At bottom, therefore, there is only one striving, namely the striving for one's own essence. If you had this striving, you would not need to know anything about the pleroma and its qualities, and yet you would attain the right goal by virtue of your own essence. Since, however, thought alienates us from our essence, I must teach you that knowledge with which you can bridle your thoughts.
The dead faded away grumbling and moaning, and their cries died away in the distance. But I turned to Philemon and said, "My father, you utter strange teachings. Did not the ancients teach similar things? And was it not a reprehensible heresy, removed equally from love and the truth? And why do you lay out such a teaching to this horde, which the night wind swirled up from the dark bloodfields of the west?"
My son, these dead ended their lives too early. These were seekers, and therefore still hover over their graves. Their lives were incomplete, since they knew no way beyond the one to which belief had abandoned them. But since no one teaches them, I must do so. That is what love demands, since they wanted to hear, even if they grumble. But why do I impart this teaching of the ancients? I teach in this way because their Christian faith once discarded and persecuted precisely this teaching. But they repudiated Christian belief, and hence were rejected by that faith. They do not know this, and therefore I must teach them, so that their life may be fulfilled, and they can enter into death.
But do you, O wise Philemon, believe what you teach?
My son, Why do you raise this question? How could I teach what I believe? Who would give me the right to such belief? It is what I know how to say, not because I believe it, but because I know it. If I knew better, I would teach better. But it would be easy for me to believe more. Yet should I teach a belief to those who have discarded belief? And, I ask you, is it good to believe something even more, if one does not know better?
But are you certain that things really are as you say?
I do not know whether it is the best that one can know. But I know nothing better, and therefore I am certain these things are as I say. If they were otherwise, I would say something else, since I would know them to be otherwise. But these things are as I know them, since my knowledge is precisely these things themselves.
My father, is that your guarantee that you are not mistaken?
There are no mistakes in these things. There are only different levels of knowledge. These things are as you know them. Only in your world are things always other than you know them, and therefore there are only mistakes in your world.
After these words, Philemon bent down and touched the earth with his hands and disappeared. That night, Philemon stood beside me, and the dead drew near and lined the walls and cried out, "We want to know about God. Where is God? Is God dead?" But Philemon rose and said, and this is the second sermon to the dead,
God is not dead. He is as alive as ever. God is creation, for he is something definite, and therefore differentiated from the pleroma. God is a quality of the pleroma, and everything I have said about creation also applies to him. But he is distinct from creation in that he is much more indefinite and indeterminable. He is less differentiated than creation, since the ground of his essence is effective fullness. Only insofar as he is definite and differentiated is he creation, and as such he is the manifestation of the effective fullness of the pleroma. Everything that we do not differentiate falls into the pleroma and is cancelled out by its opposite. If therefore we do not differentiate God, effective fullness is cancelled out for us. Moreover, God is the pleroma itself, just as each smallest point in the created and uncreated is the pleroma itself. Effective emptiness is the essence of the devil. God and devil are the first manifestations of nothingness, which we call the pleroma. It makes no difference whether the pleroma exists or not, since it cancels itself out completely. Not so creation. Insofar as God and the devil are created beings, they do not cancel each other out, but stand one against the other as effective opposites. We need no proof of their existence. It is enough that we have to keep speaking about them. Even if both were not, creation would forever distinguish them anew out of the pleroma on account of their distinct essences. Everything that differentiation takes out of the pleroma is a pair of opposites, therefore the devil always belongs to God. This inseparability is most intimate and, as you know from experience, as indissoluble in your life as the pleroma itself, since both stand very close to the pleroma in which all opposites are cancelled out and united. Fullness and emptiness, generation and destruction, are what distinguish God and the devil. Effectiveness is common to both. Effectiveness joins them. Effectiveness, therefore, stands above both, and is a God above God, since it unites fullness and emptiness through its effectuality. This is a God you knew nothing about, because mankind forgot him. We call him by his name Abraxas. He is even more indefinite than God and the devil. To distinguish him from God, we call God Helos or Son. Abraxas is effect. Nothing stands opposed to him but the ineffective, hence his effective nature unfolds itself freely. The ineffective neither exists nor resists. Abraxas stands above the Son and above the devil. He is improbable probability, that which takes unreal effect. If the pleroma had an essence, Abraxas would be its manifestation. He is the effectual itself, not any particular effect, but effect in general. He takes unreal effect, because he has no definite effect. He is also creation, since he is distinct from the pleroma. The Son has a definite effect, and so does the devil. Therefore they appear to us more effective than the indefinite Abraxas. He is force, duration, change.
The dead now raised a great tumult, for they were Christians. But when Philemon had ended his speech, one after another the dead also stepped back into the darkness once more, and the noise of their outrage gradually died away in the distance. When all the clamor had passed, I turned to Philemon and exclaimed, Pity us, wisest one. You take from men the gods to whom they could pray. You take alms from the beggar, bread from the hungry, fire from the freezing. Philemon answered and said,
My son, these dead have had to reject the belief of the Christians, and therefore they can pray to no God. So should I teach them a God in whom they can believe, and to whom they can pray? That is precisely what they have rejected. Why did they reject it? They had to reject it because they could not do otherwise. And why did they have no other choice? Because the world, without these men knowing it, entered into that month of the great year where one should believe only what one knows. That is difficult enough, but it is also a remedy for the long sickness that arose from the fact that one believed what one did not know. I teach them the God whom both I and they know of without being aware of him, a God in whom one does not believe and to whom one does not pray, but of whom one knows. I teach this God to the dead since they desired entry and teaching. But I do not teach him to living men since they did not desire my teaching. Why, indeed, should I teach them? Therefore, I take away from them no kindly hearer of prayers, their Father in heaven. What concern is my foolishness to the living? The dead need salvation, since they are a great waiting flock hovering over their graves, and long for the knowledge that belief and the rejection of belief have breathed their last. But whoever has fallen ill and is near death wants knowledge, and he sacrifices pardon.
It appears as if you teach a terrible and dreadful God beyond measure, to whom good and evil and human suffering and joy are nothing.
My son, did you not see that these dead had a God of love and rejected him? Should I teach them a loving God? They had to reject him after already having long since rejected the evil God whom they call the devil. Therefore they must know a God to whom everything created is nothing, because he himself is the creator and everything created and the destruction of everything created. Have they not rejected a God who is a father, a lover, good and beautiful, one whom they thought to have particular qualities and a particular being? Therefore I must teach a God to whom nothing can be attributed, who is all qualities and therefore none, because only I and they can know such a God.
But how, O my Father, can men unite in such a God? Does the knowledge of such a God not amount to destroying human bonds and every society based on the good and the beautiful?
These dead rejected the God of love, of the good and the beautiful. They had to reject him, and so they rejected unity and community and love, in the good and the beautiful. And thus they killed one another and dissolved the community of men. Should I teach them the God who united them in love, and whom they rejected? Therefore I teach them the God who dissolves unity, who blasts everything human, who powerfully creates and mightily destroys. Those whom love does not unite, fear compels.
And as Philemon spoke these words, he bent down swiftly to the ground, touched it with his hand, and disappeared. The following night, the dead approached like fog from a swamp and exclaimed, "Tell us more about the highest God." And Philemon stepped forward and began to speak, and this is the third sermon to the dead.
Abraxas is the God who is difficult to grasp. His power is greatest because man does not see it. From the Son he draws the summum bonum, from the devil the infimum malum. But from Abraxas, life, altogether indefinite, the mother of good and evil. Life seems to be smaller and weaker than the summum bonum. Therefore it is also hard to conceive that Abraxas's power transcends even the sun's, which is the radiant source of all vital force. Abraxas is the sun, and at the same time the eternally sucking gorge of emptiness, of the diminisher and dismemberer of the devil. The power of Abraxas is twofold, but you do not see it, because in your eyes the warring opposites of this power are cancelled out. What the sun god speaks is life, what the devil speaks is death. But Abraxas speaks that hallowed and accursed word that is at once life and death. Abraxas produces truth and lying, good and evil, light and darkness, in the same word and in the same act. Therefore Abraxas is terrible. He is as splendid as the lion in the instant he strikes down his victim. He is as beautiful as a spring day. He is the great and the small Pan alike. He is Priapos. He is the monster of the underworld, a thousand-armed polyp, a coiled knot of winged serpents, frenzy. He is the hermaphrodite of the earliest beginning. He is the lord of toads and frogs, which live in the water and go up on the land, whose chorus ascends at noon and at midnight. He is the fullness that seeks union with emptiness. He is holy begetting. He is love and its murder. He is the saint and his betrayer. He is the brightest light of day and the darkest night of madness. To look upon him is blindness. To recognize him is sickness. To worship him is death. To fear him is wisdom. Not to resist him is redemption. God dwells behind the sun, the devil behind the night. What God brings forth out of the light, the devil sucks into the night. But Abraxas is the world, its becoming and its passing. Upon every gift that comes from the sun God the devil lays his curse. Everything that you request from the sun God produces a deed from the devil. Everything that you create with the sun God gives effective power to the devil. That is terrible Abraxas. He is the mightiest created being, and in him creation is afraid of itself. He is the manifest opposition of creation to the pleroma and its nothingness. He is the son's horror of the mother. He is the mother's love for the son. He is the delight of the earth and the cruelty of the heavens. At his sight, man's face congeals. Before him there is no question and no reply. He is the life of creation. He is the effect of differentiation. He is the love of man. He is the speech of man. He is the appearance and the shadow of man. He is deceptive reality.
Now the dead howled and raged, for they were incomplete. But when their noisy cries had faded away, I said to Philemon, "How, O my father, should I understand this God?" Philemon answered and said,
My son, why do you want to understand him? This God is to be known but not understood. If you understand him, then you can say that he is this or that and this and not that. Thus you hold him in the hollow of your hand, and therefore your hand must throw him away. The God whom I know is this and that, and just as much this other and that other. Therefore no one can understand this God, but it is possible to know him, and therefore I speak and teach him.
But does this God not bring despairing confusion into the minds of men?
These dead rejected the order of unity and community, since they rejected the belief in the Father in heaven, who ruled with just measure. They had to reject him. Therefore I teach them the chaos that is without measure and utterly boundless, to which justice and injustice, leniency and severity, patience and anger, love and hate are nothing. For how can I teach anything other than the God whom I know and whom they know, without being conscious of him?
Why, O solemn one, do you call the eternally incomprehensible the cruel contradictoriness of nature, God?
How should I name it otherwise? If the overpowering essence of events in the universe and in the hearts of men were law, I would call it law. Yet it is also no law, but chance, irregularity, sin, error, stupidity, carelessness, folly, illegality. Therefore I cannot call it law. You know that this must be so, and at the same time you know that it did not have to be so, and that at some other time it will not be so. It is overpowering and occurs as if from eternal law, and at another time a slanting wind blows a speck of dust into the works, and this void is a superior strength, harder than a mountain of iron. Therefore you know that the eternal law is also no law. So I cannot call it law. But how else should it be named? I know that human language has forever named the maternal womb of the incomprehensible God. Truly this God is and is not, since from being and non-being everything emerged that was, is, and will be.
But when Philemon had spoken the last word, he touched the earth with his hand and dissolved. The following night, the dead came running sooner, filling the place with their mutterings, and said, "Speak to us about gods and devils, accursed one." And Philemon appeared and began to speak, and this is the fourth sermon to the dead.
The sun God is the highest good, the devil the opposite. Thus you have two gods. But there are many high and good things and many great evils. Among these are two devil gods. One is the burning one, the other the growing one. The burning one is Eros, in the form of a flame. It shines by consuming. The growing one is the tree of life. It greens by heaping up growing living matter. Eros flames up and dies. But the tree of life grows with slow and constant increase through measureless periods of time. Good and evil unite in the flame. Good and evil unite in the growth of the tree. In their divinity life and love stand opposed. The number of gods and devils is as innumerable as the host of stars. Each star is a god, and each space that a star fills is a devil. But the empty fullness of the whole is the pleroma. Abraxas is the effect of the whole, and only the ineffective opposes him. 4 is the number of the principal gods, as 4 is the number of the world's measurements. 1 is the beginning, the sun god. 2 is Eros, for he binds 2 together and spreads himself out in brightness. 3 is the tree of life, for it fills space with bodies. 4 is the devil, for he opens all that is closed. He dissolves everything formed and physical. He is the destroyer in whom everything becomes nothing. Happy am I who can recognize the multiplicity and diversity of the gods. But woe unto you, who replace this incompatible multiplicity with a single God. In so doing you produce the torment of incomprehension, and mutilate the creation whose nature and aim is differentiation. How can you be true to your own nature when you try to turn the many into one? What you do unto the gods is done likewise unto you. You all become equal, and thus your nature is maimed. Equality prevails not for the sake of God, but only for the sake of man. For the gods are many, while men are few. The gods are mighty, and endure their manifoldness. Like the stars they abide in solitude, separated by vast distances. Therefore they dwell together and need communion, so that they may bear their separateness. For redemption's sake I teach you the reprehensible, for whose sake I was rejected. The multiplicity of the gods corresponds to the multiplicity of men. Numberless gods await the human state. Numberless gods have been men. Man shares in the nature of the gods. He comes from the gods and goes unto the God. Thus, just as it is no use to reflect upon the pleroma, it is not worthwhile to worship the multiplicity of the gods. Least of all does it serve to worship the first God, the effective fullness, and the summum bonum. By our prayer we can add nothing to it, and take nothing from it, because effective emptiness gulps down everything. The bright gods form the heavenly world. It is manifold and extends and increases infinitely. The sun god is the supreme lord of the world. The dark gods form the earthly world. It is simple and diminishes and declines infinitely. The devil is its nethermost lord, the moon spirit, satellite of the earth, smaller, colder, and more dead than the earth. There is no difference between the might of the heavenly and earthly gods. The heavenly gods magnify. The earthly gods diminish. Both directions are immeasurable.
Here the dead interrupted Philemon's speech with angry laughter and mocking shouts, and as they withdrew, their discord, mockery, and laughter faded into the distance. I turned to Philemon and said to him, "O Philemon, I believe you are mistaken. It seems that you teach a raw superstition which the fathers had successfully and gloriously overcome, that polytheism which a mind produces only when it cannot free its gaze from the force of compulsive desire chained to sensory things."
My son, these dead have rejected the single and highest God. So how can I teach them about the one, only, and not multifarious God? They must of course believe me, but they have rejected their belief. So I teach them the God that I know, the multifarious and extended, who is both the thing and its appearance, and they also know him even if they are not conscious of him. These dead have given names to all beings, the beings in the air, on the earth and in the water. They have weighed and counted things. They have counted so and so many horses, cows, sheep, trees, segments of land, and springs. They said, "This is good for this purpose, and that is good for that one." What did they do with the admirable tree? What happened to the sacred frog? Did they see his golden eye? Where is the atonement for the 7,777 cattle whose blood they spilled, whose flesh they consumed? Did they do penance for the sacred, or that they dug up from the belly of the earth? No, they named, weighed, numbered, and apportioned all things. They did whatever pleased them. And what did they do? You saw the powerful, but this is precisely how they gave power to things unknowingly. Yet the time has come when things speak. The piece of flesh says, "How many men?" The piece of ore says, "How many men?" The ship says, "How many men?" The coal says, "How many men?" The house says, "How many men?" And things rise in number, and weigh and apportion, and devour millions of men. Your hand grasped the earth, and tore off the halo, and weighed, and numbered the bones of things. Is not the one and only simple-minded God pulled down and thrown onto a heap, the mass seeming of separate things dead and living? Yes, this god taught you to weigh and number bones. But the month of this god is drawing to a close. A new month stands at the door. Therefore everything had to be as it is, and hence everything must become different. This is no polytheism that I have made up, but many gods who powerfully raise their voices and tear humanity to bloody pieces. So and so many men weighed, numbered, apportioned, hacked, and devoured. Therefore I speak of many gods, as I speak of many things, since I know them. Why do I call them gods? For the sake of their superiority. Do you know about this superior strength? Now is the time when you can learn. These dead laugh at my foolishness. But would they have raised a murderous hand against their brothers if they had atoned for the ox with the velvet eyes? If they had done penance for the shiny ore? If they had worshipped the holy trees? If they had made peace with the soul of the golden-eyed frog? What say things dead and living? Who is greater, man or the gods? Truly, this sun has become a moon, and no new sun has arisen from the contractions of the last hour of the night.
And when he had finished these words, Philemon bent down to the earth, kissed it, and said,
Mother, may your son be strong.
Then he stood, looked up at the heavens, and said,
How dark is your place of the new light.
Then he disappeared. When the following night came, the dead approached noisily, pushing and shoving. They were scoffing and exclaimed, Teach us, fool, about the church and Holy Communion. But Philemon stepped before them, and began to speak, and this is the fifth sermon to the dead.
The world of the gods is made manifest in spirituality and in sexuality. The celestial ones appear in spirituality, the earthly in sexuality. Spirituality conceives and embraces. It is womanlike, and therefore we call it Mater Coelestis, the celestial mother. Sexuality engenders and creates. It is manlike, and therefore we call it Phallos, the earthly father. The sexuality of man is more earthly, that of woman is more spiritual. The spirituality of man is more heavenly, it moves toward the greater. The spirituality of woman is more earthly, it moves toward the smaller. Mendacious and devilish is the spirituality of man, and it moves toward the smaller. Mendacious and devilish is the spirituality of woman, and it moves toward the greater. Each shall go to its own place. Man and woman become devils to each other if they do not separate their spiritual ways, for the essence of creation is differentiation. The sexuality of man goes toward the earthly, the sexuality of woman goes toward the spiritual. Man and woman become devils to each other if they do not distinguish their sexuality. Man shall know the smaller, woman the greater. Man shall differentiate himself both from spirituality and sexuality. He shall call spirituality mother, and set her between heaven and earth. He shall call sexuality Phallos, and set him between himself and earth. For the mother and the Phallos are superhuman daimons that reveal the world of the gods. They affect us more than the gods, since they are closely akin to our essence. If you do not differentiate yourselves from sexuality and from spirituality, and do not regard them as an essence both above and beyond you, you are delivered over to them as qualities of the pleroma. Spirituality and sexuality are not your qualities, not things you possess and encompass. Rather, they possess and encompass you, since they are powerful daimons, manifestations of the gods, and hence reach beyond you, existing in themselves. No man has a spirituality unto himself or a sexuality unto himself. Instead, he stands under the law of spirituality and of sexuality. Therefore no one escapes these daimons. You shall look upon them as daimons, and as a common task and danger, a common burden that life has laid upon you. Thus life, too, is for you a common task and danger, as are the gods, and first and foremost terrible Abraxas. Man is weak, and community is therefore indispensable. If your community is not under the sign of the mother, it is under the sign of the Phallos. Absence of community is suffering and sickness. Community in everything is dismemberment and dissolution. Differentiation leads to singleness. Singleness is opposed to community. But because of man's weakness with regard to the gods and daimons and their invincible law, community is necessary, not for man's sake, but because of the gods. The gods drive you to community. Insofar as the gods impose community upon you, it is necessary, more is bad. In the community every man shall submit to others, so that the community be maintained, for you need it. In singleness every man shall place himself above the other, so that every man may come to himself and avoid slavery. Abstention shall hold good in community, extravagance in singleness. Community is depth, singleness is height. Right measure in community purifies and preserves. Right measure in singleness purifies and increases. Community gives us warmth, singleness gives us light.
When Philemon had finished, the dead remained silent and did not move, but looked at Philemon with expectation. But when Philemon saw that the dead remained silent and waited, he continued, and this is the sixth sermon to the dead.
The daimon of sexuality approaches our soul as a serpent. She is half human soul and is called thought desire. The daimon of spirituality descends into our soul as the white bird. He is half human soul and is called desire thought. The serpent is an earthly soul, half demonic, a spirit, and akin to the spirits of the dead. Thus too, like these she swarms around in the things of earth, making us fear them or else having them arouse our craving. The serpent has a female nature, forever seeking the company of those dead who are spellbound by the earth, and who did not find a way across to singleness. The serpent is a whore. She courts the devil and evil spirits. She is a mischievous tyrant and tormentor, forever inveigling the most evil company. The white bird is a half-celestial soul of man. He abides with the mother, descending from time to time. The bird is manlike and is effective thought. He is chaste and solitary, a messenger of the mother. He flies high above the earth. He commands singleness. He brings knowledge from the distant ones, who have departed before and attained perfection. He bears our word up to the mother. She intercedes, she warns, but she is powerless against the gods. She is a vessel of the sun. The serpent descends and cunningly lames the phallic daimon, or else goads him on. She bears up the too crafty thoughts of the earthly, those thoughts that creep through every hole and cleave to all things with craving. Although the serpent does not want to, she must be of use to us. She flees our grasp, thus showing us the way, which our human wits could not find.
When Philemon had finished, the dead looked on with contempt and said, "Cease this talk of gods and daimons and souls. We have known this for a long time." But Philemon smiled and replied,
"You poor souls, poor in flesh and rich in spirit, the meat was fat and the spirit thin. But how do you reach the eternal light? You mock my stupidity, which you too possess. You mock yourselves. Knowledge frees one from danger. But mockery is the other side of your belief is black less than white. You rejected faith and retained mockery. Are you thus saved from faith? No, you bound yourselves to mockery, and hence again to faith. And therefore you are miserable."
But the dead were outraged and cried, "We are not miserable, we are clever. Our thinking and feeling is as pure as clear water. We praise our reason. We mock superstition. Do you believe that your old folly reaches us? A childish delusion has overcome you, old one. What good is it to us?" Philemon replied,
"What can do you any good? I free you from what still holds you to the shadow of life. Take this wisdom with you, add this folly to your cleverness, this unreason to your reason, and you will find yourselves. If you were men, you would then begin your life and your life's way between reason and unreason, and live onward to the eternal light, whose shadow you lived in advance. But since you are dead, this knowledge frees you from life and strips you of your greed for men, and it also frees yourself from the shrouds that the light and the shadow lay on you. Compassion with men will overcome you, and from the stream you will reach solid ground. You will step forth from the eternal whirl onto the unmoving stone of rest, the circle that breaks flowing duration, and the flame will die down. I have fanned a glowing fire, I have given the murderer a knife, I have torn open healed over wounds, I have quickened all movement, I have given the madman more intoxicating drink, I have made the cold colder, the heat hotter, falseness even falser, goodness even better, weakness even weaker. This knowledge is the axe of the sacrificer."
But the dead cried, "Your wisdom is foolishness and a curse. You want to turn the will back? It will tear you apart, blinded one."
So this is what happened. The earth became green and fruitful again from the blood of the sacrifice. Flowers sprouted. The waves crash into the sand. A silver cloud lies at the foot of the mountain. A bird of the soul came to men. The hoe sounds in the fields and the axe in the forests. A wind rushes through the trees, and the sun shimmers in the dew of the risen morning. The planets behold the birth. Out of the earth climbed the many-armed. The stones speak, and the grass whispers. Man found himself, and the gods wander through heaven. The fullness gives birth to the golden drop, the golden seed, plumed and hovering.
The dead now fell silent and stared at Philemon and slowly crept away. But Philemon bent down to the ground and said,
"It is accomplished, but not fulfilled. Fruit of the earth, sprout, rise up, and heaven, pour out the water of life."
Then Philemon disappeared. I was probably very confused when Philemon approached me the following night, since I called to him saying, "What did you do, O Philemon? What fires have you kindled? What have you broken asunder? Does the wheel of creation stand still?" But he answered and said,
"Everything is running its usual course. Nothing has happened, and yet a sweet and indescribable mystery has taken place. I stepped out of the whirling circle."
"What's that? Your words move my lips, your voice sounds from my ears, my eyes see you from within me. Truly, you are a magician. You stepped out of the whirling circle? What confusion! Are you I, am I you? Did I not feel as if the wheel of creation was standing still? And yet you say that you have stepped out of the whirling circle? I am truly bound to the wheel. I feel the rushing swaying of it, and yet the wheel of creation also stands still for me. What did you do, Father? Teach me."
"I stepped onto what is solid and took it with me and saved it from the wave's surge, from the cycle of births, and from the revolving wheel of endless happening. It has been stilled. The dead have received the folly of the teaching. They have been blinded by truth and see by mistake. They have recognized, felt, and regretted it. They will come again and will humbly inquire, since what they rejected will be most valuable to them."
I wanted to question Philemon, since the riddle distressed me, but he had already touched the earth and disappeared. And the darkness of the night was silent and did not answer me. And my soul stood silently, shaking her head, and did not know what to say about the mystery that Philemon had indicated and not given away. Another day passed, and the seventh night fell. And the dead came again, this time with pitiful gestures, and said, "We forgot to mention one thing, that we would like you to teach us about men." And Philemon stepped before me and began to speak, and this is the seventh sermon to the dead.
Man is a gateway, through which you pass from the outer world of gods, daimons, and souls into the inner world, out of the greater into the smaller world. Small and inane is man, already he is behind you, and once again you find yourselves in endless space, in the smaller or inner infinity. At immeasurable distance, a lonely star stands in the zenith. This is the one God of this one man. This is his world, his pleroma, his divinity. In this world, man is Abraxas, the creator and destroyer of his own world. This star is the God and the goal of man. This is his lone guiding God. In him man goes to his rest. Toward him goes the long journey of the soul after death. In him everything that man withdraws from the greater world shines resplendently. To this one God man shall pray. Prayer increases the light of the star. It throws a bridge across death. It prepares life for the smaller world, and assuages the hopeless desires of the greater. When the greater world turns cold, the star shines. Nothing stands between man and his one God, so long as man can turn away his eyes from the flaming spectacle of Abraxas. Man here, God there. Weakness and nothingness here, eternally creative power there. Here nothing but darkness and clammy cold their total sun.
But when Philemon had finished, the dead remained silent. Heaviness fell from them, and they ascended like smoke above the shepherd's fire, who watches over his flock by night. But I turned to Philemon and said, "Illustrious one, you teach that man is a gateway through which the procession of the gods passes, through which the stream of life flows, through which the entire future streams into the endlessness of the past."
These dead believed in the transformation and development of man. They were convinced of human nothingness and transitoriness. Nothing was clearer to them than this, and yet they knew that man even creates its gods, and so they knew that the gods were of no use. Therefore they had to learn what they did not know, that man is a gateway through which crowds the train of the gods and the coming and passing of all times. He does not do it, does not create it, does not suffer it, since he is the being, the sole being, since he is the moment of the world, the eternal moment. Whoever recognizes this stops being flame. He becomes smoke and ashes. He lasts, and his transitoriness is over. He has become someone who is. You dreamed of the flame, as if it were life. But life is duration, the flame dies away. I carried that over, I saved it from the fire. That is the son of the fire flower. You saw that in me, I myself am of the eternal fire of light. But I am the one who saved it for you, the black and golden seed, and its blue starlight. You eternal being, what is length and brevity? What is the moment and eternal duration? You being are eternal in each moment. What is time? Time is the fire that flares up, consumes, and dies down. I saved being from time, redeeming it from the fires of time and the darkness of time, from gods and devils.
Illustrious one, when will you give me the dark and golden treasure and its blue starlight?
When you have surrendered everything that wants to burn to the holy flame.
And as Philemon spoke these words, a dark form with golden eyes approached me from the shadows of the night. I was startled and cried, "Are you an enemy? Who are you? Where do you come from? I have never seen you before. Speak, what do you want?" The dark one answered, saying,
I come from afar. I come from the east and follow the shining fire that precedes me. Philemon, I am not your enemy. I am a stranger to you. My skin is dark and my eyes shine golden.
"What do you bring?" I asked fearfully.
I bring abstinence. Abstinence from human joy and suffering. Compassion leads to alienation. Pity, but no compassion. Pity for the world, and it will held in check toward the other. Pity remains misunderstood, therefore it works. Far from longing, no fear. Far from love, love the whole.
I looked at him fearfully and said, "Why are you as dark as the earth of the fields and as black as iron? I'm afraid of you. Such pain, what have you done to me?"
You may call me death. Death that rose with the sun. I come with quiet pain and long peace. I lay the cover of protection on you. In the midst of life begins death. I lay cover upon you, so that your warmth will never cease.
You bring grief and despair. I wanted to be among men.
You will go to men as one veiled. Your light shines at night. Your solar nature departs from you, and your stellar nature begins.
You are cruel.
The simple is cruel. It does not unite with the manifold.
With these words the mysterious dark one vanished. But Philemon regarded me with a serious and questioning look.
Did you take a proper look at him, my son? You will be hearing from him. But come now, so that I can fulfill what the Dark One prophesied for you.
As he spoke these words, he touched my eyes and opened my gaze and showed me the immeasurable mystery. And I looked for a long time until I could grasp it. But what did I see? I saw the night, I saw the dark earth, and above this the sky stood gleaming in the brilliance of countless stars. And I saw that the sky had the form of a woman, and sevenfold was her mantle of stars, and it completely covered her. And when I had beheld it, Philemon said,
Mother, you who stand in the higher circle, nameless one, who shrouds me in him and protects me and him from the gods. He wants to become your child. May you accept his birth. May you renew him. I separate myself from him. The cold is growing, and its star blaze is brighter. He needs the bond of childhood. You gave birth to the godly serpent. You released it from the pangs of birth. Take this man to the abode of the sun. He needs the mother.
A voice came from afar and was like a falling star.
I cannot take him as a child. He must cleanse himself first.
What is his impurity?
It is the commingling. He contains human suffering and joy. He shall remain secluded until abstinence is complete, and he is freed from the commingling with men. Then shall he be taken as a child.
In this moment my vision ended, and Philemon went away, and I was alone. And I remained apart as I had been told. But in the fourth night I saw a strange form, a man wearing a long coat and a turban. His eyes shone cleverly and kindly like a wise doctor's. He approached me and said,
I speak to you of joy.
You want to speak to me of joy? I bleed from the thousandfold wounds of men.
I bring healing. Women taught me this art. They know how to heal sick children. Do your wounds burn you? Healing is at hand. Give ear to good counsel, and do not be incensed.
What do you want? To tempt me? Mock me?
What are you thinking? I bring you the bliss of paradise, the healing fire, the love of women.
Are you thinking of the descent into the frog swamp? The dissolution in the many, the scattering, the dismembering? But as I spoke, the old man turned into Philemon, and I saw that he was the magician who was tempting me. But Philemon continued,
You have not yet experienced the dismembering. You should be blown apart and shredded and scattered to the winds. Men are preparing for the Last Supper with you.
What then will remain of me?
Nothing but your shadow. You will be a river that pours forth over the lands. It seeks every valley and streams toward the depths.
I asked, full of grief, but where will my uniqueness remain?
You will steal it from yourself. You will hold the invisible realm in trembling hands. It lowers its roots into the gray darknesses and mysteries of the earth, and sends up branches covered in leaves into the golden air. Animals live in its branches. Men camp in its shade. Their murmuring arises from below. 1,000-mile ion disappointment is the juice of the tree. It will stay green for a long time. Silence abides in its treetop. Silence in its deep roots.
I gathered from Philemon's words that I must remain true to love to cancel out the commingling that arises through unlived love. I understood that the commingling is a bondage that takes the place of voluntary devotion. Scattering or dismembering arises, as Philemon had taught me, from voluntary devotion. It cancels out the commingling. Through voluntary devotion, I removed binding ties. Therefore, I had to remain true to love, and devoted to it voluntarily, I suffer the dismembering and thus attain bonding with the Great Mother, that is, the stellar nature, liberation from bondage to men and things. If I am bound to men and things, I can neither go on with my life to its destination, nor can I arrive at my very own and deepest nature. Nor can death begin in me as a new life, since I can only fear death. I must therefore remain true to love, since how else can I arrive at the scattering and dissolution of bondage? How else could I experience death other than through remaining true to love and willingly accepting the pain and all the suffering? As long as I do not voluntarily devote myself to the dismembering, a part of myself secretly remains with men and things and binds me to them. And thus I must, whether I want to or not, be a part of them, mixed in with them and bound to them. Only fidelity to love and voluntary devotion to love enable this binding and mixing to be dissolved and lead back to me that part of myself that secretly lay with men and things. Only thus does the light of the star grow. Only thus do I arrive at my stellar nature, at my truest and innermost self, that simply and singly is. It is difficult to remain true to love since love stands above all sins. He who wants to remain true to love must also overcome sin. Nothing occurs more readily than failing to recognize that one is committing a sin. Overcoming sin for the sake of remaining true to love is difficult, so difficult that my feet hesitated to advance. When night fell, Philemon approached me in an earth-colored robe, holding a silver fish.
Look, my son, I was fishing and caught this fish. I bring it to you so that you may be comforted.
And as I looked at him astonished and questioningly, I saw that a shade stood in darkness at the door, bearing a robe of grandeur. His face was pale and blood had flowed into the furrows of his brow. But Philemon knelt down, touched the earth, and said to the shade,
My master and my brother, praised be your name. You did the greatest thing for us. Out of animals you made men. You gave your life for men to enable their healing. Your spirit was with us through an endlessly long time. And men still look to you, and still ask you to take pity on them, and beg for the mercy of God, and the forgiveness of their sins through you. You do not tire of giving to men. I praise your divine patience. Are not men ungrateful? Does their craving know no limits? Do they still make demands on you? They have received so much, yet still they are beggars. Behold, my master and my brother, They do not love me, but they long for you with greed, for they also crave their neighbor's possessions. They do not love their neighbor, but they want what is his. If they were faithful to their love, they would not be greedy. But whoever gives attracts desire. Should they not learn love? Fidelity to love? Freely willed devotion? But they demand and desire and beg from you, and have learned no lesson from your awe-inspiring life. They have imitated it, but they have not lived their own lives as you have lived yours. Your awe-inspiring life shows how everyone would have to take their own life into their own hands, faithful to their own essence and their own love. Have you not forgiven the adulteress? Did you not sit with whores and tax collectors? Did you not break the command of the Sabbath? You lived your own life, but men fail to do so. Instead they pray to you and make demands on you, and forever remind you that your work is incomplete. Yet your work would be completed if men managed to live their own lives without imitation. Men are still childish and forget gratitude, since they cannot say, "Thanks be to you, our Lord, for the salvation you have brought us. We have taken it unto ourselves, given it a place in our hearts, and we have learned to carry on your work in ourselves on our own. Through your help we have grown mature in continuing the work of redemption in us. Thanks to you, we have embraced your work, we grasped your redemptive teaching, we completed in ourselves what you had begun for us with bloody struggle. We are not ungrateful children who desire our parents' possessions. Thanks to you, our Master, we will make the most of your talent and will not bury it in the earth and forever stretch out our hands helplessly and urge you to complete your work in us. We want to take your troubles and your work upon ourselves, so that your work may be completed, and so that you may lay your weary, tired hands in your lap, like the worker after a long day's hard burden. Blessed is the dead one, who rests from the completion of his work. I wanted people to address you in this way, but they have no love for you, my master and brother. They begrudge you the price of peace. They leave your work incomplete, eternally needing your pity and your care. But my master and my brother, I believe you have completed your work, since the one who has given his life, his entire truth, all his love, his entire soul, has completed his work. What one individual can do for men, you have done and accomplished and fulfilled. The time has come when each must do his own work of redemption. Mankind has grown older, and a new month has begun.
When Philemon had finished, I looked up and saw that the place where the shade had stood was empty. I turned to Philemon and said, "My father, you spoke of men. I am a man. Forgive me." But Philemon dissolved into the darkness, and I decided to do what was required of me. I accepted all the joy and every torment of my nature and remained true to my love, to suffer what comes to everyone in their own way. And I stood alone and was afraid. On a night when everything was silent, I heard a murmur like that of many voices, and a bit more clearly I heard the voice of Philemon, and it was as if he were giving a speech. And as I listened more closely, I heard his words.
Afterward, when I had impregnated the dead body of the underworld, and when it had given birth to the serpent of the god, I went to men and saw the fullness of their affliction and their madness. I saw that they were slaying each other, and that they sought the grounds for their actions. They did this because they did not have anything different or better to do. But because they were accustomed to doing nothing for which they could not account, they devised reasons that compelled them to go on killing. "Stop, you are out of your minds," said the sage. "Stop, for heaven's sake, and take stock of what damage you have done," said the canny one. But the fool laughed, since honors had been conferred upon him overnight. Why do men not see their stupidity? Stupidity is a daughter of the god. Therefore men cannot stop murdering, since thus they serve the serpent of the god without knowing it. It is worth giving one's life for the sake of serving the serpent of the god. Hence be reconciled. But it would be far better to live despite the god. But the serpent of the god wants human blood. This feeds it and makes it shine. Not wanting to murder and die amounts to deceiving the god. Whoever lives has become one who deceives the god. Whoever lives invents his life for himself. But the serpent wants to be deceived, out of hope for blood. The greater the number of men who stole their lives from the gods, the greater the harvest feeding the serpent from the blood-sown field. The god grows strong through human murder. The serpent grows hot and fiery through the drenching flood. Its fat burns in the blazing flame. The flame becomes the light of men, the first ray of a renewed sun, he the first appearing light.
I could not grasp what else Philemon said. I spent a long time pondering his words, which evidently he had spoken to the dead, and I was horrified by the atrocities that attend the rebirth of a god. And soon afterward I saw Elijah and Salome in a dream. Elijah appeared concerned and alarmed. Therefore, when in the following night that light was extinguished and every living sound fell still, I called Elijah and Salome so that they would answer my questions. Elijah came forward and said,
I have become weak, I am poor, and excess of my power has gone to you, my son. You took too much from me. You went too far away from me. I heard strange and incomprehensible things, and the peace of my depths became disturbed.
But what did you hear? What voice did you hear?
I heard a voice full of confusion, an alarmed voice full of warning, and the incomprehensible.
What did it say? Did you hear the words?
Indistinctly, it was confused and confusing. The voice spoke first of a knife cutting something or perhaps harvesting, perhaps the grapes that go to the wine press. Perhaps the one wearing the red robe treads the winepress from which the blood flows. Thereupon the voice spoke of gold that lies below, and that kills whoever touches it. Then it mentioned fire that burns terribly, and that should flare up in our time. And then there was a malicious word that I would rather not utter.
A malicious word? What was it?
A word about the death of God. There is only one God, and God cannot die.
I am astonished, Elijah. Do you not know what happened? Do you not know that the world has put on a new garb? That the one God has gone away, and that in turn many gods and many daimons have come to man? Truly, I am surprised. I am extremely surprised. How could you not have known? Know you nothing of the new that has come to pass? Yet you know the future. You have foresight. Or maybe you should not know what is. Do you ultimately deny what is? Salome interrupted me.
What is gives no pleasure. Pleasure comes only from the new. Your soul would also like a new husband. Ha ha. She loves change. You are not pleasurable enough for her. In that respect she is unteachable, and therefore you believe she is mad. We love only what is coming, not what is. Only the new gives us pleasure. Elijah does not think about what is, only about what is to come. Therefore he knows it.
What does he know? He should say.
I have already uttered the words. The image that I saw was crimson, fiery colored, a gleaming gold. The voice that I heard was like distant thunder, like the wind roaring in the forest, like an earthquake. It was not the voice of my God, but it was a thunderous pagan roar, a call my ancestors knew but which I have never heard. It sounded prehistoric, as if from a forest on a distant coast. It rang with all the voices of the wilderness. It was full of horror yet harmonic.
My good old man, you heard correctly, as I thought you had. How wonderful. Shall I tell you about it? After all, I told you that the world has acquired a new face. A new cover was thrown over it. How odd that you don't know. Old gods have become new. The one God is dead, yes, truly, he died. He disintegrated into the many, and thus the world became rich overnight. And something also happened to the individual soul, who would care to describe it. But therefore men too became rich overnight. How is it possible that you didn't know this? The one God became two, a multiple one, whose body consists of many gods, and a single one, whose body is a man, and yet he is brighter and stronger than the sun. What shall I tell you about the soul? Haven't you noticed that she has become multiple? She has become the closest, nearest, near, far, further, furthest, and yet she is one as before. First she divided herself into a serpent and a bird, then into a father and mother, and then into Elijah and Salome. How are you, my good fellow? Does it disturb you? Yes, you must be realizing that you are already very far removed from me, so that I can hardly reckon you as being part of my soul, since if you belong to my soul, you would have to know what is happening. Therefore I must separate you and Salome from my soul, and place you among the daimons. You are connected to what is primordially old and always exists. Therefore you also know nothing of the being of men, but simply of the past and future. Nevertheless, it is good that you came to my call. Take part in that which is. For what is ought to be such that you can take part in it?
I do not like this multiplicity. It is not easy to think it.
The simple alone is pleasurable. One need not think about it.
Elijah, you need not contemplate it at all. It is not to be thought, it is to be viewed. It is a painting. Salome, it is not true that only the simple is pleasurable. Over time it is even boring. In truth, the multiple captivates you.
Father, it seems to me that men have outstripped us. He is right, the many is more pleasurable. The one is too simple, and always the same.
What about the one in this case? Does the one still exist if it stands next to the many?
That is your old and ingrained mistake, that the one excludes the many. But there are many individual things. The multiplicity of individual things is the one multiple God from whose body many gods arise. But the uniqueness of the one thing is the other God, whose body is a man but whose spirit is as large as the world.
That is new, my son. Is the new good? What was is good, and what was will be. Is that not the truth? Has there ever been anything new? And was what you call new ever good? Everything remains the same if you give it a new name. There is nothing new, there can be nothing new. How could I then look ahead? I look at the past, and therein I see the future, as in a mirror. And I see that nothing new happens. Everything is but mere recurrence of what has been since time immemorial. What is your being? An appearance, a darting light. Tomorrow it is no longer true. It is gone. It is as if it never was. Come, Salome, let us go. One is mistaken in the world of men.
But Salome looked back and whispered to me while leaving.
Being and multiplicity appeal to me, even if it is not new and not eternally true.
Thus they disappeared into the dark night, and I returned to the burden signified by my existence. And I sought to do everything correctly that seemed to me to be a task, and to take every way that seemed to me to be necessary for myself. But my dreams became difficult and laden with anxiety, and I did not know why. One night my soul suddenly came to me, as if worried, and said,
Listen to me. I am in a great torment. The son of the dark womb besieges me. Therefore your dreams are also difficult, since you feel the torment of the depths, the pain of your soul, and the suffering of the gods.
Can I help? Or is it superfluous that a man elevates himself to being a mediator of the gods? Is it presumption, or should a man become a redeemer of the gods, after men are saved through the divine mediator?
You speak the truth. The gods need a human mediator and rescuer. With this, man paves the way to crossing over and to divinity. I gave you a frightening dream, so that your face would turn to the gods. I let their torment reach you, so that you would remember the suffering gods. You do too much for men, since they are the masters of your world. You can, in effect, help men only through the gods, not directly. Alleviate the burning torment of the gods.
So tell me, where do I begin? I feel their torment and mine at the same time, and yet it is not mine, both real and unreal.
That is it, and this is where separation should occur.
But how? My wits fail me. You must know how.
Your wits fail quickly, but the gods need precisely your human wits.
And I the wits of the gods, and thus we run aground.
No, you are too impatient. Only patient comparison provides a solution, not one side taking a quick decision. It requires work.
What do the gods suffer from?
Well, you have left them with torment, and since then they have suffered.
Rightly so. They have tormented men enough. Now they should get a taste of it.
But what if the torment also reaches you? What have you gained then? You cannot leave all suffering to the gods, or else they will draw you into their torment. After all, they possess the power to do so. To be sure, I must confess that men too possess a wondrous power over the gods through their wits.
I recognize that the torment of the gods reached me. Therefore I also recognize that I must yield to the gods. What is their desire?
They want obedience.
So be it, but I fear their desire, therefore I say, I want to do what I can. On no account will I take back onto myself all the torment that I had to leave to the gods. Not even Christ took torment away from his followers, but rather he heaped it on. I reserve conditions for myself. The gods should recognize this and direct their desire accordingly. There is no longer any unconditional obedience, since man has stopped being a slave to the gods. He has dignity before the gods. He is a limb that even the gods cannot do without. Giving way before the gods is no more. So let their wish be heard. Comparison shall accomplish the rest, so that each will have his appropriate part.
The gods want you to do for their sake what you know you do not want to do.
I thought so. Of course that is what the gods want. But do the gods also do what I want? I want the fruits of my labor. What do the gods do for me? They want their goals to be fulfilled, but what about mine? This infuriated my soul, and she said,
You are unbelievably defiant and rebellious. Consider the fact that the gods are strong.
I know, but no longer is there any unconditional obedience. When will they use their strength for me? They also want me to place mine in their service. What is their payment in kind? That they are tormented? Man suffered agony, and the gods were still not satisfied, but remained insatiable in their devising of new torments. They allowed man to become so blinded that he believed that there were no gods, and that there was only one God who was a loving Father, so that today someone who struggles with the gods is even thought to be crazy. They have thus prepared this shame too for those who recognize them, out of boundless greed for power, since leading the blind is not easy. They will corrupt even their slaves.
You do not want to obey the gods.
I believe that has already gone on more than enough. Hence the gods are insatiable, because they have received too many sacrifices. The altars of blinded humanity are streaming with blood. But dearth makes contentment, not abundance. May they learn dearth from men. Who does something for me? That is the question that I must pose. In no case will I do what the gods would have to do. Ask the gods what they think of my suggestion. Then my soul divided herself. As a bird she swooped up to the higher gods, and as a serpent she crawled down to the lower gods. Soon afterward she returned and said, troubled,
The gods are outraged that you do not want to be obedient.
That bothers me very little. I have done everything to placate the gods. May they do their share now. Tell them. I can wait. I will let no one tell me what to do. The gods may devise a service in return. You can go. I will call you tomorrow so that you can tell me what the gods have decided. As my soul departed, I saw that she was shocked and worried, since she belonged to the race of the gods and daimons and forever sought to convert me to their kind, as my humanity would like to convince me that I belonged to the clan and must serve it. When I was asleep, my soul came again, and in a dream cunningly painted me as a horned devil to terrify me and make me afraid of myself. In the following night, however, I called my soul and said to her, Your trick was recognized. It is to no avail. You do not frighten me. Now speak and convey your message.
The gods give in. You have broken the compulsion of the law. Therefore I painted you as a devil, since he is the only one among the gods who bows to no compulsion. He is the rebel against the eternal law, to which, thanks to his deed, there are also exceptions. Thus one does not necessarily have to. The devil is helpful in this respect, but it should not happen without seeking counsel from the gods. This detour is necessary, or else you will fall prey to their law despite the devil.
Here the soul drew near to my ear and whispered,
The gods are even happy to turn a blind eye from time to time, since basically they know very well that it would be bad for life if there were no exception to eternal law. Hence their tolerance of the devil.
She then raised her voice and cried loudly,
The gods have mercy upon you and have accepted your sacrifice.
And so the devil helped me to cleanse myself from commingling in bondage. And the pain of one-sidedness pierced my heart, and the wound of being torn apart scorched me. It was noon on a hot summer's day, and I was taking a stroll in my garden. When I reached the shade of the high trees, I met Philemon strolling in the fragrant grass. But when I sought to approach him, a blue shade came from the other side, and when Philemon saw him, he said,
I find you in the garden, beloved. The sins of the world have conferred beauty upon your countenance. The suffering of the world has straightened your shape. You are truly a king. Your crimson is blood. Your ermine is snow from the coldness of the poles. Your crown is the heavenly body of the sun, which you bear on your head. Welcome to the garden, my master, my beloved, my brother.
The shade replied,
O Simon Magus, or whatever your name may be, are you in my garden, or am I in yours?
You are, O master, in my garden. Helena, or whatever you choose to call her, and I are your servants. You can find accommodation with us. Simon and Helena have become Philemon and Baucis, and so we are the hosts of the gods. We granted hospitality to your terrible worm. And since you come forward, we take you in. It is our garden that surrounds you.
Is this garden not mine? Is not the world of the heavens and of the spirits my own?
You are, O master, here in the world of men. Men have changed. They are no longer the slaves, and no longer the swindlers of the gods, and no longer mourn in your name, but they grant hospitality to the gods. The terrible worm came before you, whom you recognize as your brother insofar as you are of divine nature, and as your father insofar as you are of human nature. You dismissed him when he gave you clever counsel in the desert. You took the counsel, but dismissed the worm. He finds a place with us, but where he is, you will be also. When I was Simon, I sought to escape him with the ploy of magic, and thus I escaped you. Now that I gave the worm a place in my garden, you come to me.
Do I fall for the power of your trick? Have you secretly caught me? Were not deception and lies always your manner?
Recognize, O master and beloved, that your nature is also of the serpent. Were you not raised on the tree, like the serpent? Have you laid aside your body, like the serpent its skin? Have you not practiced the healing arts, like the serpent? Did you not go to hell before your ascent? And did you not see your brother there, who was shut away in the abyss?
You speak the truth. You are not lying. Even so, do you know what I bring you?
This I know not. I know only one thing, that whoever hosts the worm also needs his brother. What do you bring me, my beautiful guest? Lamentation and abomination were the gift of the worm. What will you give us?
I bring you the beauty of suffering. That is what is needed by whoever hosts the worm.
Epilogue. I worked on this book for 16 years. My acquaintance with alchemy in 1930 took me away from it. The beginning of the end came in 1928, when Wilhelm sent me the text of The Golden Flower, an alchemical treatise. There the contents of this book found their way into actuality, and I could no longer continue working on it. To the superficial observer, it will appear like madness. It would also have developed into one, had I not been able to absorb the overpowering force of the original experiences. With the help of alchemy, I could finally arrange them into a whole. I always knew that these experiences contained something precious, and therefore I knew of nothing better than to write them down in a precious, that is to say, costly book, and to paint the images that emerged through reliving it all, as well as I could. I knew how frightfully inadequate this undertaking was, but despite much work and many distractions, I remained true to it, even if another possibility never. This appears on page 190 of the calligraphic volume of Liber Novus. The transcription was abruptly left off in the middle of a sentence on page 189. This epilogue appears on the next page, in Jung's normal handwriting. This in turn was abruptly left off in the middle of a sentence. Appendix. The following is an entry from Black Book 5, which gives a preliminary sketch of cosmology of the Septem Sermons. The force of the god is frightful. You shall experience even more of it. You are in the second age. The first age has been overcome. This is the age of the rulership of the sun, whom you call the frog god. A third age will follow, the age of apportionment and harmonious power. My soul, where did you go? Did you go to the animals? I bind the above with the below. I bind God and animal. Something in me is part animal, something part God, and a third part human. Below you serpent, within you man, and above you God. Beyond the serpent comes the phallus, then the earth, then the moon, and finally the coldness and emptiness of outer space. Above you comes the dove or the celestial soul, in which love and foresight are united, just as poison and shrewdness are united in the serpent. Shrewdness is the devil's understanding, which always detects smaller things and finds chinks where you suspect none. If I am not conjoined through the uniting of the below and the above, I break down into three parts. The serpent, and in that or some other animal form I roam, living nature daemonically, arousing fear and longing. The human soul, living forever within you. The celestial soul, as such dwelling with the gods, far from you and unknown to you, appearing in the form of a bird. Each of these three parts, then, is independent. Beyond me stands the celestial mother. Its counterpart is the phallus. Its mother is the earth, its goal is the heavenly mother. The celestial mother is the daughter of the celestial world. Its counterpart is the earth. The celestial mother is illuminated through the spiritual sun. Its counterpart is the moon. And just as the moon is the crossing to the dead of space, the spiritual sun is the crossing to the pleroma, the upper world of fullness. The moon is the God's eye of emptiness, just as the sun is the God's eye of fullness. The moon that you see is the symbol, just as the sun that you see. Sun and moon, that is, their symbols, are gods. There are still other gods. Their symbols are the planets. The celestial mother is a daimon among the order of the gods, an inhabitant of the heavenly world. The gods are favorable and unfavorable, impersonal, the souls of stars, influences, forces, grandfathers of souls, rulers in the heavenly world, both in space and in force. They are neither dangerous nor kind, strong, yet humble, clarifications of the pleroma and of the eternal emptiness, configurations of the eternal qualities. Their number is immeasurably great and leads over to the one supreme fundamental, which contains all qualities in itself and itself has none. A nothing and everything, the complete dissolution of man, death, and eternal life. Man becomes through the principium individuationis. He strives for absolute individuality, through which he ever increasingly concentrates the absolute dissolution of the pleroma. Through this he makes the pleroma the point that contains the greatest tension and is itself a shining star, immeasurably small, just as the pleroma is immeasurably great. The more concentrated the pleroma becomes, the stronger the star of the individual becomes. It is surrounded by shining clouds, a heavenly body in the making comparable to a small sun. It emits fire. Therefore it is called, I am a star, wandering about with you. Just like the sun, which is also such a star, which is a god and grandfather of souls, the star of the individual is also like the sun, a god and grandfather of the souls. He is visible from time to time, just as I have described him. His light is blue, like that of a distant star. He is far out in space, cold and solitary, since he is beyond death. To attain individuality, we need a large share of death. Therefore it is called, You are gods, since just as an innumerable number of men rule the earth, so a countless number of stars and of gods rule the celestial world. To be sure, this God is the one who survives the death of men. To him for whom solitude is heaven, he goes to heaven. To him for whom it is hell, he goes to hell. Whoever does not follow the principium individuationis to its end becomes no God, since he cannot bear individuality. The dead who besiege us are souls who have not fulfilled the principium individuationis, or else they would have become distant stars. Insofar as we do not fulfill it, the dead have a claim on us and besiege us, and we cannot escape them. The god of the frogs or toads, the brainless, is the uniting of the Christian God with Satan. His nature is like the flame. He is like Eros, but a god. Eros is only a daimon. The one God, to whom worship is due, is in the middle. You should worship only one God. The other gods are unimportant. Abraxas is to be feared. Therefore it was a deliverance when he separated himself from me. You do not need to seek him. He will find you just like Eros. He is the god of the cosmos, extremely powerful and fearful. He is the creative drive. He is form and formation, just as much as matter and force. Therefore he is above all the light and dark gods. He tears away souls and casts them into procreation. He is the creative and created. He is the God who always renews himself in days, in months, in years, in human life, in ages, in peoples, in the living, in heavenly bodies. He compels, he is unsparing. If you worship him, you increase his power over you. Thereby it becomes unbearable. You will have dreadful trouble getting clear of him. The more you free yourself from him, the more you approach death, since he is the life of the universe. But he is also universal death. Therefore you fall victim to him again, not in life but in dying. So remember him, do not worship him, but also do not imagine that you can flee him since he is all around you. You must be in the middle of life, surrounded by death on all sides. Stretched out like one crucified, you hang in him, the fearful, the overpowering. But you have in you the one God, the wonderfully beautiful and kind, the solitary star-like unmoving, he who is older and wiser than the Father, he who has a safe hand, who leads you among all the darknesses and death scares of dreadful Abraxas. He gives joy and peace, since he is beyond death and beyond what is subject to change. He is no servant and no friend of Abraxas. He himself is an Abraxas, but not unto you, but in himself and his distant world, since you yourself are a God who lives in faraway realms, and who renews himself in his ages and creations and peoples, just as powerful to them as Abraxas is to you. You yourself are a creator of worlds and a created being. As a God, you are the great Abraxas in your world. But as a man you are the heart of the one God who appears to his world as the great Abraxas, the feared, the powerful, the donor of madness, he who dispenses the water of life, the spirit of the tree of life, the daimon of the blood, the death bringer. You are the suffering heart of your one-star God, who is Abraxas to his world. Therefore, because you are the heart of your God, aspire toward him, love him, live for him. Fear Abraxas, who rules over the human world. Accept what he forces upon you, since he is the master of the life of this world, and none can escape him. If you do not accept, he will torment you to death, and the heart of your God will suffer, just as the one God of Christ suffered the heaviest in his death. The suffering of mankind is without end, since its life is without end. Since there is no end where none sees an end. If mankind has come to an end, there is none who would see its end and none who could say that mankind has an end. So it has no end for itself, but it certainly does for the gods. The death of Christ took no suffering away from the world, but his life has taught us much, namely, that it pleases the one God if the individual lives his own life against the power of Abraxas. The one God thus delivers himself from the suffering of the earth into which his Eros plunged him, since when the one God saw the earth, he sought its procreation, and forgot that a world was already given to him in which he was Abraxas. So the one God became human. Therefore the one in turn pulls man up to him and into him, so that the one becomes complete again. But the freeing of man from the power of Abraxas does not follow man's withdrawing from the power of Abraxas. No one can pull away from it, but through subjugating himself to it. Even Christ had to subjugate himself to the power of Abraxas, and Abraxas killed him in a gruesome manner. Only by living life can you free yourself from it. So live it to such a degree that it befits you. To the degree that you live it, you also fall victim to the power of Abraxas and his dreadful deceptions. But to the same degree the star God in you gains in longing and power, in that the fruit of deception and human disappointment falls to him. Pain and disappointment fill the world of Abraxas with coldness. All of your life's warmth slowly sinks into the depths of your soul, into the midpoint of man, where the far blue starlight of your one God glimmers. If you flee Abraxas from fear, you escape pain and disappointment, and you remain terrified. That is, out of unconscious love you cling to Abraxas, and your one God cannot catch fire. But through pain and disappointment you redeem yourself, since your longing then falls of its own accord like a ripe fruit into the depths, following gravity, striving toward the midpoint, where the blue light of the star God arises. So do not flee from Abraxas, do not seek him. You feel his coercion, do not resist him, so that you shall live and pay your ransom. The works of Abraxas are to be fulfilled. For consider that in your world you yourself are Abraxas, and force your creature to fulfill your work. Here, where you are the creature subjugated to Abraxas, you must learn to fulfill the work of life. There, where you are Abraxas, you compel your creatures. You ask, why is all this so? I understand that it seems questionable to you. The world is questionable. It is the unending infinite folly of the gods, which you know is unendingly wise. Surely it is also a crime, an unforgivable sin, and therefore also the highest love and virtue. So live life. Do not flee Abraxas, provided that he compels you and you can recognize his necessity. In one sense I say to you, do not fear him, do not love him. In another sense I say fear him, love him. He is the life of the earth, that says enough. You need to recognize the multiplicity of the gods. You cannot unite all into one being. As little as you are one with the multiplicity of men, just so little is the one God one with the multiplicity of the gods. This one God is the kind, the loving, the leading, the healing. To him all your love and worship is due. To him you should pray, you are one with him, he is near you, nearer than your soul. I, your soul, am your mother, who tenderly and frightfully surrounds you, your nourisher and corrupter. I prepare good things and poison for you. I am your intercessor with Abraxas. I teach you the arts that protect you from Abraxas. I stand between you and Abraxas the all-encompassing. I am your body, your shadow, your effectiveness in this world, your manifestation in the world of the gods, your effulgence, your breath, your odor, your magical force. You should call me if you want to live with men, but the one God if you want to rise above the human world to the divine and eternal solitude of the star.
Instruction. You stand at a quiet threshold, though nothing around you appears to have changed. The room is the same, the light familiar, the air still. Yet something has shifted beneath the surface, like a floorboard that creaks under a step you did not intend to take. You feel it as a pressure without shape, a question without language. It does not demand your attention. It waits. You have known this feeling before, perhaps late at night, perhaps in the early morning when the world is still undecided. A subtle sense that something within you has been watching for a long time, patient, alert, unmoved by your explanations. It does not speak yet. It breathes, and its breathing begins to set the rhythm of your own. There is a door here, though you cannot say where it stands. You only know that you have been standing before it longer than you remember. You were busy. You were moving forward, or sideways, or simply enduring. Still the door remained. Now it feels closer, not because you approached it, but because it leaned toward you. You sense a quiet rupture. Not a collapse, not a crisis. More like a hairline crack in a surface that once felt solid. Through that narrow opening, something presses upward. Images you did not invite. Feelings without names. A heaviness that does not belong to sadness, and a brightness that does not promise relief. You are not afraid yet. You are unsettled, which is different. A mirror flickers somewhere in the dark. You do not see your face in it, only movement, as if something behind your reflection has begun to stir. You look away instinctively, then notice that the looking away changes nothing. Whatever is there remains. It does not chase you. It does not retreat. You feel the old habit of explanation rise up, ready to soothe, ready to organize. It offers familiar phrases, borrowed certainties, a map that once worked well enough. But the pressure does not ease. The map grows thin in your hands, like paper left too long in water. You realize that this moment does not want to be understood. It wants to be entered. A forest appears at the edge of your awareness. Not a place you remember visiting, but one you recognize all the same. Dense, quiet, alive. The path into it is narrow, almost invisible, as if it forms only when you take a step. You hesitate, not from fear of danger, but from a deeper resistance, the kind that knows something will be asked of you that cannot be returned unchanged. Your breath slows. The silence thickens. Somewhere, a low flame begins to glow, red and steady, offering just enough light to reveal how little you can see. You sense that what lies ahead is not a lesson, not a healing, not a victory. It is a meeting, and without deciding, without agreeing, you find that you are already standing closer to the door than before. You step through without marking the moment of crossing. There is no sound, no shift of air, yet everything rearranges itself around you. The light dims, not as a threat, but as an invitation to notice what has always been there. The forest closes in, not hostile, not welcoming. It simply exists, breathing at its own pace, indifferent to your need for orientation. Figures begin to move at the edges of your vision. They do not announce themselves. They do not carry names. You feel them as tensions in the body before they become images. A tightening in the chest, a warmth behind the eyes, a weight in the limbs that does not come from fatigue. These presences do not ask who you are. They behave as if they already know. A river runs nearby, though you cannot see its source. You hear it first, a low continuous sound, like thought before language. It carries reflections instead of answers. When you approach, the surface does not mirror your face. It shows fragments, a hand reaching, a child standing still, a figure turned away at the moment you needed it to stay. The water does not accuse. It remembers. You sense a pull toward the depths, not downward in space, but inward in meaning. This is not a descent you choose. It unfolds as recognition. You realize that much of what you called forward motion was a careful circling around this place. Every certainty, every identity you carried like a shield, was shaped to avoid standing here too long. A fire burns at the center of a clearing. Its flame is low, red, contained. It does not leap or spread. It consumes slowly, patiently. When you draw near, you notice that it gives off little heat, yet something in you begins to warm. Old defenses soften. The fire does not destroy. It exposes. You see how much effort went into keeping this flame small, hidden, manageable. Shadows gather around the fire, cast not by the flame itself, but by the figures standing between you and it. These shapes feel familiar. Pride without confidence, desire without direction, fear dressed as reason. They do not block your way. They stand close, as if waiting to be acknowledged rather than removed. You sense that pushing past them would only deepen their hold. A voice speaks, though not from any single mouth. It carries the tone of long familiarity, neither kind nor cruel. It does not instruct. It asks why you believed you could remain untouched by what lives within you. The question lands without judgment. You feel its weight settle into places you have avoided feeling before. You remember moments when something inside you stirred and you turned away. Times when an image arose and you named it distraction, fantasy, weakness. The forest seems to listen as you remember. The trees lean inward slightly, as if drawn by the honesty of attention rather than the content of thought. A mirror appears again, this time standing upright among the roots. You approach it slowly. The surface ripples, refusing stillness. When an image forms, it is not a single face but a sequence. You see yourself as you have been at different thresholds, choosing familiarity over truth, certainty over depth. None of the images linger long enough to become accusations. They pass like weather. You feel a presence beside you now. It does not touch you. Its nearness is enough. You sense intelligence without intention, awareness without demand. This presence does not claim authority. It simply watches with you. You realize that this is what has been missing, not guidance, but witness. The river sounds closer now. You notice that its flow carries fragments of language, not words, but rhythms of meaning. You feel how thought arises like a current, how easily you once mistook its movement for yourself. Here, thought becomes something you can observe, something that moves through rather than defines you. A temple emerges at the far edge of the clearing. Its columns are worn, ancient, neither grand nor ruined. You feel no urge to enter it. Its purpose is not sanctuary. It stands as a reminder that something within you has always known how to hold opposites without forcing resolution. The fire flickers. The shadows shift. Nothing concludes. Nothing resolves. Yet something deepens. You sense that this descent is not about losing yourself, but about discovering how much of you was never yours to control. The presence beside you remains silent. The forest breathes. The river flows. And you stand there, no longer waiting for meaning to arrive from elsewhere, beginning to sense how meaning forms when you stay. You remain where you are, though the sense of stillness begins to feel active, almost deliberate. The forest no longer presses in. It listens. The air carries a density that makes every breath feel noticed. You realize that something in you has stopped leaning forward. There is no reaching now, only a sustained attention that feels unfamiliar and strangely intimate. The presence beside you shifts, not in space, but in quality. It feels closer without moving. You sense that it is not here to protect you or correct you. It stands as a reminder that whatever unfolds belongs to you, even if it did not originate from your will. This recognition brings a quiet unease. You have learned to value what you can claim as yours. Here, ownership loosens. An image rises without warning. You see yourself standing before another mirror, long ago. The mirror was clear then, obedient. It showed you what you expected to see. You remember the relief of recognition, the comfort of alignment. That mirror required maintenance, polishing, adjustment, small lies told gently enough to sound like truth. You see now how much energy went into keeping the reflection stable. The forest answers this memory with another image. A door half open, light spilling unevenly across the ground. You did not walk through it then. You stood close, convincing yourself that proximity was enough. You can feel the sensation in your body even now, the subtle tightening that came with staying just outside what you sensed would change you. The river carries a new reflection. This time it shows movement without form. Ripples crossing ripples. No center. No edge. You sense how often you tried to stabilize what was never meant to be held still. How you named fluidity as confusion and fixedness as clarity. The water does not resist your gaze. It invites it, showing you how perception itself bends what it touches. A warmth spreads slowly through your chest, not comforting, not painful. It feels like exposure. You notice how instinctively you search for interpretation, for language that could turn sensation into certainty. None arrives. The absence feels intentional. You begin to understand that this space is not withholding meaning. It is asking you to meet meaning before it becomes explanation. The fire shifts color slightly, deepening into a darker red. You notice how the shadows respond, growing softer at their edges. Pride loosens its posture. Fear no longer hides behind logic. Desire stops pulling and begins to wait. These figures do not dissolve. They change relationship. You sense how they have been asking for this all along, not to be conquered, but to be seen without demand. A memory surfaces, not as a scene, but as a tone. The feeling of wanting something you could not justify. Longing that felt dangerous because it did not come with instructions. You remember how quickly you learned to replace longing with ambition, hunger with goals. The forest seems to hold this memory gently, without praise or blame. You feel the presence beside you turn its attention inward, as if inviting you to do the same. Not to analyze, not to correct, but to notice how often you confused movement with progress. How often you mistook noise for life. Here, nothing urges you forward. The stillness itself begins to feel like motion of a different kind. The temple in the distance catches a faint glow now, reflecting the fire rather than producing its own light. You see how structures of meaning are formed this way, not as sources, but as containers. You have entered many temples in your life, literal and symbolic. You recognize now how easily you handed over your attention, hoping the structure would relieve you of listening to what stirred within. The mirror among the roots reflects again. This time it shows your eyes, not as you see them, but as they feel from the inside. Watching, waiting, you sense how rarely you allowed them to rest in this way. How often you forced them outward, scanning for confirmation, for threat, for permission. Nothing resolves, yet something steadies. You feel a subtle shift, not toward certainty, but toward endurance. The ability to remain present without needing to name what is happening. The forest breathes with you. The river continues. The fire holds its flame. And you begin to sense that this is not a moment to pass through, but a field to inhabit. The field holds you longer than you expected. Time loosens its grip here, not dissolving, but thinning, like fog under steady breath. You notice how quickly you once measured experience by outcome, by what could be taken away and used. Here, nothing offers itself in that way. Meaning does not present itself as a tool. It behaves more like weather, surrounding you, entering you, leaving traces without explanation. The presence beside you feels less distinct now. Not gone, not merged, simply less separate. You sense how easily you once demanded clarity from anything that approached you from within. A name, a role, a function. Without these, you felt unmoored. Now you begin to feel how naming can become a form of distance, a way of standing just far enough away to remain untouched. The river shifts again. Its sound deepens, slower, heavier. You realize that it has been carrying not only images, but refusals. Moments when you chose not to know what you sensed. When you turned intuition into coincidence, warning into doubt. The water does not reproach you. It shows you the cost quietly, how each refusal thickened the boundary between what you lived and what lived through you. A figure emerges near the fire, not fully formed, more suggestion than shape. You recognize it without understanding how. It carries the weight of choices you did not make, words you swallowed before they reached the air. It does not accuse. Its presence alone is enough to stir a familiar discomfort, the kind you once rushed to silence with action or explanation. You feel the old impulse rise again, the urge to move toward resolution. To do something that would justify this depth, give it a narrative arc. The forest responds by growing quieter. The silence does not cooperate. It waits. You feel how this waiting stretches something inside you that has long been contracted. A door appears where there was none before, set into the trunk of an ancient tree. It stands open. Darkness beyond it is complete, not threatening, simply uninterested in your readiness. You sense that stepping through would not bring revelation, only further encounter. You remain where you are. The door does not close. It respects your hesitation as much as it would your courage. The fire flickers, then steadies. You notice how it mirrors something within you, a capacity to hold tension without discharge, to remain with contradiction without forcing synthesis. You remember how often you were praised for decisiveness, for clarity, for certainty. You see now how those virtues sometimes served as armor, keeping you from feeling the full weight of what you sensed but could not control. A thought passes through you like a bird crossing the clearing. You watch it come and go. There is relief in this distance, but also sadness. You recognize how deeply you once believed that you were your thoughts, that their urgency was your own. Here, thought becomes event rather than identity. Something that happens in you, not something that defines you. The mirror reflects again, but this time it shows nothing recognizable. Only light shifting across surface. You feel a moment of unease, the fear of vanishing, of becoming irrelevant. Then another sensation follows, quieter, steadier. The relief of not needing to perform coherence, of being allowed to exist without explanation. The temple's columns cast long shadows now, stretching toward you. They do not reach you. They gesture. You sense how meaning structures have always arisen around experiences like this, not to replace them, but to make them bearable. Stories, symbols, systems, useful, necessary, but never the source itself. The presence that once stood beside you now feels like it stands behind you, not guiding, not pushing, simply there. You sense that this presence has always been with you, obscured only by noise, by haste, by the constant demand to become something definite. You breathe. The forest breathes back. The river continues its slow remembering. The fire holds. Nothing is resolved. Yet you feel something deepen again, a second turning of the same spiral, drawing you closer to a center that refuses to be named. The spiral tightens without urgency. You feel it not as pressure, but as proximity, like standing closer to a quiet animal that knows you are there. The forest seems less like a place now, and more like a state of listening. Every sound arrives softened, as if passing through layers of attention before reaching you. You sense how much of your life was lived without this filter, everything striking at once, demanding reaction. A subtle fatigue moves through you, not of the body, but of the effort to remain intact. You notice how often you held yourself together through force, through repetition of familiar gestures and explanations. Here, holding together feels unnecessary. The parts you feared would scatter remain present, gathered not by will, but by gravity. The river's surface smooths for a moment. In that stillness, you see a reflection that surprises you. Not an image of who you were or who you wanted to be, but of who you have been avoiding. A figure standing quietly at the edge of your awareness, patient, enduring. You recognize the posture. It is the way you stood when no one was watching, when expectation loosened its grip. This recognition brings a gentle ache. Not regret, not loss, but the awareness of time spent elsewhere. You feel the urge to apologize, though you are not sure to whom. The feeling passes. The river does not need reconciliation. It continues to flow, carrying both absence and return without distinction. The fire dims slightly, then brightens again. You sense how easily intensity can be mistaken for truth. How often you chased flames that promised transformation through heat alone. This fire teaches differently. It does not overwhelm. It persists. It asks for presence rather than sacrifice. A breath moves through you that feels deeper than intention. You realize that something in you has begun to trust this space, not because it offers safety, but because it does not deceive. Nothing here pretends to be more than it is. Nothing asks you to become more than you can hold. The mirror appears one last time. Its surface is clear now, almost ordinary. When you look, you see yourself looking. The simplicity feels startling. No symbols intrude. No narratives arise. Just awareness meeting itself without commentary. The moment does not last. It does not need to. The temple recedes into the background, not disappearing, but losing its claim on your attention. You sense that you may return to it later, carrying what you have gathered here without knowing what it is. The structure will still be there, waiting to receive meaning after it has lived in you for a while. A quiet understanding settles, not as conclusion, but as alignment. You are not here to extract insight, to convert experience into certainty. You are here to learn how to remain when clarity withdraws, how to listen when nothing speaks, how to stand at the edge of what you do not know without turning away. The presence behind you feels steady. It does not merge with you. It does not separate. It accompanies. You sense how accompaniment differs from guidance, how it allows you to walk without being led. This feels important, though you cannot say why. The forest exhales. The river continues its remembering. The fire holds its low red glow. You feel yourself standing within the same field as before, yet changed by repetition, by staying. The spiral does not close. It opens inward, inviting you to remain a little longer, attentive to what cannot be claimed, only lived. Something gathers now, not as intensity, but as coherence. The field you stand in begins to feel less diffuse, as if the many strands that have moved around you are slowly finding a shared rhythm. Nothing is pulled together by force. It happens the way breath settles when you stop trying to regulate it. You notice the shift only after it has already begun. The forest no longer feels external. You sense it as a texture of awareness, layered, responsive, alive. The trees are no longer images, but presences that mirror an inner condition you rarely allowed to mature. A patience that does not wait for reward. A strength that does not announce itself. You feel how this quality has always existed in you, obscured not by weakness, but by haste. The river flows through you now, not symbolically, but experientially. Thoughts move the way water does here, arising, passing, reshaping the ground without asking permission. You sense how much energy you once spent trying to dam this movement, to redirect it into channels that promised control. The effort feels distant now, almost unnecessary. You do not need to stop the river to know it. The fire's glow reaches deeper, illuminating spaces you once associated only with tension or guilt. These areas soften, not because they are forgiven, but because they are finally included. You feel how exclusion was the true burden, how pushing parts of yourself into shadow required constant vigilance. Inclusion feels quieter, more demanding in its own way. It asks you to stay present rather than victorious. You sense the ego here, not as an enemy, not as a ruler, but as a listener learning a new posture. It no longer stands at the center issuing commands. It orients itself toward what arises, curious, cautious, receptive. This shift feels subtle, yet profound. You realize that nothing has been taken from you. Authority has simply changed tone. Images return, but altered by the time spent with them. The door in the tree remains open, but no longer pulls at you. The mirror reflects without urgency. The temple stands without invitation. Each symbol feels less like a destination and more like a companion, something you can pass by without abandoning, return to without obligation. A warmth spreads again through your chest, steadier this time. It does not demand expression. It does not seek discharge. It feels like alignment, the quiet satisfaction of parts no longer pulling in opposite directions. Conflict remains, but it has changed shape. It is no longer a battle. It is a conversation that continues even when no words are spoken. You feel the weight of your history differently now. Memories do not press forward seeking resolution. They settle into place, forming a landscape rather than a narrative. You sense how the past lives in you not as a problem to solve, but as material already transformed by attention. Nothing needs to be erased for this to happen. Nothing needs to be redeemed. The presence that has accompanied you feels fully integrated now, though it never announces itself as such. You sense that it was never separate from you, only waiting for the noise to subside enough to be felt. This recognition does not inflate you. It grounds you. You feel smaller in the way a stone feels small in a river, shaped by forces larger than itself, yet undeniably real. The forest grows quieter, not because it withdraws, but because you no longer strain to hear it. The river's sound becomes part of your own inner cadence. The fire remains low and constant, a reminder that transformation does not require spectacle, only continuity. Nothing culminates. Nothing resolves. Yet you feel a deepening sense of coherence, as if the many fragments of your experience have learned how to share the same space without canceling one another. You stand within this quiet intensity, aware that this is not an end, but a way of standing that can be carried forward without being possessed. You remain here, though the sense of here has softened. It is no longer bound to forest or fire or river. It lives as a quality of attention that follows you without effort. You notice how easily it settles now, how it no longer needs the density of image to stay present. The symbols recede not because they are finished, but because they trust you to carry their resonance without display. The silence feels fuller than before, not empty, not expectant. It holds the weight of everything that has passed through you and continues to move. You sense how this silence is not an absence of sound, but a space where sound no longer competes for dominance. Thoughts still arise. Feelings still move. None of them demand to be believed. The forest breathes somewhere within your chest. You recognize it when you pause between impulses, when you allow a moment to unfold without steering it. The river flows through your awareness, carrying impressions, memories, intuitions, none of them asking to be kept. You feel how much lighter this movement is when you no longer cling to what passes. The fire remains as a quiet ember. It does not flare. It does not fade. It reminds you that attention itself transforms, not by force, but by staying. You sense how easily you once sought intensity as proof of truth. Now truth feels closer to steadiness, to the ability to remain with what is unresolved without turning away. The presence you felt throughout does not depart. It does not linger dramatically either. It simply continues, woven into your perception. You sense it when you notice yourself noticing, when awareness folds back on itself without collapse. This is not mastery. It is relationship. Nothing in you rushes to name what has happened. Language feels unnecessary, even intrusive. You allow the experience to remain unclaimed, knowing that claiming would shrink it. Meaning will arrive later, in fragments, in unexpected moments, shaped by living rather than reflection. You sense that this dialogue does not end when the images fade. It continues in the way you listen to yourself when no one else is watching, in how you meet confusion without immediately trying to resolve it, in how you allow contradiction to exist without turning it into error. The threshold you cross does not close behind you. It does not remain open either. It dissolves into something more subtle, a way of standing, a way of breathing, a way of remaining in contact with what moves beneath thought. You are not finished. Nothing has been completed, and yet something essential has been allowed to remain present. The forest is still there. The river continues. The fire holds. And the listening goes on quietly without end.